Ice, ice, baby. Salute and good morning. Today is Mars Day. Tuesday. God of War. And Neptune's in Aries. Can you imagine? Can you imagine such shenanigans on a day like this that the Lord has made? January, what is it, 26? 27, 26? It's 26, it's 8. Mars, 8. Saturn, Aries. Wow. So we stacked up. We stacked up on the energies on that one. 2026. What a time to still be alive. Hope this video finds you well. Wherever you are, whoever you are. Good morning. Shout out to Composure Slim with the whoa. From the low down to the woe down. How are we doing out here today, Europa? I'm low-key tired. I'm low-key tired, bro. There's so much shit going on. I can feel it, too. I don't even know what it is. I just feel like, I hate to say it, but it makes sense I'm drinking caffeine, too, but I feel nervous. It was in the air as soon as I woke up. I was like, why am I nervous? I haven't been nervous in a long time. Damn. I almost forgot what nervous felt like. God be the Lord. But yeah, so it's something. What I like to call it fuckery afoot. So I perused through the timeline just to see where the minds were, to see where the algorithm was leading us on this momentous year. I noticed there's more black women, if you will, or sisters who are speaking up. They're getting younger. They're more popular. They're saying good things. They have revealed that most women their age have not been around men in socially casual, normalized conditions, spaces, or contexts. And that's a lot of the problem, that the girls only know how to objectify men. And she's young. She's talking about young people. I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? There's a whole generation of young women out there who have never been around men casually. That's a wild fucking story, Chief. But then I thought about it, because this is a smart young girl too, right? So I trust her data collection. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Hold on, run that shit back again? And then I thought about something else, the obvious, and we kind of skip this in our current society for some reason when we talk about how strange and weird shit is, especially online. Is that those kids, low-key for real, were going through school during the pandemic. And that just before that, I would say after 2012, they were soft anyway. On Obama, man. So they're already making them soft 2012-ish in high school and stuff I'm talking about. So by the time you get to 2019 or 20, from 16 to 20, it's like that, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That participation trophy thing already launched. But they were outside, stillish. Everyone couldn't afford the technology. But this generation, see, not only did they grow up through mothers or whoever the hell their parents are, I would love to know what classes those are. But whoever their fucking classes their parents are, they did better socioeconomically, so staying home, playing video games and shit like that probably dominated. Because even when we had games as a kid, we didn't have this many. And most of them were not multiplayer. So you wouldn't be playing all day, every day. Sonic 2. So the boys had Fortnite, Minecraft, RuneScape, and the girls had the messy shit they see on the internet and social media, but they never went outside, like on bikes, to the park, to the green box. And if they lived in the burbs and shit like that, even harder. They'll get cars and shit, but cars can only fit 3 people. You go to the park, it's like 20 niggas out there. Yeah, and then school and shit, but their schools are weird because their fucking teachers are weird. So you probably didn't have as many cool kids as we did, to where you've been socialized as a female and a male in all conditions since fucking school. But because they furloughed it with Zoom and laptops and whatever corrective education process they pushed out after 2012, you know what I'm saying? I guess it didn't land. That's crazy. Society failed me. They ain't got shit to do with nothing, boy. That's not, they're not weird, like, because, you know, they're Gen Z. Nah, so the society, whatever the fucking cool trick the communists try to pull with education fucking failed. And then they switched gears, obviously, because they knew the fucking pandemic was coming, to immigration. And then you're immigrating people to these highly urbanized areas with foreigners, again. But, so when the kids see it in school, you know, there is no culture tag or ID to build such a deep bond with a foreigner. If you can't talk about Martin, certain comedy shows, certain songs, certain albums, like parents and similar experiences, or picking a side of a certain football team, like you don't build none of that if you're around foreigners, or first time out of the hood, or first time in the burbs, or the first time in Texas, or the first time in Arizona. Like, you don't have no deep roots culturally. So if you're quote unquote black Indian and you're a girl, you only know how to interact with boys direct and transactionally, and never just as part of the world. And then the mothers and the feminists and stuff, of course, they didn't help. They made their daughters afraid of trusting and committing to men, but never convinced them to stop sleeping with so many. Which you think, like, order of operations, you know, you couldn't be out there like that if the first part was true, right? If you couldn't trust the guy and commit to him, then I don't think you should be sleeping with him to get pregnant. And then I saw another girl, another sister, same story, just a little beeline. And this one's a little bit more of a thought. But she knows it, you know what I'm saying? No, she makes no qualms about stealing your nigga and stuff. And she said, I just realized something. Most of these single women out here, and mind you, she's late 20s, soft ass generation. I saw about class 2012, I think it was 2016, I think. And she's going, most of y'all be talking about y'all want a this and that and a provider, but you guys never went on a date with your baby fathers. I didn't expect to hear that, let alone the word most. That shit happens. One night stands and shit like that happen. But what she's saying is that most of these women who are chatting, who have a narrative and a philosophy behind this shenanigans, have made that decision and wanted to, right? It wasn't a stranger, right? It wasn't like, oh, accidentally just wound up with a strange guy and pregnant. No. She said after you did that, and that's just, and you know the crazy shit about it is, when you really think about how sad it is, that situation's not a one-off. That's just one of the situations that got off with a kid, right? Like, you gotta add this shit up for real. Really, you gotta add a generational tax to it. They talk about something else. Same word model, but no. Out of all the behaviors, that was the one. And then, like, even if he wasn't the baby daddy, like, none of the other ones would have been on a date with her either. It's that transactional bullshit, internet and DMs. It's built that way. You got Ubers and cars, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then they can scam and do this and have extra money that their age, their class, wouldn't have had 10 or 20 years ago. They wouldn't even be able to play that game. But it is what it is, right? Internet saves. And so the women are not indoctrinated or entrained per capita, most of them, to even, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's low-key crazy, man. That's low-key wild. But what I'm saying is the sisters are noticing it and classifying it and talking about it. You're under-socialized with men. You're over-sexualized with interactions with men. And you have an unrealistic expectation set going forward, which is going to cause you to develop resentment, further distrust, and put you in a polarity and energy signature that no matter what, you're going to default to where you're comfortable last. And you're comfortable there. You're comfortable at the place that you're embittered by. That causes a bad feedback loop. If you're a music producer, we call this distortion. So it shows up in your thoughts, your social media, your content, the groupthink of this particular brand of female patterning. Or, it's the education system, bro. It's the feminism and the somehow hit black girls a certain way. I think that's largely due to influencers. But again, that model is curated by the Zuckerbergs. So whatever, right? That mainstream consensus of sisters and makeup tutorials and shit like that picked up on. Like, they never picked up on how to actually chat amongst men and women. Because even, like, when you see mirror neurons, like, remember all these motherfuckers are stuck in the fucking house on a laptop. And then fresh off of that shit. All of a sudden, every motherfucker a podcaster on a goddamn webcam, right? Well, I don't think we were clocking the fact that Gen Z had just became old enough to pull a chair up to that table. They had just became 18, 21, right? So now they're watching adults, if you will, 28s and 30s and somethings. Chat. And like, we're doing it post-pandemic, chatting in the internet, and had to, right? Mandates. So it created this, this Truman Show, if you will. So that anytime you see a man and woman on the TV or on your phone, mirror neurons, you see it adversarially. You have the boys over here and the girls over here on Fresh and Fit. They might sit somewhere else, but they have a ring of women. And then you have the white guy that does it, stupid doll in the background. You have him over here, his homeboy over there, and all the women. A little Asian girl that I'll never see them. And it's like you have this pattern emerge. Where if men are in a room with women outnumber them. And then for 4, 5, 6, 7 years in a row, the only thing they're really chatting about was like, oh man, and I need deserving, but the thing I deserve ain't shit. And on the other side, like, how many men have you slept with since? And it's like, years of that. So if they're 18 back then, they're 25 now. So the boy in the bubble, remember that movie back in Death Row was called? That boy that lived in a bubble. There's a whole movie about that. I'm like, you think it's silly as hell. So they have the boy in the bubble complex, if you've seen the movie or remember it. And then they have this form of media, entertainment, and shenanigans that they think is normal for the generation before them, I think. Well, they think that is the de facto social standard. And you have no other reference of how boys and girls talk. Like a real kickback. Like a poetic justice. No, even the music video with Janet Jackson. That's the way love goes. They have never experienced that. I don't think they've ever experienced Nelly Hot in here either. Because I've noticed something. When you look at Instagrams, and that's what's evil about that shit too. Putting the Big Brother cameras in like some of the more dysfunctional setups. Chicago. But when you start having fucking fat ass, stupid ass, foreign ass DJ academics glorify certain cultures and rappers, and you start looking in their hood nigga section bedrooms, like, I taught a lot of kids that was, again, the de facto thing for hip hop, rap, and gangsters. And no, it's not. You gotta know it's not. I knew it wasn't. I knew what that was and what scale it's at based on how it looks like. Ain't no young kids even know what the fuck I'm talking about for real. There's no kid who got the internet who could see some shit like that grew up where I grew up. So I was cool. Like, I knew it was the internet. I knew that's world star hip hop. I know them niggas retarded. First of all, way before we get to gangster and guns, these niggas is retarded. These are some retarded niggas they try to make famous. And DJ Academic love a retarded nigga. I've noticed something. So like they celebrate a lot of retarded shit. Coded through violence. So you gotta understand what I'm saying. These niggas are retarded, bro. Compared to niggas in the same type of setup that are not retarded. It looks totally different. But even those subjects and those stories and those documentaries about little kids killing each other because they're fucking retarded. And even then when that shit was happening, DJ Academic's rat ass. It's because people like him in the internet were multiplying disrespect by inviting everyone to the table to leave a comment, and even other gangsters saying, this is what I would not accept, putting so much pressure onto a certain group, neighborhood, gang. So it's not the same thing no more. It's like, oh, the Crips are watching. Oh, the Bloods said. You could tell by their screen names. Back then, people didn't know what the fuck that was. MC Shiny Chain 69, like, no, those are folks, those are Bloods, those are Crips. Commenting on kids banging with DJ Academic's stupid, evil ass, narrating it like it's a fucking Vice documentary. And the crazier shit about life is, if you're really from the hood nigga sections like that, the killers aren't even gang members. What the fuck would a killer need a gang for? So, like, you understand? So, it gave a lot of people false something within the Gen Z's patterning, mirror neurons. And those are the boys. In the videos, it's all the boys hanging out and dancing and playing Madden and smoking and shirts off, hanging on each other and shit. You know it smell crazy in that bitch. That's how I know they retarded. So it's like, you know, that's not the scene. That's not the scene at all. All black people in all black hoods and all black cities and states were never, that wasn't the normal pattern. At all. I'm actually surprised that many niggas to sit in the same room at that age. Especially without bitches. We gotta start there, bro. That many men in a room at that age, like where your hormones are the highest, and you're around shirtless men more than you are bitches. And then when you finally see them get famous and some money, aka they can finally travel, they get around all the retarded little white bitches. Retarded, for real. You see it? You saw Bad Bobby and all them. Those bitches are retarded, bro. I'm talking about competence, cognition, intelligence, intellect. They're retarded. And that's what I'm saying. Like, money due to fame and usury. I wonder who's behind this, but the internet. But all I'm saying is, it created a false construct of what hood, black, urban, ghetto, hip-hop culture is. That's not what that is. Those are foreigners, those are Section 8 people, and those were the people or descendants of the people who were quite clearly poisoned by asbestos, lead, atrazine, those sterilization shots they tried, remember? Medicare, Medicaid, Depo shot. A lot of girls used to be. Can you fucking imagine this? Can you fucking imagine this science? This is a crazy science. When I was in high school, I'm a dinosaur. And when I was a dinosaur, the biggest deal for all these hoes' rites of passage was to get on birth control. It's around 9th, 10th grade. I remember this one girl, Denise. You think all these girls are Christians in 8th and 9th grade, but they're on birth control. And I remember with her, it was crazy because she blew up. Like, she was slim, petite, and then got on the Depo shot, and all of a sudden it was like blew up like the World Trade. And she never got pregnant until after. But I saw that over a summer, though. I say that to say, so most of the girls were already ramping up on their hoe shit my age, millennials, because they're on birth control. Not abortions, not the day after, not all that extra shit y'all do, which is disgusting, by the way. Because that's, I don't know. The premeditated thing tells you their intentions back when I was in high school. Like, oh, these bitches are fucking. But today it's like, oh, I just kill the baby if it happens. What? You know what I'm saying? That's a generational cross. Like, that was the end of it. Like, feminists won. All the fast-ass 9th grade, 10th grade girls on fucking birth controls, the pills or the depot shot, and the black ones on the depot shot, and that turned out to be a bad fucking idea last year. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now, you know what I'm saying? You know what the fuck I'm saying? I'm talking about that shit right there. The millennials who would have had these fucking kids were on depot shots and birth control. That's currently a bad fucking idea. You know why it's a bad fucking idea, niggas? You wanna know why that depot shot's now a bad fucking idea? As I seen it on Nisi when she was the first one to get the rollout. Because all them kids retarded. That's why that was a bad idea. That's why those fast ass girls on the depot shot, on the depot shot, all them fast ass girls in the nigga section, where I lived at least. Them hoes, all them babies retarded. And now they going, depot shot, bad idea. So we watch World Star Hip Hop, Vine, Twitter, of the hood nigga section finest, under whatever federal program that is, and pharmaceutical or healthcare, whatever that's called, that RFK is around, that gives these assholes this crazy idea that they need to experiment on anybody, let alone somebody that doesn't have the references, support, finances, or healthcare to counter any injury. And no consent, direct, terms of agreement accept on some Apple shit, but no actual cognition of what this is, what it can be, and more importantly, what's the purpose of it? Because like the fact that they even sold our sisters back then this idea of birth control is that they're telling them during your peak of pregnancies, don't have kids. They did not give a fuck about your health, especially if we saw what happened to your kids. And honestly, the fucked up thing is, I don't think millennial girls who hear what I'm saying know what I'm talking about can even, you know what I'm saying? I don't even think they know how to process that yet. I don't think they can accept that that's what that was, overtly. Like, I'm saying, y'all, that's overtly what the point was. It wasn't a hidden agenda, Tuskegee. It wasn't a hidden agenda anytime they did it. COVID, it's never hidden. It's just that people don't take that extra step to make that connection that, oh shit, some fuckery is afoot, and it's always attached to some benefits. Like, maybe I should chill. Maybe I should chill. Maybe I should chill. We know how to call out of work. Maybe we call out of that appointment. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should chill. Maybe we should fucking chill. What they gonna do? Nothing. But that's where the implied consent comes from. So it's like, it's your fault for making all your kids retarded. Because of how the game started, rushing onto birth control to be a fast ass hoe anyway. But your kids. It's cool. Particularly your boys, though. That's what I don't understand. I don't know why it hit the boys so hard. Oh, actors need to make the frogs gay. I get that, but even their builds and stuff, their genetics, their phenotype, their bone structures. They did something weird, bro. I've never seen this many lanky people in human history. We big boned, we breastfed. Oh, that's what it is. You don't breastfeed no more either. So their bone density is way smaller because you're lazy. Yeah, big bonedness. You gotta be breastfed. So they had them on that Similac since the early 2000s. I saw it because they had my little brother on it. And that was part of WIC. So WIC will overwhelm you with formula. And then you're like, well, shit, if I got all this formula, what I need to pump titties out for, right? I get it now. Convenience, you gotta go back to work at Kroger and bag some groceries at the Dollar Tree. We're talking about $19.99, my nigga. Cut it out. And they're like, all right. You feel me? A lot of people forget that too, because I grew up in so many setups of hood nigga sections that, like, in Henderson, for example, let's say you have a high school of 50 girls, and they have kids by the time they're 18 to 21. There's no jobs in that fucking city. News media people, racists, and numerologists always seem to leave out the obvious. You have black town like Henderson, North Carolina, in the mid to late 90s. It's not a huge population, but I'll round it. Let's say it's like from 20 to 50,000 people. And it's the most condensed region in that area like that, in terms of neighborhoods to streets to buildings. But then it's spread out trailers and single families. It's like, condensed in the center and it spreads out. That's all built around train tracks. So that's why. The closer to the main street and the train tracks, the more developed it is. And then I guess as people got tired, retired, or got old, they inched further out and built other shit. And then racist white people in KKK got their own little set. I get it, I ain't mad at it, Masons. But in that setup right there, with the condensed black boomer babies who are like 20 and 30 in the 90s, like they're me or younger than me in the 90s, they're in a neighborhood now that used to have train, which means it used to have export of goods and services, furniture, factories, textiles, tobacco, whatever it was, because we're talking about North Carolina, born and raised up. And that fell off. And then now you're in the 90s, so now it's like the mom and pop thing, so that's silent generation. They're starting to get old and cranky and want to go play golf. And then their kids didn't want to do that because hopefully, especially if they're white, they're able to get jobs and careers and education. And if they're black, well-to-do Negroes, you know how the cotton gin Negroes are, with the suits and stuff. They have more girls than boys, and that's a side effect of trauma. I'll get to that one day. But then those women right there, now you're in the freedom of the depot shot and birth control and some other social norms. Gina and Martin. So that's the 90s. That's the 90s. That's the 90s. In Henderson, North Carolina, they never seen New York before a day in their life. And so they fuck around and find out with these dudes and have kids. And it's just one, like my best friend Tori. He had a single mother, only son, only kid she had. Her sister, single mother, one daughter, Samia. She's running for mayor or some shit. Only daughter, only kids they have. Because they come from that generation where their grandmother and mothers married, had a house, even if it's a little house in Henderson, had it. Granddad died. Granddads always die, right? I never get to meet these niggas. And then, and then you feel me? So like, we keep our one kid, stay in grandma's house, our mom's house, and help our kids go to college. And they did. They did. Like I said, Samia ended up going to college and was running for government positions, and Tori went to the Navy. You know how these niggas are, rappers and shit. So either way. There is nothing else for them to do in that city. So I remember being in that city, moving to Golson Avenue, and there was a house across the street. You know what's funny? It's the same thing that people do with Airbnb, like finding Airbnbs in certain areas. That's what Section 8 was doing. So Section 8 and Airbnb, same story, right? So what Section 8 had thought wise to do was it took Terrell and Darius's mother and her sister and her daughter, her cousin, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 people from New York, directly from the city, like Bronx or some shit. Section 8 in New York. Section 8 threw a deep pass into some voucher client alleged in Henderson, North Carolina. And we know this is all federal shit, so nothing's random. And right across the street from me, and they're Section 8, they're from New York City, and the craziest shit is, so then you'll start the story in the late 90s, like, men ain't shit, blah, 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 the black women, blah, blah, need some education, da, 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 da. What we seem to have forgotten here about reverse immigration patterns is that they're sending niggas they forced to those cities in the 60s, grandkids, back to the South. And when they did that, the South they went back to was no longer running. Like, you know what I'm saying? Granddad, aunties, and uncles ain't down that street no more. The businesses that they built up and were booming through the Great Depression up until the 70s, 80s are now, coursed out. People got cars now, these areas. People can go to Raleigh and bigger cities of Virginia or move out because, you're not walking around the goddamn country no more and you're not on a horse no more. So now you can do whatever the fuck you want for real. You can still work at fucking Imes food factory. You can still fucking, do some weird odd and end shit. And of course you need maintenance and blue collar people, which were the bourgeoisie of our schools. Oh, my dad owned Carolina Plumbing. Oh, my daddy was Doris Chiropractor. Like that shit, Main Street shit, which makes sense. But that's as high as that shit get. So you move some hood niggas to the country hood nigga section, and you want their mothers to do what? Like, I'm dead ass. Ain't no community college, ain't no real college, and all there is left is blue collar work. Rent down there costs like $400 at the time. So you understand? Shorty gets a, oh shit, Walmart finally opened up at the end of the highway exit. Oh shit, maybe I can do this at Bojangles. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe I can get like 40 hours at PD Quicks and shit, my nigga. At $5.15 an hour. You know how North Carolina slave wages are? $5.15 an hour, man. Rent costs $400. You'll figure it out. But she got Section 8 and benefits and food stamps. So all she got to figure out is how to stay cute and glamorous, my nigga. For what? For the natives of that population to get her pregnant. So now you have this foreign mother whose Heredendum is a federal program, going to the local native population, Tory included, getting pregnant by these kids who like the more aggressive northern girls, light-skinned Keishas. We've never seen those before in human fucking history, by the way. Section 8. And then she gets pregnant. You know how her mother is, so she's gonna try to find the same program. Oh shit, they got a house over there on the south side. Or they start doing apartments, Beacon Light. And they start moving them in. The next generation, the teen moms that I grew up with. They make these new little shitty copy and paste houses, but better than what they were lived in from these old shanty houses that were popping in the 30s and 40s. So, you know, they ain't gotta invest in it. No bank would let them invest in it. So they wait for the little, you know, Airbnb people come make some new bullshit. And now the girls that are high school and shit by 99, 2000, they move them right in. Well, you can't have no men in this house. But the crazy part is about not having a man in the house. They never would have. They would have had a baby boy or a loser nigga just sitting on the couch. No. But the man they got her pregnant, they would never live in the house together. That's not how that happened. And I'm so glad I'm old enough to be able to recap this in real life. That's not how none of this shit happened. This hood nigga shit and this bullshit that we got now is not the real shit that we came from. It's white people or Jewish people playing a very dangerous game with human populations. And I don't understand it and I don't appreciate it. Considering that no one knows what I'm talking about, nor did they consent to that part of it. I'm an IB kid for real, so I was looking at him. I was like, all right, shit. So, yeah, you're not in a position to look at yourself as a partner or wife with a man anyway, especially if you're the foreign girl and you're in a native local population. And then the government got your mother in, and it's got you in, your grandfather into federal benefits. There is no pipeline in that for us to imagine healthy Christian outcomes with a nice house and moving on up through the socioeconomic ladder in fucking Henderson, North Carolina, in fucking Virginia, in fucking South Carolina, in Alabama, my nigga, in Mississippi, my nigga. Everywhere they sent us back to after it's all drained, those places, we want to conduct ourselves in a healthy manner and access these resources. Welcome to Atlanta, nigga. 2001. So anybody who had any type of scruples about their damn self, from 96 to 2001, there was a silent call through the Underground Railroad for those people who were functional and not retarded, hustling, getting money, but crack and the violence and all that shit ran through those particular areas. Go ahead and take your ass back to Georgia. Remember, because the KKK had ran it over, which is why they left to begin with. Don't forget that shit. Never forget that. But the niggas is coming back to Georgia, 90s. Notice what the fuck I said, coming back to Georgia. My grandmother's name is Georgiana, like, from a long time, you know what I'm talking about? So, yeah, go back to Georgia. And then those brothers and Black Mafia family and Jeezys and Ludas and all these people, you know, you seen it, T.I. and all them people. You gotta think about where their grandma stay, though. You gotta do that. You still gotta do that, even for Atlanta niggas. Like, how long you been in Atlanta, nigga? Anyway, and then they having kids with New Yorker girls and Florida girls and Cali girls. You see how it is, and now their kids are the YNs. It's like, that's why you don't do that. These girls are from Section 8. They gave them some retarded making shots. So, yeah, so Henderson, North Carolina has a history of sterilization programs. Can you fucking imagine? But these are called sterilization programs, by the way, guys. That means white people from another country decided it was okay just to kill niggas off. You know, the harmless way. So what type of social, political, economic outcome can we in good faith say that they had for those people, or in us, amongst those people, if the intention was to sterilize us? If you're sterilizing us, then property land, and money, which is the issue here, is all just one cycle, one generation. And then now they're in abject poverty too if they're subject to this program. So it's not like they can elevate socioeconomically. And what I'm saying is you rob them of the incentive to do so. A single woman who don't have kids. To do what, nigga? Save the world? Shut the fuck up. Or a man, because they're doing this to boys too. Little boys who are sucking and fucking. Or for the boys, which is the ill shit about it, it's not like this awesome, attractive Tyrone dude who can just pipe all the bitches and he can't have kids. And it's like, I'm winning. No. It makes them weird. It gives them titties. It makes them 400 pounds at 12. You know what I'm saying? Like it turned them into the blob and shit. So they ain't fucking anyway. And that's as effective as a sterilization program as any, ain't it, bitch? You can tell they stopped doing that because look how more skinnier the kids are. Amen. That don't make sense per calories. So now, I seen the Frankenstein project with the injections in these areas that I had to move to for economic reasons. My dad was a smart dude. Like, I ain't paying all that money for it. We'll be all right. We from the nigga section. You know how to fight, right? He was working somewhere else. He was always competent. But he had a weird relationship with money, and I think that's his fucking cocaine habit. But I'm minding my business. I'm a kid. So yeah, that's that. Shout out to my pops though. Hyper exposure to some wild shit for real. I don't even know I don't even think he's aware of how much I'm aware of because how often he was at work. But anyway, yeah, they fucking did us dirty, bro. Those social programs connected to and around Section 8 and the medical part of it. That seems like people think it's sold separately. Nah, they put that shit as a bundle. It's Section 8, like Medicare, Medicaid, or WIC, food stamps, and some people got welfare, where people were like, the government was giving them money. I don't know who those people are, boy. Yeah, they always rhyme with Jewish or white girl. But in the hood nigga section, that WIC and food stamps, those are two different projects too. WIC is kind of like for mothers, almost exclusively. So if you just had a baby and you're pregnant, they hit them with WIC. And WIC let them get like all the basics. Now, mind you now, the shit that WIC was giving them is like the shit people wish they can afford now per week. That's how ill and evil this is, because I remember the WIC receipts. And I used to work at Food Lion in 2008 and saw how they dumbed it down, but still it was like, beep, 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 you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, groceries with cash, or if they only had WIC in a job or whatever, they paid cash for the rest of the, you know, steak and shit. But the sisters, WIC, food stamps, Section 8, aka subsidized rent costs, because the landlord is being paid by the federal government. Right, so it's not free money in that way. It's Airbnb. Anyway, and then you have, you know, you gotta remember these type of people. They're from the city. They gotta be cute and glamorous. And because of that, they gotta find the niggas in those areas where there's no jobs at with the most money, right? Who do you think those niggas are per capita? You're in fucking Henderson, and there's like 1,000 of those in the South. But this is just one of them. So you're in Henderson, and you need a car to go anywhere, and you just came from the city. You don't have a car, you don't have a license even, and you can't really walk around to be pretty. So what do you gotta do? You gotta post up at one of these plazas or get a temporary job. You know how these bitches are, they ain't slick. They get a fucking temporary job at the Dollar Tree or next to the shoe store to be cute and pretty cashier until a guy who has a car and somebody picks her up. And he's almost always a drug dealer. You don't really have to gangs too bad, but you know, they have crews. But still, nonetheless, same story. Always happen to be a motherfucking drug dealer, right? Girl from New York, New Jersey, wherever they are, California, Texas, come over there, like, always happen to find a drug dealer. I just gave you the walkthrough. These bitches ain't slick, nigga. If they slick, I'm oil. Like, I saw how they did it. And then as soon as she meet him, she ain't that job no more. Pissing me off. Where's she at? Anyway, same story. So, like, yeah. And that's how they get the cute and glamorous things. And what I'm saying is, when you put them in a position where the only thing they have to worry about is being cute and glamorous and meeting thresholds of social, political, pharmaceutical standards. Back then in the 90s and early 2000s, bitches stayed with an appointment. Do you remember? I've had her bitch say she had to have an appointment this week in a long goddamn time. Nah, for real, bro. I was used to be babysitted by these hoes sometimes. And if they had like 3 or more kids and I was like the +1 because my dad like paid them $20 for that day, I went to appointments. For real. And those offices were always like miserable, fan, weird chairs, yellow, brown colors, and like all these other people, foreigners, grandmas, you know what I'm saying? They're just sitting there in this, I'm assuming, federal or state office to talk to somebody one at a time about something, to do something, sign something, paper something. And that used to be like the thing. Like, that's how a lot of those foreign white people got jobs in those areas, because they worked in those offices, clerical administration things. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm saying this was like a staple of childhood. Like, if I hang out with a single mother or a woman that's like 30 and 40, and she has like grandkids, you know, little people or something, and she's in the system, if you will, there's mad appointment schedule, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. For real. Like when I was jammed up in the Matrix in 2008, when they weren't calling it nothing, but I felt it, because my manager from Florida said, sorry guys, we're shutting the whole thing down. I was like, oh, there's a real estate crisis, and he's from Florida. But, you know, the news didn't want to tell you that. But during that time period, I never bothered to try to get food stamps or nothing, because I was like, bro, even if I could, I don't want to go in Raleigh, because it's even, you know, it's way more spread out and civilized, I guess. I don't feel like going to that office, hanging out all morning, and then once a week, I gotta show up and sign in and sit around. This niggas think this bitch crazy. Like, I did that as a kid. I'm not doing that right now in 2008. And then the motherfucker told me, no, you can go on the website. I was like, what? That nigga could do what? I was like, wow, that's crazy. They want to give me food stamps though, but they did give me unemployment. Shout out to Barack Obama, 2008. They gave me like $100 a week. I was killing it, bro. Had enough to eat. And it was all online. I was like, this is neat. But fuck me, right? Like from 8 o'clock in the morning to like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, if I had a babysitter on a weekday, we're in offices and appointments and looking at Jewish people and weird white women all up in your business. That's why the Social Security card was so fucking important. I don't know if y'all remember, bro. I was outside for real, nigga. Like, motherfuckers was taking that fucking Social Security card out and slamming it on the table like that shit was a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card, bro. Like, I couldn't recall how many times a nigga had to pull out a Social Security card. For real, I'm dead ass. I don't know what happened, bro. I know it's all digitized, Bill Gates, but that ain't what I'm talking about. There was way more point of contacts and way more waste of times and way more conversations with strangers and foreigners not from that part of the hood, in our fucking hood, in our fucking business, gathering this data, collecting data for at least 2 decades. And I was in the middle of all of it, and I don't forget shit. That's your Social Security numbers. For real, we used to have to memorize that shit. Like, what the fuck would you need to memorize your Social Security for now? Let's be serious. Once you sign up for Cashapp, your PayPal, or whatever it is, wants to transact money, you don't really, no one's like, hey, where's that social card at? Oh, I got it right here. Like, I could go to my mom's house and get my social, remember? Like, what I'm saying is you heard that shit every week. Social Security card rhymes with Social Security benefits. And I'm not talking about the shit you get because you worked. It is, but it isn't. Now, Social Security card number, Nazis, IBM, that is the cookie. That is the crypto. That is the token to everything that this system has done to it. So your Social Security number is aligned or connected to a database, obviously. Systematic data collected from my memories at least since the 90s. Bill Clinton, Democrats, I saw y'all. While they're locking all the niggas up, they're stealing their bitches and baby mamas and sending them somewhere else to get knocked up by somebody else who's probably worse off, to create these bastardized kids, a whole generation of, through the 90s and early 2000s, who are now just got soft ass brains and no memory of how their mother got there, let alone their grandmother's life if she's from the north. And they think that's just like during slavery now. Bitch, in the 80s, wake your ass up, you 20-something, 30-something year old ass nigga. You know what I'm talking about? So because I was a 10-year-old something there when they were being thought of. I saw their mothers. I remember their mothers. I remember the stories. I remember how they dated. And I'm talking about the good girls too. I'm not even just talking about the Section 8 shorty. I'm talking about the girls that are from that hood. They're still in love with a guy. Like they're in love with a guy. I haven't heard that shit ever in human history since I graduated, for real. Wasn't that many foreigners, so it wasn't that many different guys to play games or do the things that guys do. And women be forgetting, like the guys that be playing them a lot of times in this setup after the 90s are foreign to you. Y'all don't have no rapport. Y'all don't have no social contract. Y'all don't have nothing. Go to Henderson real quick. When I'm in school with those kids, most of those kids went to school after school after school, all together. Never different, maybe different classrooms, but yo Jonathan, yo white boy, yo Justin, yo Tori, like elementary, middle school, high school. Their parents, elementary, middle school, high school. Their grandparents, 6th grade, same factory, same main street, same neighborhood, same racist white people. You feel me? That's years of it. And if they're the types to go to church on Sunday, oh my God, your girlfriend, mother, goes to that church. Your boyfriend's grandmother goes to that church. You better act right. Y'all forgot? Y'all forgot why like y'all wasn't hoes and shit? Y'all couldn't be. It had nothing to do with toxic male patriarchies. It had everything to fucking do with the super duper, super matriarchal Sunday church. Don't fucking play with me. That shit didn't die until like Jeezy. So what would happen is everybody wouldn't be part of it, of course, but those women in that church live in your community. They nosy as fuck. So if they see something on their block or at their grocery store or that fast ass girl or that boy or that no good or pastor or that cheating husband or that cheating wife and they ain't even in the church, every woman in that church gonna know who the fuck that is. That is social media. That's the real T app, nigga. Choir practice. So I couldn't touch a girl in a setup like that isn't connected to a whole network of other people of accountability. And not like they do anything, not like the outcomes are best. But what I'm saying is, you're not getting away with mess. Because even if they can't stop you, your reputation supersedes you. So even if you're a guy and you're a dog, everyone knows you're a dog. So the only type of girls you're gonna accept are the girls that want dogs. He don't have a problem no more. Although the good girls and the girls who know better have decent whatever, or fathers or stuff, they won't even fucking dare to even fucking fathom or imagine whether if they did do a thing with him, they'll never bring him back home. Or church. Thus. Feel me? You feel me? I seen that in Newark. I seen that in East Orange. I seen that in Henderson. I seen it in Raleigh. And the crazy thing is Raleigh had more of those. And those churches be beefing with each other. I told you there's witches in there. But, so you have like Raleigh Upper Room, or you have a fucking the shit that Shirley Temple, you know, beans, greens, tomatoes. You got them niggas in the hood nigga section. And then you got so many, and you got the white ones too. But it would be the same story. If I'm on the southeast side of Raleigh, everybody, grandma, anybody with a job on New Bern, go to that church. All through the 90s. P.D. Pablo, all of them. You couldn't really run it up like that. Because one of them girls is going to be connected to a preacher, a pastor, a deacon, or something, or a grandmother. Because it's the 90s and 2000s, man. This is a whole different generation of people. They're in church. That is their social media, dog. It ain't about God or Jesus for when you really understand the service of it. So, then that became uncool, you know, money, greed, pervasions, sexual, all the bullshit. Loud. And not loud in one church, across the board. Generational. When the generational perversion crept in, you know, cut us off. But then we had social media on the internet. We created our own tribes or churches. Hi, how you doing? Same story. Yeah, that's all Social Security, by the way. SEC, National Security, Social Securities, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the people that they bankroll, baby. They have an itemized, what do they call that shit? They have a ledger, bro. Their Social Security number is a ledger for all that shit, boy. And they digitized it since. So if they attach that to your digital footprint and your real ID, I mean, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Let's be reasonable. Every school you went to, same story. Let's be reasonable. You got a social security number, meaning your transcript is aligned to your social securities. Come on now. And they probably got an algorithm for that, or what you ought to be and who you ought to be when you grow up. Come on now. Fuck with me. Everything, your diploma, aligns, social security number, same thing. Same story. It's like health and vital records of your city too. Don't miss it now. Oh my God. Same thing. Remember those class pictures you took? They can make you go to some other place. They rented a building for a week and they take all the pictures of you. Yeah, you ever wonder what they did with all those pictures? Shop to Palantir real quick. Palantir owns all of your class pictures if you were taking pictures since the 80s and 90s. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. You worrying about AI. Yeah, but Palantir already got all of our faces through all those different years and all those different grades while the CIA was doing gate programs and the Project Gateway neighborhoods of the Section 8 programs too, on top of that. So you already had Palantir in your business. You had Section 8 and whatever the CIA thought was doing with sociology experiments. And then you had like, oh, big old bankroll fresh. Social Security number team, like keeping track of itemizations of their bullshit, right? Come on now. We think Social Security is going to run out by 2036 or some shit. I was like, did they even hear what we were talking about? Sometimes niggas don't listen to words. The biggest fear has been, of our generation and younger, because we don't know what Social Security really is, they go, well, they keep saying Social Security is going to run out and the boomers and the retirees are using it all. You apply for a job, you get a W-2 form, they always ask you, do you or anyone in your household receive SNAP benefits or something like that? Or any other federal or state program? You ever notice that? You ever notice why they do it? It don't even have shit to do with how much money you got either. Like, there's a threshold, I'm sure, but that's not why they're doing that. That's not why they're itemizing that when you work with your Social Security number. Those forms, Federal Reserve, IRS, Social Security, Treasuries, SEC, Treasuries, they're not, that number you get from your job is not the number that the Social Security gets for you having that job with that corporation. Then you'll see the tax benefits and all the shit that the corporation can do, how it offsets things. You're like, well, if the federal government needs more tax money, why do they offer so many loopholes for the earners not to get paid into tax correctly? It won't even be a burden because their surplus is already manipulation of a tax system, right? Why doesn't the federal IRS like address that? Or as white people like to say, keep it simple for us, tax the rich. And it's like, because that's not what that system is. And you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of information. It'll overwhelm people. I get it. And that's why you need lawyers and bankers. And like you need like a board of people to subject matter experts for each of these elements. I know the surface. I have neurons enough for each of their surfaces to tell you and fill in the blanks about it. But that's not what that is. And they ain't talking about running out of money to give geezers who have retirements and pensions and savings and 401ks and like that extra $100, $800 they might get if they're one of us. You know what I'm saying? They ain't talking about that running out because you can replenish that in real time. It's so negligible considering how much of our debt and aborted. Nah, they said they're running out of the thing, the source. You know, you saw how what happened with the banks right now being bailed out secretly. You're not paying attention to that. But there's like these emergency accounts. There we go. Accounts, websites that are accessing the similar bank overall. And Social Security is one of those bigger banks that they pull from. So Social Security is not running out because people are not earning Social Security and getting Social Security when they die. Most people die. Most people die. So thus, you're not paying them Social Security for a long time. Most people die. And then COVID came, mRNA. Those people that could get Social Security, old people, comorbidity people who need Social Security, they died. So they're not spending more Social Security because more people are qualified and drawing from it because they're dying. But they're saying they're afraid they'll run out in the next decade. Less people drawing from it now, ever than the human history, I'm sure. People still working. You see all this money and these cars and this gas. Money's being generated somewhere on these treasury bonds. And they still going locked up. We got that bond system popping. People still getting mortgages. A lot of them can't sell their house, so they still locked in to paying that mortgage. So you still got a bond system and a bond market going. What do they call it? Stocks and bonds. I'm gonna walk y'all through this one day. I'm gonna get it. Watch this. Just walk with me. Just walk with me. Stocks and bond market. Hold on. Let's run this back. There's a stock and a bond market. Those are two different words, right? So those are two different markets, right? All right, now let's walk with me. There's a stock and bond market. What are stocks? Oh, it's your piece of paper that represents your investment into a corporation's something that allows them to have liquid to conduct business, and per profits, they owe you a percentage back per the amount of papers or credits that you hold. So far, so good, and those can go up and go down somehow. Somehow you can lose your investment, I guess, if they have bad, profits, or it's a bad business. You know what I'm saying? You lose what you get. They ain't getting shit. I get it now. That's not how it works out, but that's the surface. That's the concrete of it. That's the stock side of it. What about the bonds? Well, the bonds like this are very similar, just a random instrument out there. And all of you just put money on it and you just let it sit there. And then the banks take that and create loans in 2008 crises with that. And when the people start paying their interest, they always pay their interest first. So for the next 7 years, 10 years, as they're paying their interest first for 20 years, you'll get your kick flow back. But if you buy these bonds, we can do it faster. We can buy more. We can go to more neighborhoods. We can gentrify faster. So make sure you buy a lot of bonds. So stocks help the corporations. Bonds are helping the banks. Well, the stocks help the corporations help the banks. So the stocks and the bonds help banks. Okay, all right, so far so good. So far so good, stocks and bonds. All right, now stocks on the corporate side, investment, flourish, interest back. Bonds on the bank side, loans, mortgages, we'll catch you some of these kickbacks. So far so good. The corporations, you make a profit from your community of consumers buying things and services. Bond side, you get benefits from the community, white collar, blue collar people who get the loans to build the buildings, maintenance, and all those things, and hopefully it get back to you. But which one are you in this equation? Are you the corporation? Are you the service worker? Are you the blue collar? Are you the white collar? Are you the consumer? You're all of those things. You're actually all of those things because you need a job, you need to consume, and you need a place to live. So you're paying for, hold on, let me make sure I get this right. You're paying into the stocks, you're paying into the bonds to generate interest on what you're doing. In a perfect world, you're buying stocks and shit you believe in. You're buying Nike stocks. I buy Nikes. So you buy a Nike stock. You give Nike $100. Love it here. New Deion Sanders Hyperphone Pause is about to drop. Oh shit, that should go up to 110, maybe 120. You know what I'm saying? You're saving to go to college. Remember that kid? and then you're like, yo, but they're coming out for me, so I'm gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? I have to buy those. Like, I'll wait a few months, see my little stocks grow, and then I use my stock escrow to buy me some more Jordans. You know what I'm saying? You can buy Jordans off of Jordans. Unless if the Jordans go from 120 to 320, and your stock didn't go up with it. But you still gotta buy them Jordans. Now you got, how much left you got in your stocks if you're using your stock Jordan money to buy the new Jordans? At the very least, you ain't buying them as often. So you can't even fund your own habit no more, depending on the stock market. Oh my God. Now the bond market, same story. Well, the bond market benefits from you, especially if you pay rent, because you're part of a bigger entity that has a mortgage. Hence why they say you gotta pay by the 5th, because they gotta pay by the 15th. It takes 2 weeks for those old school, slow interactions to clear, so you understand everything. So thus, why they charge you those fees. That's bullshit, and it's illegal, but Social Security numbers. So anyway, they do that, and so, all right, so the more I work, the more I pay rent, the bigger my bonds grow. You're going to invest into a $1,000 7-year bond while you have a mortgage. And maybe at the end of that 7 years, that 1,000 turn into 3,000 or 4,000, whatever it is, whatever the conversion is, if you let it sit there. And you let it sit there longer too, and it's like, I'm going to use this money when it gets to 5,000 to pay up my mortgage for half the year or whatever it was back then. It's like, all right, so you got to work, you got to save money, you got to pay your mortgage, and you got to let that money that you already put in from nothing, like, because you worked X amount of hours to put that money there. Now you about to work X amount of hours to pay your mortgage that your bond's connected to. So if you keep paying your mortgage, your bond keeps going up, and then the money's going to come out, and then now you're going to pay your mortgage, but then Jerome Powell does something. He's like, oh, the interest rates changed. So now your bank is selling you, based on this contract and agreement you did 10 years ago, what'll happen is we're going to do this thing for a few months because you owe on property taxes. So now you take your 7-year bond, because it's been 7 years in the market cycle, Jerome Powell fucked your shit up, and all that money you would have caught up, some of your interest for your mortgage payments is now covering this new thing, because Jerome Powell was playing games with 0.2s and 0.4s on your ass. Right? So they have you invest into the system, stock and bond side, and they have you, your biggest investment in the system is your social security number and your birth certificate, aka your employment forms and your benefits of a federal system. And everything moves like a clock. You go to work, you earn a paycheck, and then the stocks move, and then the bonds move. So you're convinced that you're investing into something, but the something that you're investing in is you. Oh my God. You feel me? Like, you gotta understand that. Just you in those systems. Stocks and bonds. That sounds familiar, don't it? When your energy, your habits, your consumables become part and quantum entangled to your labor. Y'all familiar with that shit? That shit sound like, I don't know, is it feminism? Is it patriarchies? What is that? Is it socialism? Is it communism? Is it we the people republic, constitutional republic? None of that shit in the Constitution if you read it. Or the Bill of Rights. What is that shit? That shit sounds so familiar. Stocks, bonds, livestock, bondages, agriculture, banking. Hold on. Where have we heard this before? Are y'all familiar with this? Shout out to Jonathan O. Y'all familiar with this feeling? What is that called? When they quantum entangle you, your life, your labor, and your leisure is all generated by your own energy. What is that called? Is that called usury? That's called usury. That's called usury. That's called usury. Okay. All right. Livestocks and bondage. Okay. The livestock and bondage market. And if you have usury involved in a livestock and bondage market, I seen these pictures when I was in McGraw-Hill School, and they're saying how, like, these people come off a boat, like NFL draft combine, and they be sitting there, emasculated, and a little white guy holding a little ruler, like, look at this nigga's kneecap, and, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, one number down, number two, and that's like a stock market. Right, that's a livestock market. So, like, if you're human chattel, because we're talking about chattel slavery, like livestock, so you have a stock market is when, you bring these people off the boat and people, start putting their bids in. And that's why, like, when men go to a woman that's highly desired, they say it's like putting their bid in. It's like going to a stock market. You feel me? So it's like, all right, so you put in this livestock bid in, and, depending on the attributes and where it's from and what it's known for, you could predict a certain benefit from that when you get him back home, since you don't know how to do shit. That's the livestock. But then the bondage thing is very interesting. I don't know if you heard about that back in the day. You have, like, chattel, livestock, and then you have bondage. And bondage be fucking people up because they only do prison and slavery, and they think there's a difference between them. I want to tell you the difference between slavery, with chattel, livestock, agriculture, and plantations, which was like fathers and their daughters, and then bondage. And I know it all sounds very similar, and it all during the same evil time. And it was like, that's crazy, because in your current time, you have livestocks and bond markets. So, and then you go to jail, you have a bond, and you get a mortgage, a death pledge, it's a bond. And you start seeing it like, damn, that's crazy. That's so crazy, man. Why? Like, that's crazy, man. Abolished slavery and emancipated slaves and shit, man. We got a livestock and a bondage market. What makes bond different? if you have the displeasure of ever getting locked up over some bullshit, and you go to a county jail first, they don't send you to prison. They send you to county jail, which I don't think is better. Send you to county jail until you talk to the magi, straight, and then they cast their little stupid ass spell, and then you wait, and then you finally talk to an assigned judge for a similar case, and then you talk to this girl who pretends like she's the coolest, nicest Mexican Latina girl ever, but she doesn't give a fuck. She's waiting for a paycheck. And what end up happening is they'll be trying to figure out how much your secure bond is. SEC. They'll be trying to figure out like how much would the secured bond be for this type of infraction. Everything they're asking you as they sign you into their system is based on banking principles and not law or justice. They want to know how much the secure bond should be. Did y'all hear what the fuck I just said? I know you didn't. Because we've been watching court and all that bullshit on TV, but they don't say these things out loud on the TV show. You understand? Law and order does not talk about secured bonds. So, you get one. Obviously, you cannot afford it, right? $10,000. So what do you gotta do next? You gotta call a bail bondsman. A bail bond. Bondage. You're in jail. Bonded, right? You're in bondage, and you're bonded by this bill. What does the bail bond servant want? Collateral. What type of collateral does he want? Other bottomry instruments. Cars, houses, or a family member, a co-signer. That's a banking term. It has nothing to do with trust or jury of peers or constitutional principles or how treaties were conducted for any type of infraction if it's an infraction of a treaty. But these infractions are not of a treaty. These infractions are of the federal penal codes for bonding based on you breaking licensing codes, UCC codes, and all these other things that your federal government through a Federal Reserve enforce solely. The police are not protecting and serving the people or the citizens. The police are protecting and serving the property of the government. And that might include citizens, Section 8, 501c3, etc. Where there's a bond attached to the commerce, where there's a bond attached to the energy spent, and there's a bond attached to the person, straw man, all caps, dead corpse, corporation, entity, you. So they're banking and bonding you. Right. Am I back? Let me know if I'm back. Let me know if I'm back. Let me know if I'm back. Am I back? Am I back? I came back twice. Give me 30 seconds, hold on, or less. Give me 30 seconds or less. I gotta check one more message. I got a phone call and now I gotta check a text message. Hold on. I'm back. We found our missing vet finally. Maybe that's what my nervousness was. That's probably why I felt that way when I woke up. They found him. He was at the VA. He finally stumbled into the VA. So we're trying to rendezvous. Alright, so at least I know where the guy is. Shout to him. To God be the glory, part 10. So we're halfway there. But anyway, I was cooking about this banking thing that people roll off their shoulders. Especially educated people who work in banking, people who work in law, and of course people work in the courthouse, because your police have a CUSIC number, your magistrate and your judge definitely have to know most of this nomenclature. I don't know how deep in the trenches they are with it, but they all benefit from this because this is where they get paid. Your judiciary enforcement of the federal setup and the incorporated cities setup, municipalities, those are all ad hoc. Those are not the original intended setups. And they're using the language model of the intended setup, but they're using a bank usury system behind it, which is why black people and Indians are the #1 targets when it comes to like profiteering off of us. Because us, unlike most people, our birth certificate is part of a trust. right? So for some of us, it'd be like the Bank of Egypt. And I know, and your brain goes, well, you found the corporate state that was with a new flag and everything over there under someone's municipalities. No, I'm talking about the Bank of Egypt. So as long as Congress is considered your trustees and they're managing your trust, get it? Like, they're not managing your trust like you trust them because you elected them as officials to take care of you and your family in the future. No, trust. Like trustee, like you trust them with your money. And this is what they're dispersing and using to fund things. But what most individuals don't understand is that the money that they're spending isn't your taxes, it's your interest. They're taxing you on top of spending your interest. The taxation that you incur, though, is less access to those credits. They don't need it. You're already generating interest by having Social Security and a birth certificate. Whether you get locked up, interest, because a lot of those prisons are connected to slave labor, connected to your Social Security number. And now you have a new prison warden number too, which tracks how much you generated just in that facility or state. Like, I know my dad's Social Security number in prison. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, you can put commissary. You just have to know that number, right? A bank account. Their prison number is connected to their commissary. But when you go to the commissary website, right, a third-party Indian design Mexican company for United States prisoners, and then what you do is put it into the trust. Inmate trust. Bondage, stock market. And then you take your charges, you convert it to the trust. They take a fee for you converting it, and then they upcharge them wholesale products with an upcharge fee. So you paid for a third of what they can get. The whole time, the trust you invested in is making interest by them being there. So they're charging you interest, them interest, and getting interest from that trust. Hence the prison system. But if they capture enough Indians with Social Security numbers connected to a certain state trust, especially the North, that's connected to a treasury that was once part of a state of the Congress that we created, then these faggots are now the trustees. Since the 80s, they've said this, I've been on video, that the trustees of the biggest bankrupt estate, blah, 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 known to man. So that means they already bankrupted the Bank of Egypt. Hence why Libya, Gaddafi would be like, I got $1 billion to go for you niggas. Remember, George Washington didn't have no money. We did, though. It's a trust. And they are acting like the trustees because you are the minorities. Y'all don't understand the language. Y'all think it has something to do with politicians and how many people there are. There's way more Latinos and Mexicans than all you niggas. Stop fucking playing with me. Thus, so the minority thing is talking about how you're treated in legal paperwork when it comes to commerce. You're not wise enough, you're not sane enough, you're retarded, minority. Thus, you can't possibly manage your own estates or trusts. So, as long as you sign up to White Zaddy and Jewish Unk benefits through your Q6 and your codes, your access codes to this trust based on your blood and your names, they know who the fuck you are. Their bank know who the fuck you are. That's the most important part. I need you to know that about math and science. That Treasury Department know exactly who the fuck you are. Because that Treasury Department could deduce that from the previous fucking Social Security numbers and birth certificates that had your ass when they first started this shit. So don't play with me, nigga. So they know exactly who the fuck their kids are, right? It's all on a blockchain. It's all on ledger. It was just paper back in the day. But they've been digitized, this shit, nigga. That's probably why Doge came through to kind of, curate and quantize all the idiosyncrasies of the fraud involved. And then they went, oh shit, we really ain't got shit in this. The Social Security may not last for 10 more years. Correct. It won't. It won't. There goes Section 8. There go a lot of the food stamps. There go a lot of the prisons. There go a lot anything where a livestock or a bonded individual, bonded meaning you owe somebody. The slavery that they sell you in school is not bondage. Bondage is you got into bondage because you committed a crime or you owe somebody money. So you could also put yourself into bondage. It was weaponized, just like prostitution was and marriage certificates were. So if you're coming from over there, wherever the fuck that is, you can put yourself into a bond and say, hey, yeah, I'll sign a 5-year, 7-year bond of my servitude to you so that I can get a trip out of here, cross the border, a passport, a bottomry instrument, and there's you get insurance and all that stuff from that too. So they make it across the waters, do what they do. You already have capos and chiefs and shit going back and forth, so you'll know they do their work, over enforced by the people who think they're tough on the other side of the water, telling you what to do. You deal with that shit for 5, 7, 10 years, 12 years a slave to pay your bond off, but you're doing it just like you pay off a mortgage. You might spend some of your money to eat and bag some hoes, but you know that if you want to get out of this job and do something else or go somewhere else without bail bondsmen or people with warrants looking for you because you owe big boss JP Morgan something, then you already know you're gonna go hard, pay it off, do what you do, and then hustle, still kill and destroy anything around you, and then you are the guys who create the federal government. Am I cooking yet or what? These are former bond servants. That's why they know the system like that. They use the system to get here. But they're doing alleged the British, what do they call that? The Bannister version of it. The fake wigs and all the bullshit where you get the big city of London. Like, they're acting like they inherited that for some reason. Well, if you inherited that, you were the slaves. They're bondsmen. And that's why you have the Freemen's Group. The Freemen's Group freed bonded slaves. Y'all don't understand anything. Remember, the South and the North had a bankruptcy issue. Well, their banking was based on slavery, bonds. Like people enlisting themselves, and not into the military, but enlisting themselves into labor camps or factories or cities. You know what I'm saying? Lumber, all of it. Railroads, those are bondsmen, meaning they don't live here, they're not native, they don't own anything, and they gotta eat, they gotta live, they gotta drink, and they're the first wage servers. But instead of you, like today, you can apply to a job and they hire you and you do all the same paperwork, but if it don't work out, they can fire you, or you say, go kiss my ass and stop working. They can't do that back then, because if they do, they become an outlaw. They're a legal immigrant. They're a bonded illegal immigrant. So they're considered a slave, meaning they're under the indenturitude of whoever the boss is. So if they're working for Walmart, then Mr. Wally is their boss. Mr. Wally is in charge of what happens to them because they're still in bond with him. And then if they get caught up doing a crime here, because they're usually criminals over there, coming here on a bond, unless they do a crime here. And the Indians or the Sheriffs or the Mohammedans have a fucking problem with the nigga. That's what the treaty is about. Because now you're not going against a foreign immigrant of a nation or a kingdom. You're going against an instrument. You're going against an investment. So if we're beefing with these niggas because they ain't shit, and then a JP Morgan or somebody goes, what's up with these Indians killing my working force? You know what I'm saying? And the Indians like, yo, fuck you, fuck him, fuck the boat, fuck the port, and fuck the business route. Now the banker can bring soldiers, maritime law, pirates, and they might have to hold that port down. And now them, the soldiers and the natives, got to go squabble it out because these niggas ain't shit. They're pedophiles, they're cannibals, and they're slaves. But they're bond slaves, meaning they're only here to do work with the chance to get something when they're done working. They got that from Israel. We have something called a jubilee, meaning if we capture somebody and they grandfather them into our shit and they're following us, like Hagar, if they're bonded to us, a servant or a slave, come on now, at the year of Jubilees, we free all of our bond servants. So they only work with us for 5 to 7 years, depending on the year of Jubilees. That's our tradition. Muslims do something different. If they capture our ass and don't kill you, if they can convert you, and you become a brother now, right? You're in their brotherhood and you're in their military, Alawites, after X amount of years, because Israelites wrote the Quran, they'll let you live amongst their brothers, word to Muhammad, the Muslim Brotherhood. Former slaves, former captives, former soldiers, all under this new indoctrination. All militaries and all churches are the same. And now when they go colonize someone else, your brothers, like Masons. You're not related. Y'all ran into each other in a foreign country. And they took both of y'all ass with them to go dig this and bury bodies and shit like that. Clocking you. Got you praying and doing weird shit. A lot of gay shit too. I noticed the lighter they are. But whatever that case is, if you stick to it, You know what I'm saying? It's word to Muhammad, Muslim. And that's most of the people they have running this shit over there now. That's why they're all light-skinned and they don't look the same. It's because, like, this is the story, bro. This is from 150 years ago, for real. For real. Real life, Suaves and everything, for real. This is very recent phenomenon. But it's all banking-based now. Bottoming instruments, maritime law. That's the only difference. All the language models that they're using is the right words that you know, but it's applying to something with money. It has nothing to do with justice, people, God, citizen. You know what I'm saying? It's not the human, tribal, social, blood thing. No. It's how much it's worth. It's a usury system. It's slavery. It's paper slavery. And that's why they had to paper genocide us, so that we can be qualified for the paper slavery. We were not on the census. The old census has told you, like, if you're this, you cannot be on this census. Dred Scott, you cannot be a citizen. So there's so many more people here who were here than citizens. There's just no record of them. So then you're like, damn, what happened to all the Indians? Nothing. We're still here. We just couldn't, our ancestors, so 1880s and stuff, just didn't fill them out. They weren't getting federal benefits. Why? They own the land. What year is this, bitch? They own the land they're on. They're feeding each other. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. With or without the squabbles, with or without the half-stepping. And then boom, 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 time moves on, people die off, great migrations happen, bigger opportunities. Niggas want to go to the cities that their ancestors built. Can you fucking imagine? Let's see what they've done with the place. Well, these white foreign immigrants are a little too racist for my taste, but we're geniuses, so we'll spruce up the place. And that's just 1900. Our clash in the 1900s in those cities is just because they put white immigrants there. We already built those cities. That's not our first time there. That's our first time there with white people. And we caught it just in time with the camera. But the federal census didn't become a thing until we had to move back into incorporated cities. And in order to be an incorporated city and not be harassed by the lawmen or the, or whatever the fuck they had going on, the court system, all the dumb shit too. They had some other shit too, bro. Remember, police didn't show up until after the 1920s. So please spare me to go into details. We didn't live like that. We didn't need to. We're not uncivilized fucking foreign immigrants who came here on bond slaves. We didn't come from insane asylums. And we didn't come from gay camps either. So, like, chill the fuck out on God. So, like, we just kind of de facto, and once they started doing the integration thing, they couldn't integrate until we went back to those cities with their foreign immigrants. North side, south side, train track, you know how it is. And now, like, we always lived there with them. Like, how the fuck these white people had too, living in an apartment building? You're not a slave master, you dumb bitch. You don't have enough kids to even have that much land. You just got here. Shut the fuck up talking to us. And then now you gotta take those neighborhoods and those kids and merge them to centralize, because then your boy Frederick T. Gates and Rothschild's son, the Rothschild of the time, they looking at this shit a little bit different. Because you see what they're doing in Germany with eugenics, right? So I remember while they're doing that, they're doing it here too. That shit that they're worried about in Germany. That shit that Hitler and all that shit's accused of and the Nazis were doing, blah, blah. Yeah, I remember that Rothschild funds that. And Rothschild's supposed to be a Jewish banker. He's supposed to be if you look at old Jacob Rothschild, you can see he's a mulatto. He's red-haired black guy, not a white guy. He's a black dude that's pale or passing. But then it turns into this guy. And I was like, nigga, please, bitch, I doubt it. But that's the name your grandfather stole. Okay, I'm with you. I got you. You hypothecated their shit. Now I know it's ours. They're Jews. But these are Jewish white people who are funding eugenics on Jewish people in Germany, or is it the black people they're pretending to be? And then they're doing the same thing over here in America. Is it on the white people and Jewish people, or is it on the black people they're still pretending to be? And that's 1930s, 1940s, 1950s. And then you get Margaret Sanger. Then you get all that sterilization shit I was telling you about that happened in Virginia, Carolina. And then you get the fucking Planned Parenthood. And then you get Bill Gates, Frederick T. Gates, Bill Gates on the same bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, Nazis, World War I, World War II. While that's going on in the news and the fucking radio and stuff, they got these people moving in. And now we know for sure, Declassified and Freedom of Information Act, that they indeed brought these fucking faggots here in the last 100 years. And the faggots here in the last 100 years have been doing experiments on our people. We don't know who the fuck they are. They're not we the people. They're not elected. They're immigrants. They're probably illegal. And then white people in politics just kind of, Hunter non squash banana. Nah, ain't no Hunter non squash banana on the Bush family that funded them to be here. How they get Texas oil, bitch? Are they cowboys and Indians? All right then, so you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of habitual line stepping on this bitch, and we think it's because like who the fuck is smart, dumb, or poor or rich? No, nigga, they're experimenting on niggas. You hear the fuck I'm talking about? Like, and white people just skip past that. Like, yeah, that's true. It is freedom of information. Yeah, they did say that. Yeah, Alex Jones been saying that. Yeah, but you know what we really got to do? Oh my God, what we really got to do? Talk to me. What we really got to do, bitch? Let me know what we really got to do in this bitch. Spend 100 years of the same shit. And then you have the banking instrument problems. Like that was a side quest for niggas. Everybody else had the banking instrument, binary instrument problems, where you're worth more on paper dead than you are alive. And then it's entrapment and double jeopardy because you know that now because I told you. And if you try to access it and reverse engineer the sovereign citizen route to see it for yourself, you'll see it for yourself. And then the judge, the people who are in position, who livelihoods are based on this system, if you try to sign in and access that system, and you don't know all the cool little secret words and ways to transfer it, they'll lock your ass up and still keep that money and then bank on the fact that your dumb ass locked up for looking at your own money. That you took it and you said, I don't need the trustees. I'm sovereign, hence not a minority. You're sovereign. I'm sovereign. This is mine. I can manage it. Thank you. Have a good time. Type shit. And you earned it just for being alive, too. It's not saved money from your ancestors. It's your Cusick numbers now. How much interest you generated by existing. That's what the short T-bond is that they sell to China and everything else. It's connected to you. They're investing in the people. And the more interesting the United States does things, the more money it makes, the more interest it makes, and the more that China, Japan, and everyone benefited. Now we're at a depression, so it doesn't benefit them to invest in us. And America's doing the same thing. They're investing in the green cards. So Indians, Chinese, but on a banking level, on a crypto meme coin level, that's the dragon bond, or whatever the Indian bond is. It's all bondage. It's all slavery, bro. But they call it cute things like citizenship and immigration now. They're more civilized, bro. They know how to change the words and vocabulary, nigga. They don't want you to worry about being a slave and bonded and trapped and being a foreigner on someone else's land and at any moment you can be fucking murdered. You know, they didn't want to do that to you. They just call it something pretty. Hey, I'm a United States citizen. Here's my flag, allegedly, with the Jolly Roger on it. We stole it. And then, you know what I'm saying? If you have any problems, we'll go to our Unisite in the United States, federal funded citizens playing armies and militias. Those are all Second Amendment or whatever amendment it is as institutions because none of them existed before Civil War. So they all playing this cool little game with each other. I get it, ICE. They're trying to make sure they keep their streets clean in this motherfucker. You understand? They're trying to make sure they get the unwanted foreign immigrant elements out of this native Aboriginal Indian black lands of theirs. You know what I'm talking about? Like you see how like confusing and crazy it gets. But the whole thing is funded by bankers. Soros, this, that. You see it? Like, if you just look at the niggas not in the battlefield, that's all you got to do. Who is funding it? Who owns the media? Who's pushing the stories out? What are the journals called that cover the story? Dead giveaway. And you see it. You're like, oh, okay. The bankers are gangbanging. The banks are gangbanging. Big bank take little bank. All right, what's a big bank? Well, how many secured bonds does it have from this immigrant population? How much does this bank have? Where do this bank have it? Who are these people that bank has? And then you just copy and paste it. On JP Morgan, Stanley, Chase, you just copy and paste it, and you find which one's connected to the Bank of Egypt one day, the real bank, you understand? And you see like those banks are their own. Each banker or bank of all these things in their sectors, in their districts, is a network, like neuron map. They're not all the same thing. But the crazy thing is, in order for them to use US dollars, they're all connected to the same treasury, and that treasury is connected to the Federal Reserve, which is like a board member, which probably all those banks together with whoever the rich resource people are of their patinas, or ours, who generate, who win no matter who loses. Like, because you're using their monopoly board in their cash type shit. But down here, the banks are gangbanging, I guess, because they're the ones pulling out all the emergency benefits. They can lose too. Your bank that you get your payroll or you pay your mortgage to, those banks that citizens interact with, you can't access that other bank. I'll tell you something about it. You can't. You're not that smooth. You have to be a sovereign or a national. So you see like these diplomats that come back and forth? Yeah, they get paid to be here. It's not because they're rich. It's because of their status. They just get a black card with that account. That's what it is. But it's not because they have crazy business acumen. These faggots and these pale faggots that come here act like they so deep. They got welfare benefits from the Federal Reserve. Section 8 ass niggas. Anyway. So yeah. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people exist here and you trying to figure out what they do, how they afford those things. No, they're paid to be here. Their status is different than yours. You would have to look at their federal ID. It's gonna have different numbers than yours. Or you have to look at their birth certificate if they're naturalized or here. And you look at their CUSIC number. Or you have to look at their passport. I don't know how deep the passport can be. But you'll just be surprised if you look at dark-skinned people here who have passports. You look at their status, see if it still says black. When you know they're from somewhere else. And then you'll notice that most of it doesn't say black when they're black from somewhere else. And that's crazy is you got a lot of them amongst you that know that. They have it in their pocket. They better know what the fuck it says, right? They know if it doesn't say black. I guess that's what Dominicans be tripping on. My ID don't say black. Me no black. Me Dominican. Oh, it puts race and nationality. Well, if it doesn't, when it says race/nationality, it only puts black and white when it doesn't know what your nationality is because you didn't tell them. The United States is not a nationality. Neither is American. Dominicans are in America. Mexicans are in America. Canadians are in America. I'm in America. Brazilians are in America. Maduro is in America. That dude from El Salvador, he's in America. Those pretty girls in Guyana, they're in America. All of those islands, Epstein, in fact, is in America. It's in the Gulf of America, in America. All of that's America. Texas is in America. Florida's in America. New York's in America. California's in America. So, American is not a nationality unless you're an American. Copper-colored, Aboriginal, Indigenous, European. 1828. Quantum locked into time and law and treaties way before the federal government. That's all. There's way more people here. Well, way more people here don't make it way more theirs. There's just way more people who over here and it ain't theirs. They don't make it theirs by being here. Don't make it there by staying here. You can be there, you can be there, we can be everywhere. Cat in a hat, nigga. But this still is America. And America belongs to Americans. Now, I could have fucking sworn Americans are Indians. And I could have fucking sworn American Indians are copper-colored. I could have fucking sworn that's not black, that's brown or red. Could have fucking sworn ready man on King David. I could have sworn, well, that's what Roman means, Amora. So I could have sworn Moorish people and their Indian associates. I could have sworn 1868 annexation of Texas. So all of this that we're dealing with is after 1933, Federal Reserve. Final answer. The Federal Reserve put the United States of the smartest white people ever, or Nikola Tesla, into slavery again. And this time it's their so-called Jewish friends. The United States Treasury is now bonded to the Federal Reserve. Get it? You get why Jerome Powell has his own interest rate calculator? Because Jerome Powell's interest rate is the interest that the United States, Trump, federal government, Treasury owes them. They're not on the same team, nigga. The Federal Reserve interest rates, that number, the reason why we're always worrying about Jerome Powell is because his bank that he represents as an employee is the one that's creating the credit that your country prints as dollars, even if it's digital ones and zeros. This is what the banks are borrowing more ones and zeros, crypto, to keep their liquid going. And all these failing mortgages and Airbnbs and all these stupid ass things after 2008, which is their biggest stake in being here on this land. Well, if they can't afford the mortgages, they can't afford to be a bank here on this land. So if Jerome Powell throws the interest rates up, the banks are at the mercy of their employees, their servants, their tenants to actually go to work and keep paying these bills, including the new interest rate adjustment. They're already paying their bills, but their bills went up. So now the banks are like, shit, niggas gotta pay this shit, because if they don't keep paying it, we gotta keep borrowing this emergency slush fund. Trump ain't shit, and Jerome Powell about to change the interest rates on us. Because remember, they gotta pay for the buildings they're in. It's a silly game when you really think about it. Like, the bank is at risk of closing banks because it cannot afford the mortgage where the bank is. It's a separate account. The bank is managing money. It doesn't have any. The only money a bank has in possession to spend is its interest. But it itself owes a bigger bank bigger interest rates. So they try to pass the pain down to you, the person, the loyal customer. And now that's unbearable. Because when interest rates hit, it doesn't affect the little people. It affects the people with hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, like the bank. And that's what's happening every day. Interest rate is cooked every day. $50 billion or more a day just for the federal government. Just for Donald Trump's. That's what they got to pay. The $38 trillion? Yeah. They borrowed that from the Federal Reserve. You understand how stupid our country is? Like, I explain it to you so easily. You can see the whole thing. But we have people and investors and crypto people who have mastered systems, but they mastered those systems as a slave. Good workers. They figured some shit out. They made it more efficient to get fucked over and make them more profits. Yes, absolutely. They're great at that. That's why they do this, to begin with. To make you really good at being a slave and calling it something different by offering you a title and a cookie. But the bank itself don't do nothing. So it's fucked this time. They all owe the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, though, a bank, loaned the United States almost $40 trillion so far, and is not making its interest payments. The Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, his set, loaned the United States $48 trillion, or $38 trillion, whatever the real number is, plus 100 worldwide. They don't say that out loud. They loaned them $100 trillion for their 700 bases and campaigns around the world, and then locally, D.C., Trump, down to $40 trillion. What I'm saying is, the Federal Reserve has never made a profit on these loans that it gave out, but it's hitting them with interest rates that they're going to have to pay no matter what happens. And if those interest rates are not calculated and taken care of correctly, like if Trump doesn't actually take the $14 trillion stolen of tariffs and throws it at that to Jerome Powell, remember, he has to convert it to actual debt resolution. He can't pay them US dollars. Y'all have to understand everything. You cannot pay debt with credit. Debt can only be solved by legal tender, which is why you've never had debt and you've never had income. But you're not supposed to know that because you're a citizen, Dred Scott. But anyway, in real life, on banking level, so the United States has to pay negative $38 trillion in resources. And that can be human-based, since you're a resource, or mineral-based, which is human-based, or gold, copper, silver, etc. That's the only way they can do it. They can take the 14 trillion charges they stole from other parts of the world. That doesn't matter. The US dollars is still the treasury. It's not new money. It's the same money they already have because it's a loan. You feel me? It's not finite. It's not like, oh, let me get my gold coin back and there's only one. No. It's infinite, but it's finite. The infinite It's always got down. It's always got down. It's always got down something. Hold on. Let me minimize real quick. I'm back. 3. I'm back, but give me 1 second. We back. Figuring shit out. What's that shit called? Figuring shit out. What's that shit called? This that subcategory of fuckery is called logistics. Finite resources, human resources, stocks and bonds, worldwide, intercontinental slave trade. It's a finite resource because there's a finite amount of people and a finite amount of labor and interest to generate, to use. Like the Matrix. Like if you really look at the Matrix, adaptation, borrowed from Gnosticism, Sophia Stewart, Philip K. Dick, and all these things, I want you to notice that the Sentinels, the artificial ones, the NPCs, the artificial intelligence, were so advanced that they didn't know that a nuclear fusion reactor would power anywhere they wanted to be. But instead, they harvested humans for the energy. Now, the humans are in pods in a deep sleep. You could say they're having an American dream. And everything they do in that pod, straw man, virtual, caps, while they're dead, sleep, corpse, imagination, subconscious, everything they do in that world seems just as real as it would be if they weren't in that world. Like a dream, like Inception. So they're in this Inception, you're doing these things, and the energy, the fear, the gunshots, the jumping, all that stuff, all that sends a charge of electricity, brain activity, to the thing that's drawing the energy from the humans. These things have to keep these humans alive, very low input, so whatever is in that concoction of red liquid is the nutrients to make sure that that body develops over time, but they're not looking at it through 40 years, 100 years, no. They're looking at how long that battery lasts. And once that battery dies off, they dismiss it, turns into compost, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So they're telling you, like, remember, the Terminator's in the same universe. That T-1000 and John Connor, Jesus Christ, and then the AI bot from the future, he's sent to himself to save his mom or himself, you know, that whole loop. But it's a Skynet, AI bots, and they're sent to kill and destroy, but what they're trying to do is kill and destroy the boy that would kill and destroy them before he does, but he did, but somehow they fucked up the quantum timeline. Yeah, that's the Matrix. That's what happens if Jesus Christ, Neo, the one, doesn't stop them then they're in captivity like Israelites. And then once they're in captivity again from these powerful beings from other dimensions and portals and UAPs and Battle of Nurembergers, and then again, finally on the plantation, connected to a bond, to this main banking instrument that's drawing charge and energy off of you. And if you wake up out of that, you're like, oh shit, I gotta wake everybody up because we're stuck in the fucking Matrix. But they're like, nah, you can't really unplug everybody at once. So it causes too much cognitive dissonance. But you woke up, follow the white rabbit, and then you boom, you meet some niggas just like you. It's like, yo, what you got out of here? It's like, oh, we just the 12 disciples. We can't even afford a loaf of bread. Like, I'll make that wine then. And then you get into the thing, like, yo, where we headed next? It's like, yo, nigga, we trying to get back to Zion. It was like, oh shit, these are Israelites this is about. The more Morpheus, Abed Melech the more Jeremiah, GMV Bible. The more Morpheus believed in the prophecy of the one. And he learned this prophecy while he was in Zion, Jerusalem. So Morpheus, who knew the prophecy of the one, Jesus Christ, would come when no one else would believe that, because this is their second or third time in captivity. But Morpheus never let go of hope. He kept searching the subconscious realm, the Akasha record, until he would send the right smoke signal to attract that random Judean descendant that's stuck in the machine. But you know, if white people and Jewish white people, Wachowski sisters are behind it, they're genderqueer, then you know they're abusing the law of polarity. But at least they're decent enough to make Lawrence Fishburne or Morpheus. So it's the story's halfway there. And then you lock in with Neo, Keanu Reeves, and Asiatic, but they ain't quite landed all the way, but it's not very clear because you got Jada Pinkett and Zion. You know, the whole story is about Israelites. They say it comes from Gnosticism. Israelites come from Gnosticism. And that's what I'm saying. We're the oldest niggas on this planet. That every hero's journey is going to be about an Israelite. On to Nebuchadnezzar, ex-Morpheus. I'm flyer than the Nebuchadnezzar on Ezekiel. And then Zion, Montezuma, Mexico, right here in America. But they're telling you that they're trying to get back to their homeland in America, but they're these artificial things with steampunk level technology and not smart enough to do a nuclear bomb, or they would have fission and fusion already and would not need humans to generate the energy they need to stay alive here, as they're blacking out the skies with their chemtrails, afraid that the sun would deactivate them. On Horizon Zero Dawn. So far, so good. All those movies are describing to you is the system that you're in now, by the way, in case you're lost on the new ones. The Matrix isn't about the quantum reality and where you are when we're dead. You're in the fucking Matrix now. It's called the United States. $1999, 2000. Remember? America is New Jerusalem in Israel. You're in the Matrix now, Israelite. Y'all waiting for a Neo? Jada Pinkett? Morpheus? Zion? Nebuchadnezzar? That, I swear to God, that sounds like the Old Testament like a bitch. Don't it? Don't the Matrix on Sophia Stewart? On Gnosticism? Hakupta, Egypt, the Temeri land of Eagle America? Don't that sound like the Old Testament? It sound bar for bar like the Septuagint and the Tanakh, boy. It sound bar for bar about my grandfathers. Then you got Maya, Sensorita, and Illusion, and you get the Matrix all over again. Then you got the word Matrix in the Bible, in the movie The Matrix, based on the one coming. You're one of six. You're one of six. All right, City Muhammad 1, City Muhammad 2, City Muhammad 3, City Muhammad 4. All right. Solomon the Christ, Yeshua the Christ. You're one of six in a succession. In a succession blood tree. But remember, they're connected to the Matrix. So you're one of six copies or clones, but in real life outside, you're one of six grandsons. And every time y'all choose the same thing, Trinity, you can't tell they're talking about Jesus the whole movie. And if they're talking about Jesus, they're talking about a Jew the whole movie. And they're saying that the Jews are in captivity, trying to break free again to get to Zion on Tartaria. Ain't that the same fucking story, guys? Y'all waiting for Genghis Khan to wake up to free the Mongolians, and then everybody else, because you know how we do. That's the story. They put that right in the beginning of Millennial High School. And we've been using that metaphor ever since. And the crazy thing is that metaphor is Old Testament. We speak in parables and shit. You'll catch it. One grandson, one grandfather, 6, G7, 13, same story. Shout out to Jonathan, 3333. Shout out to TBFB, Brad, you in the building. Mr. Now, I see you. The brother Kelly Bay, how you doing, bro? It's Americans, they're at Play Me of Citizens. I know. Shout out to everybody else. Jonathan L. Sizzle 560, I see you, brother. Appreciate you joining. King Well, how you doing? Harut on the track. What's up, what's up? Root No Enterprise, how you doing, brother? How's the music going? Jeb? Ah, shit, we got one of our brothers out there. He said, Jeb. All right, Geb. All right, Peb. All right, Hab. And then he's Anton Walker. All right, Walker is a very obvious Moor descendant. How you doing, brother? Composure Slim, Jonathan L. Mr. Now. It scrolled me down. Come on, technology. You got Broofsy. Explain why they want your picture. They already have your social security number. Oh, they want your picture because of the system scanning you on all these networks. Like in Vegas, they already have it. They have like little red lights on it, but you think it's the police looking for crackheads, and they're not. But it's actually the federal government in Palantir trying to do that social thing that China does. So they're calibrating. So they need your picture and your face to make sure, like they have a database of you. They have a database of not just you, but your name, your ID from your school system, your tribe, your social security number. They have a picture and a phenotype associated with a larger model or collection, similar to like a DNA thing, but the back end of it. Like, so Ancestry.com should exactly know who all the royals are, but that's not their business, right? They're selling your data illegally to Palantir and other corporations. So they seen my tree and I made it 3 times. They go straight to royals every time. I started from scratch. I was like, nah, fuck this. These niggas fucking with me. We're slaves and shit. Nah. You got 1 slaves. They're not even slaves. They're plantation. They're named after the plantation. Plantation owner wouldn't give his slave his last name, especially if it's a different race. So Peace Family Plantation, and my grandfather's Mr. Peace. So, so it's like, that don't line up with anything because he's not African either. You can tell by his big ass mustache. That's not from West Sub-Saharan Africa. But he a slave in America, not from Sub-Saharan Africa, alleged. All right, Jew, if you say so. But you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot going on because they lied about what was going on. And then when you figure out what the lies are, you realize a lot wasn't going on. There weren't that many people here, so what are we tripping on? Fundamentally, you have Cherokees, Choctaws, Creeks, Muskegee, Saponi, and like when you really start going through them, you'll get less than 12 for real that people really pull that Pokemon card out today. Very few, and very, very few in the South will ever say Saponi or anything like that, because Saponis were northern. But you know what I'm saying? So like, there's not Saponi Northeast, Cherokee Southeast. That's the whole border, man. That's all the motherfuckers, and all the other mixed tribes and names in that. But I'm just saying, like, in terms of trade. So that's why where we say like civilized tribes or traders, it was like the people who allowed themselves to work with foreign interests for profit. So the other Indians went into the woods and do whatever they do. You know them say it's niggas and black people and their families. And they do whatever the fuck they want to do. They didn't have to be part of that. Now there might be some bitterment and resentment back and forth amongst us, but it's not documented very well that that's the case. Because in order for them to pull that shit off, they'll also have to say, well, if that is the case, why are you omitting the Gullah Geechee Wars? Like, if you told that story correctly and how many years it sustained, then you don't really have a cool backstory for an antebellum movie about slavery without the Gullah Geechee killing every fucking body in their territory. So not gangs, they're not terrorists. Like, you moved to our island, nigga. You understand everything, Jekyll. Like, you moved to our island. Like, so what the fuck you talking about? So they don't talk about the Gullah Geechee Wars. They don't talk about the Mohammedans who were the heads of the Cherokee during the Civil War. They don't talk about Noble Drew Ali ever. Remember, he's a descendant of those wars, like their son. He's born in the 1880s, 1890s, so he's a son of the Civil War from North Carolina, or actually, Carolinas. They're together, like Tribe Called Quest. So, and that's recent history. Like, he was at the beginning of the 1900s, like during the Great Depression and the banking emergency after he died. So he died, and then there was a banking emergency. He's holding them accountable. Thus, now they're accountable. Ever since they've been accountable, they've been downhill since. Then they started world wars again. The United States Industrial Revolution couldn't sustain itself. And then all of a sudden everything's made in Taiwan, remember? Then all of a sudden everything's made in China, remember? The bankers wanted it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper to get you to work and work and work, so they keep all the interest or whatever their actual agenda is, and it seems to be genetics. Honestly, it seems to boil down to genetics, vessels. You know, the rituals and blood worship is for like them, but their other cousins may not be into that, but they're still into genetics, like creating the something something or the perfect something or the best toast, however you want to approach it. That's their science. That's why they need all that money, all that silence, all that security, all that bureaucracy. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like their way of making sure you mind your business. And but they're doing it with your pennies and your expenses, which is why it's usury. Like, they're allowed to fuck with technology, people, and things because we're distracted by paperwork. But they knotted that enough for you to always ignore, like, well, whose papers are these? Who the fuck are they? Are they Americans? Are they citizens? Are they we the people? Did they granddaddy die in any of these wars? Did they grandma own territory? So why do I have so much of their signatures and paperwork, and they're telling me it's all caps and straw man? It's kind of like act as if it's real, and it's not really real, but they'll hit me upside the head with their very real police force and prisons and judges. So it's real to me, but it's not real reality enough for them to be really held accountable for doing witchcraft on all the citizens. It's not real enough to hold them accountable, but it's real enough to hold you accountable. That's usually. So it's not because of slavery. It's not because of transatlantic slave trade. Like, these are new actors, have shit to do with this land, and you ain't got shit to do with their money and action. You know, look at the white guy, you gonna look at the racist guy, you gonna look at the Mexican, you gonna look at the black guy that's an Indian, you gonna look at the black guy that just got here, you don't look at everyone else like I'm gonna develop a social role, class, and attitude towards everyone else. Ass niggas. Like, shut up. Your grandma said. That's what the system is. That's what the Matrix is. Cypher from the Matrix. He's like Judas. What does Cypher say? He said, it is what it is, and I know what it is. But for real, base level, base root chakra, I really mistake. I know it's not real, dream illusion, and I know what our predicament is with these things, but I'd rather have steak. It's like he said, I'd rather have silver or gold than Jesus. And then he said whatever he was saying, and he became their Judas, right? Like you saw, if you read the Bible, you already saw the Matrix. And then once he gets out, we assume by the next movie, he's the Merovingian. That Cypher put back into position. And he has his Trinity clone, he has the stake, the life that he wants, the suit, and it's all fake. It's all an illusion. And he knows that. His soul knows that. But he'd rather be in that position in a fake reality than to be the fighter or soldier or con that he needs to be to overthrow colonization. So now he's in the Merovingian in all the movies. I think even 4 he shows up again. And now Neo and Trinity, who he's always been envious of, like Mary Magdalene and Jesus. And then you see like the love of Mary and Jesus, if you will, is what, you know, the new architect was targeting. It's like no matter what we do, no matter what source code, no matter what math we show at these people, as long as love enters the dancery, meaning heart-to-heart connection and a sense of purpose and jointness and a connection, as long as there's a connection in the Matrix, they're always going to find each other. It's almost like their story is inevitable in quantum entanglement. Remember, the Matrix architects stuff did not create quantum entanglement. They're artificial intelligence. So they can't, as an artificial intelligence, a supercomputer using your intelligence and pineal gland fluid, right, adrenochrome, and the little pods, as long as they're using that, they can try to create cool systems with the material already there, meaning they're limited at synthetic creation. A plus B, X and Y, hip-hop break and soul sample. They can't make the soul sample, they can't make the break from nothing. So that's the Matrix, that's the system, that's your laws, that's your rules, that's these foreigners, that's these immigrants. They're using the Play-Doh and the Connects and the Lego pieces that were prefabbed. So if you get prefab Lego doors, prefab Lego tires, you're only building houses and cars. And if you build anything that's not quite that large, it looks stupid, ugly, foreign, alien. But that's how you know they're not the Masons. They think Masons took the bricks and made the buildings. No, Masons drew the blueprint and built the bricks to build it. You big ass giant, you put it up there, bitch. The fuck? I'll make the bricks. Tetris, Legos, Connects. You know the story? I'm wondering if Slavs built bigger pyramids. Slavs didn't build houses, nigga. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are they talking about? Slaves or Slavs? Slavonic. That's where the word comes from. I'm Indian, so I know how white people are with their fetishes. No, I'm not the slaves. I'm the kings of Europe and America. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're the Masons. I'm the Smith for real. Don't do that. Like, we built everything to build everything. You're fucking up everything we built. It's a different story. And that was the point of the Matrix too. Because like, what happened to Neo? Morpheus. He's like, we're gonna put you in some VR training in our own local MS-DOS database. Sign them up. Like, all right, you can learn all this stuff, and you could transfer all the genetic memories that we've all collected in our soul group, Israelites, from David to Goliath to Samson. And you can fly, nigga. All right, Solomon. And now, once we do that, we put you back into the main interframe, multiplayer, and now we can jump in and try to free others, or stop this, or stop the agents from, you know, hunting Israelites. There's a bunch of Agent Smyths out there. And then some people have this crazy conspiracy that the Damon tools, the demon, Agent Smyth, who can clone himself, I am Legion, I am many. Some speculate that he's really the savior of the Matrix for real, if you get into that rabbit hole. But what all you're saying is every character sounds like they're an Israelite. And that's usually how it goes. So, boom. He ends up manifesting in the Matrix powers that the Matrix blocked out. So he jumped on a Counter-Strike server with a wall hack and an aimbot. He ain't supposed to have it, but the fact that it's a Matrix, it's allowed, right? Like, it can be. It's just he ain't supposed to have it. Agent Smith has it. The other elements of the Matrix have it, but the Israelites and the Jews aren't supposed to have that power. You understand something? So now he has that power. He's dusting them off. He's like, he's in Zen. He's on Bruce Lee shit, right? He's locked in on Shao Kahn, nigga. On Ben and Judah, on Kung Fu Kenny, nigga, he was locked in for real. He's like, I'll take this whole army on by myself. You just using my moves anyway. Kobe, Jordan, you know what I'm saying? You just using my moves anyway. That's the whole gas about it. And then this is artificial intelligence fighting the intelligence it comes from. So then you have that, chess master. And then you have once you overcome all that, he gets out of the Matrix, right? Where Zion is, and they're under attack physically, right? As within, so without, as above, so below. And somehow or another, the motherfucker burns his eyes out fucking with these niggas, right? So now he's blindfolded like the Moors in Corsica. However, his third eye wasn't punctured, so he was able to see that purple thing I was telling you about, that world that appears if you keep the lights off long enough when you're walking outside. And he was able to not only see things that are not there, if you will, but he's also able to manifest his control of the universe that the Matrix is in, which I think was the biggest revelation of the whole thing. Because the whole movie, he's questioning himself, like, am I really this? Am I really a Jew? Oh, it's cool. I mean, shit, the shit I learned how to do, I'm pretty good at it. Morpheus is good at it, and Trinity is really good at it. Trinity. However, he's the only one that their generation has seen, Jesus, that can walk on water. Everyone knows how to dive deep into Akasha, but he's the only one that can walk above it. You are the one, or he's a Jew. It'll be the same story. They say there's one. They say that God has one son. They say there's only one God. And then they create a trinity of three characters that are one God. That, you know what I'm saying? That's a ChatGPT loop. That's an artificial intelligence, not enough data loop. That's not what the Holy Trinity is. The Son, the Father, the Holy Ghost. What? What the fuck are y'all talking about? That's a doctrine, by the way. What the fuck are they talking about? Who's this doctorate that came up with this stupid Masonic doctrine about dumb shit, faggot? Like, no, that's not what that means. Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost? Wait, you have 2 degrees that are the same, by the way. The Father and the Son is the same, like Father, like Son. And then the Holy Ghost, third party. What's the Holy Ghost? What are you talking about? Holy Spirit. Well, the Holy Spirit is sent. So Jesus, Genghis, can send the Holy Spirit. Jin, Temujin. He can send the Holy Spirit to others. That's what he said. So that's the Holy Trinity. What? Holy Trinity is Father, Son, and the Son's Word. Spirit. The Holy Spirit. If it's a Holy Spirit, it's an angel spirit. If it's a Holy Spirit and angel spirit, it's a spirit that came from heaven. It's a spirit that came from heaven that's down here in front of them. And he's saying that you, Jews, have access to it, even when I'm not here. That's the Holy Trinity? No, maybe they got lazy. And it's like, well, God is holy, the Son is holy, and the Spirit is holy. Like, yeah, they're all from heaven. Everything from heaven is holy. The Holy Bible, King James Version. So, everything from heaven is holy, stupid. The Holy Bible, King James Version. So, you know, I mean, I could fucking fathom. But no, it would always be what we saw in the goddamn pictures. Mother, Father, Son, Holy Trinity. Hello, dearly beloved, to this holy union. 1 + 1 = 3. One thing, because you can't do a flower life problem, the one thing cannot multiply by itself and get itself. 1 + 1, or 1, there it is, 1 times 1 = 3. You're doing human math. You take one human and add it to another compatible human, then there's a third in the mix. And sometimes more. It's, you know, it's like casino rules. But it's a multiple. It starts with a spark in a matrix. So thus, ones and zeros. Same story, right? Same story. It'd be the same fucking story if you think about it. Ones and zeros. Ones and zeros. Binary. Law of gender. Law of polarity. Ones and zeros. But this is a holy trinity. Wait. You done broke my math card. That's the point. These people are fucking stupid. And that's what saved us this time. Their stupidity. They didn't take this shit serious enough to like stand on it and like update it and keep it locked in socially. They can't. It's not theirs, but I'm just saying the fact that TV, movies, and Sunday church had a big enough word cloud all over the United States of us, and it kept us condemned. It kept us in the dark. We had to learn a lot of hard lessons and a lot of bullshit and experience a lot of new playthroughs that no one ever had in our human history. But the good thing is, enough of us survived. And once we get past the fact that this system ain't shit and that it formed weapons against us and that our current outcomes weren't desired because we're not dreaming no more, cipher. And there is no stake at the end of the Zion tunnel until you finish taking care of the fucking problem. Type shit. So, at least, at the very least, as evil as this is, we're at the end of that 1900s of bullshit. We're at the beginning of 2000s of some new shit. And none of us wants to be plugged into the Matrix no more. So the Sentinels in its core operating system, its core banking system, the Federal Reserve, has a problem. Because no matter what branch, CIA, no matter what branch, FBI, no matter what branch, churches, no matter what branch, agents with no matter what branch, social media, no matter what branch they're feeding into your tube, you're not really eating the food. So you're dying off. The Matrix got to abort you. ICE, deportation. Let's think about it seriously. Let's just look at Haitians or Somalians. These are new blacks. These are new black people from another designation in the current timeline. They come from somewhere else. We assume Somalia and or Haiti. I just want to remind the class here, you can be a Somalian and a Haitian and not come to America from either of those places. The same way our brothers went to World War II, got military contracts, and got kids over there. But the kids finally came here. You'd be like, hey, nigga. I'm like, actually, I was born in Japan. All right, Kobe Bryant. All right, Kanye West. Can you imagine his ass in Southside Chicago in 13? I ain't from that. I'm from China. Kanye West grew up in China. Very little known fact. He ain't got an album about it or nothing. That's a weird fucking story. But anyway, you see it. Mariah Carey. Her brother ran away to Italy. Anyway, so it's possible for a nigga to be a nigga and never been in a nigga city. So if it's possible for niggas to be niggas and never seen a nigga before, then the same thing's possible for Somalian, and the same thing possible with a Haitian. But they have sanctuary status at federal designations on the Democrat side of Jewishness. I'm with it. So they get them there. And I saw the documentary that was happening in Pennsylvania during the pandemic, and the idea was to get these people in to be the working class for this senator government level factory program, money laundering, but cheap slave labor, if you will, because it's all wagedom. And they incentivize them by giving them Section 8 housing, subsidized vouchered housing, their families and tribes. So they're used to multiple people living in one building. No one frowned on it when the Mexicans did it. And then the cooler thing is they can get IDs, paperwork for the first time ever, with barely nothing on it. So they go to their local DMV, get a state ID and driver's license, so they can get the job, get the benefits. And the thing that was fucking up that town was licenses. They're able to get cars, and they're paying a ridiculous amount of money for it, $500 a month for Ultimas from 1992, you know, and they know how to drive because they come from somewhere that doesn't have cars, so they're fucking up street signs, getting into car accidents, and all kind of other weird chicanery. You hear shit like, oh, they're eating cats and dogs. They were. They were. They absolutely were. What the fuck y'all talking about? They're not from here. I didn't say all Haitians eat cats and dogs. I'm saying that there were Haitians eating cats and dogs. Why is that so hard to believe? Just hold it there. Haitians wouldn't be the first people in human history that eat cats and dogs. One day, what you should do is look up a chart of which animals are consumed the most on Earth and which group consumes them. You have cows, pork, chickens, snakes, horses, cats, dogs, rabbits, and some other shit that don't even grow here. Hyper-consumed way more than any hamburger that McDonald's can make, which is hilarious, by the way. There ain't enough beef for that, but you gotta understand someone's consuming something else more than cows. Anyway, thus, so that's not to say cats and dogs being ate is exclusive Haitian, because we got kids being eaten here, and that's in your DC designation. So it wasn't a racism or stereotype thing. It actually happened. And you know how cats and dogs are in America, motherfuckers own them. They wouldn't look at it like, what do you mean? I ate your cat with the collar, and I did something wrong because I'm hungry. And aren't y'all hunters? You understand everything. You'll understand something one day. So that happens way more, and it's not just Haitians that do that when they get in, by the way. Remember the rumors of the hood, like the Chinese people was like, oh, they hit a deer, man, and they picked that deer up and put it in that box truck. You seen, there's a story in Raleigh about that. Or the cats. Chinese and cats, Koreans and cats, Haitians, cats, dogs. Yeah, that's, duh. Look how they breed. Look how feral they are. That's a snack waiting to happen. Don't let a Mexican have a tortilla next by. Crabtree Valley, like in North Carolina, we had a Shelly Lake, they call it. Huge lake. And some gracious white people put fish back in it finally after they stole it from the niggas. And it was like catfish and like little fish, like to support a lake life. Mexicans came across the border in that migration I told you about, and they were fishing there, like we used to. But they didn't do the thing that we do. They overstimulated the environment, and they start catching fish smaller and smaller and smaller. And I had one like kind of joke, it's like, hey, if it's big enough to fit in a tortilla, meaning they didn't allow that population of fish to reproduce and grow and mature to reproduce, to keep it going. They just overstimulated the environment, and now there's no fish there. It's probably few, mostly turtles, and shit, but there's people who eat turtles, especially from the South. So you understand, like, that's what America was doing the whole time. These are all Americans, right? Haitians, you know what I'm saying? That's what America's been doing. But civilization and benefits and federal governments and grocery stores, you don't gotta do that here. You need a license for it, type shit. So, you understand, they're keeping track of calories and energy. That's all that really was about, for real, if a banker is yelling about it. So, they get them into the cities, they get them all these benefits, they get to see the life, they get to fuck on fat white girls, they're in Pennsylvania, and all this shit. And the factory isn't really factoring in the profits, the ideas. The lockdown, the pandemic actually overrode whatever that social agenda was. You know what I'm saying? It was too hard. It was two hands being played at the same time. And now the Haitians are a nuisance to the locals, so much so that the locals who can afford to leave have left, sell their properties, Section 8, vouchers for Haitians, and the ones who can't afford to leave, veterans, white people, whoever, who have always been in that even level Pennsylvania class, can't even afford that. Property value shit. You see how it went. Insurances go up, lots of accidents, and then all of a sudden they don't want to be there no more. And then we'll say, oh, it's because they don't like black people. I was like, I'm Indian. These are white foreign immigrants, and these are new black immigrants. Nah, they're competing over the same limited resource, land. Authorized land, federally secured and protected, with the conveniences of modern federal civilization. They don't want to live in Appalachia in the woods and cabins, my niggas. Thus, they're not from there. So good. Same story. Then, a few years go by, Trump goes, all right, ICE, baby. We got to do something with these green card people because they're not generating anything interesting on our securities. So they brought them in for the cheap and efficient labor. This is the old school plantation bill. But while that was happening, Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Atlanta, California, New York, everybody was on the internet just jamming. All right, you don't want to hire us at the factory, young black men, we'll start scamming. Or we'll start selling beats, or we start doing something else that matches that income no matter what. They weren't paying us much for shit in those cities. And we're talking about the 2000s, bro. This is not a slave story. This is the last 10 years. And then you go, okay, well, what are the foreign immigrants going to do when they see niggas on Twitter and shit out for the first time? Same story. Gang banging, wearing the wrong fashions and colors, try to fit in with who they think is their cousins or their brothers, which is honorable, but they always want to fit in with the lowlifes. And then you know how this goes. And then it becomes its own thing, and then you got the fucking white supremacists and KKK mad that there's too many niggers here with nice cars, and their girls are going missing, you know what I'm saying? Missing by like not coming home at night. And then, you know, everything all at once. And then it's like, we can't afford to keep this up. We're running out of Social Security. We're running out of time to secure our social classes. We are running out of social security. We're unable to secure our social classes. We're running out of security for our society. These are bankers in that. We're unable to afford police. We're unable to afford border patrol. We're unable to afford teachers. We're unable to afford pastors and deacons. We're unable to afford agents. We're unable to afford social securities. 501c3s, LLCs, grants, Pell, federal funding. Oh, Chinese people had to roll back the fucking affirmative action so they can get Pell grants to send their kids to schools. Well, yeah, we can't accept your kid. It's not that the kid probably couldn't get accepted to the school. The kid cannot get the FAFSA that he needs to go to the school, if we were honest ever, because they don't have enough social securities. You understand everything? If you understand something, you understand everything. If you understand everything, you understand something. If you understand something, you might understand nothing. And that's the best way to be. On Aristotle, part 3. So they try to use one thing or some bullshit, get new people excited about American culture into the slave wage game. Some of them rise to the top because they can be smart, but most of them is going to stay the same. We don't know how long that agenda is, because at any time they can send them back, right? And then that displaces the local population. That makes the Indians and black people go to Indian and black people reservations, Atlanta, Raleigh, here I guess, somewhere in Texas, Jersey-ish, New York-ish, you know, Chicago, but where we're densely populated currently. And you just follow the music and the internet and you'll see it. So they weren't targeting those places. Those aren't places you build a cheap factory for dog food or whatever the fuck it was. Now they need data centers. Data centers only need 30 employees. Now, if the other brothers doing the data center and sociology, social credit, cell phone, networking, data, Neuralink, Starlink, that team, that's a different faction. They're playing by the rules of the boomers, but they're smarter than the boomers. So the boomers, you're like, these kids ain't going to change, the fucking slave trade. They're going to change, how easy we can monitor and make sure we keep it going. And then they're like, no. We can crypto digitize the slave trade. Ah, shit. Shout to the truck. Shout to the truck. 333s, we back. French people eat snails and shit. Okay. They said Mr. Phil's on the way. God be the glory. We back. Sound drop shit. Three. That shit crazy though. The whole thing is crazy. Shout out to the brother Tragic. He was clocking it too. He was clocking it from he was more into the gamification part of it. I was more interested in the architecture, the system part of it. If I understand the system, then I can teach you the cheat codes so you can go play the game. But I want to understand the game first. I didn't understand the game at all. There's too many moving parts. Now it's like, it's the same moving part. Because they're running out of legs. They're running out of options. So you see the biggest part that's still moving, and that is the people are still indoctrinated from an old paradigm that is from 30 years ago, and they haven't caught on to that yet. Like, people don't know they're using an ancient operating system to conduct themselves as citizens. People don't know every school in America does not teach the same shit or emphasize the same degrees or subjects. And that was skewed on purpose. And if you end up in a Social Security net of federally funded additional benefits for foreigners to teach and be in places and move where they're needed for the social and class to happen, for the businesses and corporations to open up restaurants and banks, you wouldn't understand, like, why is it like that? Why people like me would want to move to a city, not because we like a bunch of foreigners and a bunch of mean people and dangerous people, because you ain't got to worry about racist white people saying no to a job where you can afford 3 times the rent. You go to a big city, make the same paycheck, get the hours, get a part-time, the hustle, being around people who have it, rather than the country. The only people you have is that stupid fucking job that you have to have because there's no other fucking job to keep what you got. Cities kind of change that dynamic. And if you can go to a city with education back in the 90s, oh, it's magic. Now they just hand out green cards and passes to anybody. And that's not disrespectful, I'm just saying it's not the same hero's journey for a United States citizen. That's all I'm saying. It's a different playthrough, and both playthroughs are dead if they're trying to automate it without your consent. You didn't vote for that. You didn't vote for anything. Just keep that in mind. The fourth baddie in a day calling, what the fuck, calm down, it's Tuesday. Come on now. Root Nose Enterprise. Root 3. Oh, we got 36 and 38 likes. Shit. It's magic. Abracadabra-doo. Yeah. Hold on. We got an interface with the world for a second. Founding the lost tribes of Judah. Tall and crazy. Same story. It's over. Like the video. Or your mama fat.
Yeah, I can hear you. You just woke up. You're lazy.
I love a fat mother though. They always got snacks. They always crying. They always put up with your bullshit. Big mamas always soulful and helpful at their level.
buddy? Okay, gotta make sure we get in the right spot.
Thank you. Have a great day. Manners. Make sure this guy is straight. He's been through a lot. His amazing testimony of refusing to die. From Skid Row to Vegas, nobody. Blessed to be crazy and have the military pay for it. Glory be to somebody's God, man, because that's an evil story for as much history as he has. Make sure that he was good money. Sunday still loading, I guess. Sunday's probably gonna load faster. I just got one big fucking dilemma. Where the fuck am I gonna wash my clothes by Sunday? I really don't want to wait that long. Especially my jacket, because I've been wearing it every day and smoking every day. Big thing, small thing to a giant. At least I got somewhere to fucking be. And at least my prayers did not come back to me void one more time. So be God be the glory. I was really worried about finding him, bro. I was really afraid he died. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how like dogs are? I hope you don't know how dogs are. But if you have puppies that get parvo, they run away to die. Like, they don't want to die in front of you. Like, they don't want to let you down, boy. That shit made me so sad. I've had that happen a few times. Not my own dogs, but around people I knew who had dogs. And the baby gets parvo or some dumb shit. You can't afford the cool medicine. And yeah, what the puppy will do is it can't die around you. Sometimes you'll find it, and most times you won't. And it's crazy because it's a puppy. So it can sneak and hide and bury itself anywhere. So I saw that pattern emerge. I was like, I've seen people do this. And I thought he was one of those people. So I was like, let me pray about it. Oh shit, nothing. Then I was like, well, I'm here one more week just in case you show up. And I told the lady that yesterday. I was like, yo, if this guy shows up, here's me. Here's my contact number. Oh, what? Nope. There's 2 loose dogs out here as I'm talking about it. 2 pit bulls. What the fuck? Well behaved. They know exactly where to go and not to fuck around with nobody. But yeah, puppies run away to die. Most people do too. We got hospitals, emergency shit now. But back in the good old days. So yeah, man. Same story. How you doing, dog? Just staring at me. Yeah, keep your ass. Shout to PT Cruising. Shout to Root Note. Mr. Now says, extra cleaning proof, you can sneak a wash somewhere. Oh, it's not even that. There's a laundromat nearby. You just gotta like Download the app. Man, they took the coin op out of coin ops. Everything is sign up, email, password, fees, transfer, RFID. Where's the detergent at? Oh, you gotta go to a Dollar Tree over there. Like it's madness. It's madness. But it's a temporary solution because this is technically used to be a temporary city. These people that live out here are not temporary guests. They are here for this whole block. There's so many more. And this is not temporary. This is just where the dice shaped and where they ended up. No judgment zone. I'm no better than anybody for real. It's just amazing to see the different variance degrees of lifestyles and social securities at play to make it so. It's a lot of social securities at play. That's all I can say about it. I know firsthand again. Most people are living off of way more money than you can make working at a job 40 hours a week. Most. You only have a working class of 80 million people tops, and that's probably not the number currently. But you have a country of 350 million citizens. 80 million versus 170 million. 50 million, 80 million. No, let's just round up, fuck it. 100 million versus 250 million. That's the actual ratio. 100 million people who can work and make money, and 250 million people who don't work at all. But there's way more of them who don't work at all. Hold on, 250 million people who don't work at all. One more time, Matrix. 250 million people who don't work at all. And they're not all children. You know what I'm saying? They're not all under the working class, no. I snuck them into the 100 million. Nah, everybody else is something else, somewhere else, doing something else. National security. Securities is plural, several bonds, several certificates, bottomry instruments, national securities, foreign national securities. That sec part is implied based on who's talking about it. If a banker is talking about it, they're only talking about securities and bonds. They're not talking about people and politics, although these are banker politics. These are not social politics. These are straw man politics. These are not my father, my uncle, my city, my town, my patronage. No. Pigeons with mohawks. You don't see everything in this life. Yeah, it's no. Yeah. Scammers are robbing old people. That's all. They got it. And they got friends and families and descendants who can use it because they're not. But they're just going to die and someone's going to squander it or steal it or put it somewhere else. Either way, the bank got it. It's just ones and zeros on the bank account. Eventually, jubilees. It'll be released from their hands and their straw man, and the bank will dissolve it, or they call it discharge. And then the Treasury Department, if you go to your state Treasury Department and you look up missing money, you'll notice this with the Treasury, right? Why does the Treasury know you have missing money? Go ahead now. It's all gonna make sense to you. You should check. Every state you lived in or worked in especially. Check their Treasury website. Do missing money plus Mississippi Treasury or missing money North Carolina Treasury. And they might have a different subgroup now for it, but the reason why they know you're missing money, whether it's 401k, kind of some dispute you didn't even know about, or something with, back paid securities and rents and stuff like that, because all of that stuff is associated with Social Security number. They ain't all the money that's out there that someone fucked around and didn't pay you correctly, but that's the one that the Social Security number gets reported to from the Treasury Department. And you have to claim it. You have to claim it. They got your Social Security number. They got your last address. They probably even have your phone number. But they don't have an agency, an office to go pursue you. So they list it like a newspaper. And they're only listing it so that they can say it's been publicly available for X amount of years before they steal it from you. That's all. I had the same problem with my mom. My mom had one. and it was left to next of kin, me, her only son. And I went through the process, got the birth certificate that I burnt down because I didn't have one before. Crazy story. And then sent the New Jersey Treasury my information, and they're like, wait, you have to now go to somewhere else in New Jersey and get her, I had to take her death certificate, which I have, unfortunately, and do something else to make myself the, it's the legal, it's the loophole thing you have to do. You have to become the, there's a word for it. It's an unnecessary word too because I'm her only son, but in order for you to finalize this process, you have to go through each of these steps through the New Jersey accounting department's appointments all over again. I was like, fuck, I'm in North Carolina. By the time I can align myself to go to New Jersey and finish that last step of it, I went back to the Treasury website and it was gone. Either someone else claimed it, which would have to be her mother or her sister, that's only next of kin, or the Treasury Department of New Jersey did whatever with it. And that's what I'm saying, like, because of all those loopholes and yellow tapes and paperwork steps in areas you've probably never lived, they make that shit greasy on purpose. But if you have money already, of course you can hire someone in law or lawyer or attorney or someone who specializes in these things from that state. And it seems like they just pass all through all the checkpoints without your stuff. You get it, like, as a third party, they can just link it up for you. But if it's you for real, you know what I'm saying? You gotta go through the fucking birth certificate, death certificate, social security number, photo, like signature, a fucking what's that shit called? Notarize, like, make sure before we release this bullshit ass however many dollars it was to her own son. And then that's where we get caught up. We make it emotional and personal, like people to people, mother to son, like, you know how it is. They don't give a fuck about that. They're going through their ledger, their accounting. They don't give a fuck about it. They don't give a fuck about you getting it or them not having it. That's not, the Treasury doesn't care. Because what are you going to do with it? You're going to take it out of the Treasury, they're going to transfer it to you, and then you're going to spend it, and it's going to end up back in the Treasury, right? So the only thing that's going to change is that money sitting there that they're loaning out, building interest on, is going to go through the system to acquire consumable things. Either they're going to discharge it to loan it out, or they're going to discharge it to you for you to waste it. Either way, it's the same story. It's an accounting story, not a benefit story. We look at it as beneficiaries, which we are if we're part of the trust, but we're looking for the benefits of the trustees, which is a federal prop. It's a hypothecation of civilization and government and banking. It's not what it is. They're not smart enough to do the real thing. It's not morality. It's not good or bad, evil. It is. The effects are. What it becomes with behavior, yes. But it's an inception of madness. Y'all gotta realize, a lot of people came to America, come from a place where they were stupid. For us to have the #1 education in the 90s, peak immigration, the world was pretty fucking stupid. Wasn't always internet and wikis and quick copy and paste surface level answers. Wasn't always AI and cheat codes and notes on paper to get through things, tests, organized. No, like generally just kind of stupid. Yeah, you see it manifesting now in the dating and the social media stuff. I can see it. Well, the big problem is it's not getting money and providing protection. They're stupid. That's all. I don't mind it. I find it to be honorable. It proves that being intelligent and competent and aware of things doesn't change survival in a system. All you gotta do is be smart enough to navigate the system. Navigate through the system as a ghost. They call it limited contact. That's the smartest playthrough for a system. Limited contact. The less you're in contact with the thing injuring, the less injured you get. And that's crazy. It's a principle. Limited contact. What I'm saying is someone coined that concept of lifestyle through a system because it's an injured-based system. It'll injure you. Yep, whether it's psychically, psychologically, financially, you know, the stability things, issues, dramas, delays, storylines, all this artificial construct of energy manipulation. And that's what we're waking up from. We don't like our energies, our anxieties, our stresses, our nervous system being manipulated. Trump did this. ICE did this. Black man killed. White woman killed. You know, like, can I live? Can I live? To God be the glory. Can I live? Tell us when you start doing something nice for niggas. Like, we need some of that dopamine, baby. Cortisol, man, that's so cheap. Cortisol's a dime a dozen. That's why they run it that way, man. But now the cortisol ain't cortisol. Like, now my cortisol tired. Like, nigga, they ain't no threat. Ain't no lying. No need for you to run full speed. We're just gonna put this very uncomfortable looming feeling on you. And that's the psychic attack. That's the psychic attack. That's how you know it's witchcraft. Because you listen to my videos and other videos and see the other signs like I do. And then if you don't solve for what it is, why it is, and a pleasant outcome, you just get, you get zapped. That's why a lot of surface level people wouldn't talk to me, because I zap them so fast. Not of what I'm saying or what it is, but because they're trying to achieve a frequency somewhere else, and the energy that I'm revealing, once it clicks, it zaps that something else they projected in their mind about it. And then you become the asshole. And you become the asshole. Because it is what the fuck it is. So the brother was saying yesterday, he's like, I don't even really fuck with people like that. It's harder to blah blah, because once you're awake, it's like, that's the trade-off. You understand what I'm saying? That's the trade-off right there. That is not a problem. That is not, I wish it was different. That's not an injury. That once you get out of the injury, other injured people are going to try to injure you. You understand? We frame it like victimhood because we're so used to it in the injury system. But once you wake up to any concept, small, large, as soon as you start talking about shit and knowing shit, and you go across your friends, your family, your homies, your timeline, and you start filtering life through those filters, you're going to notice it right away. You'll notice it right away. You would have noticed it when you were a kid, but you'll notice it even more when you start landing what this is. And then you can explain it, and people agree, and then you'll notice they shut down further. They're not shutting down because of information. They're not even shutting down from despair. They're shutting down from communicating with someone who knows that they're a slave. Count your blessings. You knew something was wrong, and you suck an answer, hoping that you could relieve an injury or two for you, your people, black, white, and everyone in between us, right? You're on somewhere in that journey where you want to fix something because you know what's wrong. And then if you stick to it, and you take it serious, and you pray and do the research, law of attraction happens, and you learn more. Welcome to my channel. Like, comment, subscribe, and everywhere else. However, most people don't even feel that. They don't feel like nothing's wrong. They look at themselves and go, let me look in the mirror. Something is wrong. I need some clothes. I need to get my hair somewhere. I need to get pretty. They look at their phone. Something is wrong. I'm not getting any attention. They post some pictures. They waste some time. They send some texts. They check their accounts. They check their wallet. They check their purse. Something's wrong. I ain't got enough money. They think of what's going on. They start thinking. Go to where the people who have money go. And then they go around to people like, something is wrong. These people are not giving me the attention and money that I want. And then you understand how it plays out. That's a playthrough for every last single organism cell in any system. But you come along, Mr. Immune System Defense, like, hey, immune system, those proteins don't go to the booty hole, man. They're like, who the fuck do you think you are? I've been going to the ass my whole life from the kidneys. And you're like, all right. Be a bunch of cancerous cells out there if y'all keep going there. Who the hell you think you are? You ain't gonna tell me nothing. You think you better than me because you're a neuron? You know I'm a neuron? You know I'm a neuron and you're not listening. All right. You see what I'm saying? As soon as you plug yourself out the matrix, they know what you are. As soon as you unplug, your family, your friends, everybody know what you are. They don't need a language model for it. They know that you're no longer part of the dummy system that they have enjoyed playing with other dummies. That's where for you, for your type of people, that's where the warfare comes from. It's because you are rare to them. Meaning, the way they conduct themselves around everyone else they rather conduct themselves with, they know they're not aware like you are. And then you look at them faction up in the games and the dramas that come from that. If you're aware enough to want to fix it, address it, talk about it, best and believe God, there's someone else aware enough to not want it to change. So you show up as the Delta. There's something different about you. Why you say that? It's not even what you said. It's not right or wrong either, bro. It's the fact that they talk to just as many people as you who don't notice shit. And you're noticing stuff. And like, well, if you're noticing this stuff, then you might notice the stuff that I'm part of. Type shit. And that's more, that ratio increases with more lit or more action or more attention a person has. There's gonna be way more darkness to find. Especially if they got lit before being awake. You understand? Becoming rich and famous and lit way before spiritual awakening, there's a very particular way to get that. And then a lot of those people who got it like that through 90s and 2000s ain't got it like that no more. You notice. They can't get it again either. Hence, they know exactly who the fuck you are. Like anyone who does this system stuff, or the government or aiding agencies, they know exactly who the fuck I am, because why the fuck this nigga talking about this? Not like talking about like you can't talk about the fucking shit. They got websites for you to read it, so it's not hidden, it's not classified. I'm not breaking the law either. It's just the fact that ain't no nigga supposed to know anything about the Federal Reserve or that Cusick number or that banking system without trying to sound like a funky more, or trying to do a sovereign citizen paperwork hypothecation register differently with the same federal government causing injuries, but for more benefits. They be like, why do you, mgthefuture, DeyZan Smith, know all this stuff if you're not going to use it to your advantage in such a way to demonstrate how to, give people more, handouts? And it's like, because I'm not a Black Panther or a socialist. I'm not communist either. Those are political parties for citizens and slaves. I said I'm fucking King James' grandson. They don't know what that means. And that's crazy. It's as simple as that. I am King James and King John's grandson. Period. Once you move from there, it's like, I get it now. It's like, oh, that's why I'm so fucking weird. That's why I don't want to benefit from a system. It's not about any of the system for real. It's not the people, it's just like the idea itself. It's like it's causing injury to me and everyone else, and it's squeezing us. It's running out of stuff, securities, and the cost of living is skyrocketing. But you're smart. You can figure it out. I did figure it out. That's how I made it to 40 by myself. But I figured out everything else on the way to 40 too, to reason why I only got to 40 and not to the moon. It's a fixed loop. There's a week or two, get some income going. I like to move, so I get a car or two or whatever the fuck I do. But no matter what I do and how I do it and how I get it, by the summer, it's just the same shit again. I want to achieve it. I want to sit on that. And I want to think like, ooh, so glad this is just like the 20 years I'm most familiar with, and then go from there and go, all right, now where? And I'm 40 years old. I got at least until 120 now on Judah, right? So 40 to 80 more years of what? As the current system, as we're talking about it. I can't fucking fathom it. I couldn't imagine. They telling us we can't afford a house until we're in our 50s. All right, so we'll be renting, subleasing, doing whatever the bullshit is at any fucking cost or value that will allow us, if you will, right? And the system on our grandmother's land, by the way, which is the psychic injury. Because once you know, you can't unknow, right? And once I get back into this force and the income and the steps and the things I want to do just to keep myself from being bored, because I don't want to die either, right? From like that energy of being useless. So make myself useful. Make yourself useful. Make myself useful and get the little fucking cookie crumbs on Scooby-Doo mysteries. Still want to hear from Gabrielle. I'm still going to have dreams. I'm still going to run into weird people and probably be a bigger piece of moldavite. So no matter what I do going forward from this video and previous videos, nothing's going to change in my life in those dimensions. It's what women are afraid to do. I'm settling. I'm settled down. Trying to change, rebel, fix the system, put myself in the top of the system. It's not my turn anymore. I get to sit back and process the wisdom. I'm partying bullshit, bro. Get stable, like I've been doing, keep going, and go further, and just eat, drink, and be merry. I unlocked it. You might gotta deal with the fucking assholes, the fuzz, and the bullshit ass niggas who don't understand anything I'm talking about. But base reality. What I see, what I know, and what I just lived through. God didn't send me here, or us here, to be this fucking aware to do the same shit that everyone else is doing either. And that's where we might get lost in the story. You did not get to this awareness because of you, or our IQ, our intellect, or our smarts even. Not even our education. My education just helped me box demons. But the mission that I'm on comes from else. It's been working it out for me. It's been linking me to the right people that give a fuck. It's been telling me to sit still and be patient. It's been telling me go to the desert. It's been telling me watch what happens when you get there. It's been telling me walk up and down the street. It's been telling me go live today. I don't feel like going live. I don't feel like talking this much either. But what else? A few more days, I'll go somewhere else, Lord willing. And then I re-and boot. What nigga, we got fucking Neptune and Aries and motherfucking Fire Horse. Alright, I'm very familiar with this story, 2007 and 8. Now though, I'm older. I'm aware of a lot more things. And I'm somewhere totally new-ish and different. And I don't have any of the things, traps, that I ought to be in for coming around forming what I've dealt with. I sidestepped damages and psychic attacks, unfortunately, from my partners and women and the society at large that refused to awake. So all the injuries that would have pulled me down by now, this whole shit would have been gray had I not walked away 5 years ago. Because 5 years ago, what it turns into right now, with all that history, with all those problems, with those same people looking around like Trump. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. And then, you're trying to find a new partner or mate in that interim from 2020 up through, and it's like, no, I don't think God sent me down here to save you. That was Jesus. That doesn't exist. So, you go through the motions of, the playthroughs they installed in this. Like those first games you get when you get a Gateway 3000, and you got like the little stupid CDs and shit and the little brochure book. That's all. You mastered all those games. And you know how you mastered it? You no longer want to play them. Once a boy masters a video game, he doesn't play that much. That's why you play MMOs, because it's hard to master. You're not mastering the game no more. You're mastering the game versus other people who mastered the game. It makes it a much more difficult game again. But if you master Sonic and Tails and you master the Super Mario Bros. 3 playthrough, you're probably not turning that bitch on every day, are you? Exactly. Probably not drawing any other characters in school. You're probably not dreaming about it. You're probably not going to the store and noticing the new merch. Hence. Attention deficit disorder. The United States Treasury bonds and the working force have an attention deficit disorder. Attention is energy, energy is current, current is currency. It's an attention currency disorder. System-wide, it ain't even got shit to do with me, bro. I wish it was just, I had to change my mind and get a good attitude and, snap back in on cycle. The older I get, the longer I live, the more and more people that I already see are already unplugged. It's just, God be the glory, the way that they arrange electrons and attraction to support and sustain their current mode of life. It's not hard. It's not easy either. But then it's like in any other dispensation, that will still be the same feeling. tall person that has a house right now, and a car, and a family, and a wife. Them brothers are like under a psychic attack too. Because they have everything that they see us talking about that we don't have, and they feel exactly the same as I do. That's all I needed to know. I got some damn dope, smart, highly effective, did the right thing brothers who stayed out of some hood nigga shit, and they got to where I'm at today, Lord willing, and we're here today evaluating the state of emergencies and going, I don't really feel like all that shit's what it's cracked up to be either, and I have it. I know, bro. God bless you, though. You have it. But that ain't it. I know. Same thing with our sisters. They have it, but that ain't it. And that's the psychic part that's happening right now. That's why I'm doing these videos. It's a psychic thing. People don't know what psychic is, but it's a psychic attack, a thought form. Something outside of you that's connected to you because of what you subscribe to. You agree to the terms and services. You let the vampire in. Psychic. You let it in subconscious. Psychic. You let it in psychic. And it's and everyone's scanning it and it's like, nah, I don't want to do that. It's prodding you. You sure you don't want to throw your life on the line by marching today? No, I'm good. Fuck them both. You sure you don't want to sign up for the military? Get another scat pack? I did 4 years or more. I'm good. Are you sure you don't want to go back to school? There's no affirmative action or DEI, and it costs too much. You sure? You get a little bump in your pay grade in 50 more years of debt, and socioeconomically, you're gonna move next to a data center. You want to be one of the first people to move into a smart city? Yeah. I'm not gay enough for that. Well, do you have anything for heterosexual males? Well. No, because when I go to the job, I gotta get DEI training, all this shit, make room for faggots. All 1% of us. Well, what can a straight man do in the United States of America? Well, protect and provide. Like, all right, nigga. All right, 1895. Let me know when, you take that Morse code and that telegram and, disseminate it to niggas. There's nothing for me to build. You feel me? You gotta understand that. Everything on Smith, on a builder degree. There's no one in my society, no women, nothing. There's nothing for us to build. Like, that's not here. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing new, novel. We don't need anything. It's all about us. We don't need anything. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to interpret it. My father's built things. I have nothing to build. AI is in my lane. It wasn't always AI. Remember 2023? Yeah. AI kind of stepped on our internet digital transactions, paywall subscriptions, kits, all that. AI just stepped on that. And now I'm 40. So it's like, it doesn't matter if it goes or rolls back. All those kids after us now use AI. They're no longer connected to that world anymore. Right. And so they killed our whole thing. Without making a profit. Like, what I'm saying is, they borrowed money from the Federal Reserve again, OpenAI, stopped natural Indian pathways and routes and veins of commerce and connectivity, automated it. Hey, try this new feature. You like the song you made for your little edit video? I hear everyone else using the same fucking song in their video, so I don't know why I need to create an infinity video if I can just click on this song and see all the videos made today with more views than me. Because of the fucking song they use. So, you understand? Like, they shortchange these niggas, bro. But in shortchanging niggas about the promise of AI and all that shit, they robbed us. So now you understand 1933, and you understand the Civil War. It's the same story. These big guys in the big boats, they call them robber barons, selling some bullshit from their land that you can't get to. And then when they over-deliver or over-promise and under-deliver, you're stuck with the bill with mad niggas that are mad at you. It's the same story right now. But now it's virtual, thank God. It's crypto now, so now the war is digital. And what do? They took over TikTok. They already took off Epstein, right? And that's crazy, right? That's a lot of money, a lot of control, a lot of codes, just to get you not to think about pedophiles and faggots. So it's kind of a human service, you know what I'm saying? You gotta think about faggots and bitch ass niggas every day. But when you think about the back end of it, the tech bros and the people who access that code to go to your phone, oh, so you guys are cool with them, you know, hiding faggots in Epstein too, huh? That world you want to create, that marketplace you want to create, that metaverse you want to create, you're cool with hiding the faggots and pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what's a grown-ass, black, straight, heterosexual man supposed to do when every popular platform that we have currently, including this one, is perfectly fine with what people do to little boys, little girls, and women? Get richer with them? Draw more traffic to it in them, just for 3 a.m. and conspiracies and all the real shit that got me here to not exist because there's a political agenda that somehow affects the virtual internet that they don't own anyway? Weird fucking story. But you're on their social media, they're on their phone services, you're on their networks, and everyone's lazy, so they're gonna use the same app for convenience. Until we stop. Until we fucking stop. And that's what's happening now. Go to Threads, you're gonna see it. Like, what happened to TikTok? What happened to TikTok? And you see the same tropes. And that's a perfect time for MySpace to do the thing again. They ain't trying to fucking reinvent some energy they never fucking experienced. But what they're saying is, this shit dead. Yeah. Remember, they fucked up. They did the 2016 class of trophy people. And as soon as they find out that something has something to do with the Me Too, Epstein, and they don't understand all those degrees, but they know, like, it's bad, like, we can't fucking support it, man. There's still Chinese red note out there. Ain't nobody got no motion on it. Or, you know, we should stick together. It's like, this is the yearbook signing. This is, like, you go class to class to get your yearbook signed by everybody. And, they're about to log off. They're about to sign off. There's nothing interesting going on social media for this generation of people. The women, it's usually black women. You know why? Because ain't nobody pandering on their pictures no more. Dopamine. There's no more dopamine. And now you're looking at people like me and other brothers and sisters now holding them accountable, which gave you the baddie culture, a surplus of likes and attention and random Cashaps and DMs and dates when they get hungry. I don't have that there no more. MySpace needs to come back. Yeah, MySpace is when niggas did that. Day one. So, yeah, no, that's not coming back. They then said Instagram was lame because of interaction and algorithm. Yep. It favored short stories and TikToks that people engage in bookmark because they're data collecting. Absolutely. You're not cute enough if everybody's cute enough. Sexual marketplace value. If all of you look like Kelly Rowland, then none of you look like Kelly Rowland. Y'all fucked that up. Thus. So the sexual energy attention gathering of these platforms are not there. Even if you see them with 1,000 or more likes on it, their comments are 10, 15, 20. I'm counting. I took statistics. So I was like, oh, content creator. So I was like, oh, you're not. Everyone likes your picture. Niggas been tapping like for 1,000 pictures a day for thousands of days, but they don't like you. They don't like your thoughts or your hot takes. And now everyone's going against your thoughts and your hot takes and other platforms with more views than you. That's when you sign on. You don't see the DMs and the hearts and the, oh, my beloved dear one goddess. You get women, we need to be accountable. You get men saying, oh, I don't need no women. You get your DM saying, hey, would you like to sign up for this crypto meme coin? You don't get, I'm part of a bigger world. You get isolated. You get childless and single by 30. And it's only 2026. Men have already withdrawn from the internet. Not as many men want to be content creators. I know all you brothers make beats and stuff, and you ain't trying to put your face in the studio and do all the things for the new beat you made. We did that shit for 20 years in a row. Women finally hit their 10,000 hours of being attention whores on the internet, and it's no longer inspiring. AKA, they got old. They got old. This is the first time you see millennials get old. And we created the internet that you know. It ain't going no backwards. Shout out to the brothers. I'm charging this. It's crazy. This phone drops 13% when I'm walking. It's at 1%. Just like Jonathan said. Hold on, let's move back to what Jonathan said. I'm just cooking. I'm sorry. I'm chilling, guys. Don't worry about me. Scouting the surroundings. Shot break. Shout out to PT Cruising. Smyth-EL. Ask the cleaning crew, can you sneak? I want to find that laundromat, that's all. South Africa is the same type of thing too, Root Enterprises said. Root says, yep, it's the same here in Denmark. Same or more money than working and standing in a full-time job, yep. Miss Penny said, yuppers. PT Cruz on 3. It is what it is. Miss Penny says, toilet witches that love toilets, mirrors, and other portals make their lives up. I didn't know there's wait. I thought a closet witch was indeed. I did not know there's such thing as a toilet witch. What is going on? Root's 3. Miss Penny says all the rooms are fucked up because other games that others think is their game for 12 plus years. Yes. It's interconnected. It's a matrix. PG Cruising, yep. Elmison says they know what you are not. You got it free. And to flip the spell to settling is choice. They're afraid of definitive choices. Mr. Now says, just like Jonathan says, they're afraid of the I am, but instead they're more afraid of I know. Mr. Now. 3 theories. Mr. Now, the VR Petaverse is the only thing they enjoy developing. It would seem to be the case. Because you saw what they did to the kid that was hunting down predators in Roblox. Like Roblox, the platform is like, don't do that. What? Mr. Now says the only dates they have left when they are hungry is the ones that they grow on palm trees. Oh, dates, like dates on palm trees. Bars, bro. That's a barcode. Know that. Let's wait for this phone to charge a little bit more. Somehow it's 18 or 16%, but it just said 1 or 11, or I don't know what it's going to do. It's on a big charger. It's on the iPad charger, so we'll see. Trying to figure out what else it is. Oh yeah, just stocks and bonds, livestock and bondage. AKA slaves and shit. It never changed. It never changed, guys. That's the United States. That's not America. That's United States Service Corporation. There's no concept of all bunch of tribes and fathers and leaders being united under one anything, unless there's an emperor or king, which would be their brother. Usually, father. My father throughout my heaven, holy be thy name. It's usually fathers and sons. The tribes do the same thing, copy and paste. Even on a local woods slogan, it's the father and his sons, Uncle Eber and his son. It's not, there is no democracy. No such thing. You wouldn't vote your resources, your time, your energy, and the legacy of your ancestors away at chance. You wouldn't gamble stability and security for the future, first of all. So democracy doesn't make sense for how they used it. Democracy makes sense for a boardroom where y'all ain't got shit individually, but y'all gotta use the same shit together. Yeah. Democracy makes sense on a ship. When you have problems and disputes and drunks, and you're like, well, all right, who's getting thrown overboard? Say I. That's democracy. It's a pirate. It's maritime. It's the goofy shit you gotta do on a ship that none of you own. Whereas, if you were on one of our ships, you wouldn't have the problems that they had to cultivate to begin with. And you would be going somewhere you've never been before, exciting. You'd be going there with people who are excitingly dangerous. And you know at the end of the day, you're gonna see spaceships. It's 2 different stories. It's so different with us. It's like, one is like traveling with boys, and the other one's like traveling with girls. You're traveling with the Mamelukes and eunuchs, or are you traveling with the Sir Knights? Because when my grandfather came here as a knight and immigrant, he came over here with swords. understand anything, you understand everything. Our boats had swordsmen on it. You understand the whole democracy story? It sounds funny. Like, you remember how Peter was? You remember Peter? Remember St. Peter? Petersburg? Jesus' best friend Peter? The guys that are traveling with swords? Yeah, his nephews and his son. Those guys came to America. You gotta understand everything. You understand something about history, the real history of the colonization of America. Is what they're telling me is that Genghis or Jesus and Peter, they're characters, they're best boys. Their sons, and 11 others, 13 colonies. Those boys, their kids, came to America. Do you understand how fun that boat is? Like, both their daddies walk on water. One daddy is an expert swordsman. The other daddy is a healer, priest. The other one is a swordsman and a scouter. And about that action. And already seen how everyone like played their boy in their face and how they had to hide because niggas is crazy. Amongst his own people. Like Lil Bow Wow was like, they don't know I'm famous. But now they're kids. Their kids. Whether it's their kids or their grandkids, it's their kids. That's why they're in that book. It's their kids that came to America. So you understand what I just said to you? You're on the boat with them. There is nobody else in this story. That's why you have the story in the language. It's their story. These are the 12 disciples, colonies, bro. Jesus and 12 disciples, 13, yeah, New Jerusalem. Where are their kids? So the fishermen, the Thunder Brothers, the big ass football players, they came. The other nigga, the money changers, you know Judas wasn't by himself. And if Judas had kids, then you know Jesus and Peter would have took care of them. Yeah, they all came over. Yeah, the other ones who were soldiers, strictly. And then you saw the brothers that were in captivity, like towards the end, that Paul was writing to. And he was writing, and he's cursing them out. He's like, oh, you know, them niggas used to fuck with me, but they changed up, but you know how it go. Like, that's what Paul is writing about. Paul is writing about being in a position that him and his tribe or faction of Israelites, or whatever he is, I think he's part, like Christopher Columbus actually, which is the funniest thing about it. Paul comes across like he's Christopher Columbus actually, because that's the same time period. Anyway, so he's eating it at the end of his life. In the beginning of his life, you know, he was working on the other side. He was compromised. He was an agent. Because like he refers to them as brothers, bro. But he's known as a Jew or Israelite killer or something before he's knocked off the horse and all that shit. So yeah, he's just an agent. He was just doing his job. And he was doing his job during the same time Judas was doing his job, where they didn't believe for a chance in Hades that Judah or something like that would come back. So, you know, just get with the program. Just don't worry about this, MG. Just, you're making excuses. Just go to school and get a good job and find you a good woman. And they just named 3 impossible shits that take 30 years as of this timeline. Hence, so when you bring that shit up to Judas, you bring that shit up to Paul, they're like, ah, nigga, please. Let's get this money. And then once Genghis came and died, and Peter and everybody, that's the real names of those people, you know, King Arthur and his court, like that trope follows. Once they left to some new lands, Paul and them were getting caught up. That's all it is. They're getting caught up. They're being betrayed by their own brothers. You notice the story repeat itself? So now, we were in captivity when Paul was up. When we are freed, now Paul is down. Paul is the obvious, right? The seesaw, because y'all know this is the same time period. Tartaria, St. Petersburg. That's when Tartaria is turning into Russia, Istanbul, Turkey, Ottomans, like, it's them. It's literally them. that time period. So Paul is stuck somewhere. And he's gifted. So he's a descendant of Jews or Israelites. And he has people he's writing to. You know, it's the Galatians and this and that, and these places. And I think we took that concept with the black Christians and Moors that brought Christianity from Paul to Americas, and hence their churches and doctrines and Lutheran and this follows that. Yeah, remember, those people are Moors, not white people. Like when they talk about Lutheran era and all that stuff, prior to 1611, all of that's Moors. So don't even fucking play with you. So these are the black people who are still there, coming up with these Pauline churches, because they're still there. They're not over here with us. You understand? They have those churches now over there, the black ones. They're not there, you know, they're not Moors anymore. But I'm talking about after the fall of Granada, before 1775. The Moors still over there who haven't been here yet, don't know about here yet. And that tells you, Genghis, Jesus, Paul, Peter, the warriors, their friends, they had thousands of people following them, by the way, watching this and learning everything. They're not there no more. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Luke. So the people who are last there are now the first here. And the people who are the first there are now the last there. That's the end of that book, I think. That's the end of the book. The end of the book when Paul's, like, he's not in position of power and control no more. He's having the visions, the near-death experience, and he got his download. He had his little DMT trip, and he's like, oh shit, I know who I am now. As soon as he did that, he hit his dark night of the soul. He began his hero's journey, and all of it was filtered through how to redeem himself, because he knows what his starting point was. He knows that Jesus is gone. He don't know, none of them know where Jesus went though. So they're living in the aftermath of what happened, however he contributed to his killing too, because he's a contemporary. And the fact that the prophecy of his ancestors came true, and now he's not there. And now these ain't there. You know, they say they're writing their John, but you know, they're using English names. We don't know which John it is, but we know that he's still trying to reach out to the other Jews that are still there. Because the Kohen of Jews, Pharisees and Sadducees, were following Jesus because they're all the 10 tribes in captivity. Paul was he was the one that bended his knee to be offered all of the degrees of that kingdom. So now he ain't the man no more. For them. He's not Kanye no more. He's not Jay-Z, he's not Nas no more. And now he's going through hardships and financial trials. He got bit by a snake on his hand, all kind of shit. People try to kill him or he's afraid. He went out healing people. Like, he woke up. He woke up. Paul woke up. Paul is the condition of, even right after the testimony in the eye-to-eye witnessing of what Genghis did, he is fighting that. Because he knew about him. He knew. But he got him killed. His own brother, his cousin, like someone he's related to. Like, he knew. He heard all about him. And got him up out of there, didn't he? Paul is too close to Saul for me, bro. That barbarous title right there, man. These niggas, man. It's right there. But Jesus is a Jew. And that's why it's so easy to get us conflated. We look like Moors. We look like Israel. We're not. We're related. But you know what I'm saying? You can't. They're not synonyms. They're similes. They're similes. They're not synonyms. They're similes, not synonyms. It fucks us up every time. So Paul is a simile to a Jew. Whatever he is, whatever his daddy is, you have your father the devil. I think that's who he's talking to. I think that's why he saw the ghost of Jesus when he got injured. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if Paul is of his father the devil, then his father is the one that's holding the Israelites in captivity. Remember, because the guy, the pharaoh of their time, their Caesar, is talking to Jesus personally when he's on his 40-day fast in isolation. That's a perfect time for a royal or angel to pull up on you. No witnesses. But there's a writer. So Jesus is going through all his degrees with that. He's like, you're silly. I'm not bowing down to you. Then he's talking to someone who says, you're of your father, the devil. Wait, the devil that came to tempt you tempted you with kingdoms. He's a Caesar, Roman Empire. So he's the one currently in control in that region known as the Roman Empire. And he's tempting you. He doesn't want you to fuck up the socialism. He doesn't want you to wake the Jews up. And more important, this is probably the thing he's most scared of. He doesn't want you to pull a Moses and take all the Jews with you back to America. Because then if we do that, we lose our circuit board, we lose our lights. And that's exactly what happened, and that's exactly why you have Russia. So we move to Americas any fucking way. But Paul is behind, and if he is of the tribe of the father, the devil, aka they're the sons of the Romans that have us in captivity, which they be related now, but not our faction, not our side, not Judah. And they're doing the bullshit and using us to build. Smiths, how you doing? Carpenters, builders, Jesuses, hi. If that was the arrangement, like it is right fucking now, then Paul is that guy. So I say it's Jesus and Jesus Barbarous. There's Jesus, and then there's Jesus the barbarian. There's Jesus the Jew, there's Jesus the black guy. Like, so you ain't even gotta worry about their names. They're just telling you, there's a Jew on trial and a barber on trial. And the Jews and Israelites chose to free the barber. On Steve Harvey. You can tell he part African. He carry on like he African. Steve Harvey carry on like he African. And it's fine. I ain't mad at it. I'm just saying, that's how deep it is when Israelites are in captivity. Everybody swear to God they're your brother. What's good, twin? What's good, James? What's good, Jesus? What's good, Paul? What's good, Saul? What's good, Barbarous? And then when you start seeing those identifiers, Abed Melech, the Moor, okay. It's a book about Israelites and Jews. You wouldn't have to say he's a Moor if he's an Israelite or a Jew, right? All right, so he's a Moor that's not an Israelite or a Jew. You see what happened? You see what I'm saying? Israelite and Jews and Moors in the same chapter, so they're all black people. They're all black people. As of Jeremiah the prophet, they're all black people. White prophets ain't helping out niggas and Moors in the kingdom. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm talking about? Like, let's be reasonable and read the Bible for real. Let's take it seriously. So, yeah, Jesus Barbarous, and then Paul or Saul, and then that's supposed to be credited to the Pisos family of Italy. But then they pretend those are white people. It's like, then that didn't happen that way. But that's the best you can give us. Okay. You're not going to contradict the existence of Jesus with the Piso family anyway. Because I know who Jesus is. It's in his name. They're stupid. So even like the side quest from the 50s to Jordan Maxwell was just to throw the white Christians and Catholics and all of them off the scent of the fact that these are niggas. But they double down and say, no, some white people in the Catholic Church made these stories up. So Black Jesus is just made up by white people or something. Merovingians and the Illuminati. Like, oh my God. White Italians that don't exist made up a Black Jesus story. So don't take it serious. All right, nigga. Just as long as you divide and solve for Genghis Khan, nigga. That's all I gotta do. So all right, let's switch it. Let's switch it up. And Jesus ain't real. Cool story. Who's he based on? He's based on the King of Kings. All right. He's based on the King of Shadows. Okay. He's based on the boy from Nazareth. Okay. You talking about Genghis Khan then? Yeah. No. The Bible take place in the Levant, in Egypt, in America. No. Hold on. Slow down. Slow the fuck down. Let the New Testament take place anywhere in the fucking world. I don't care. Why is the reference point Genghis Khan if he's supposed to be in China or Mongolia somewhere? Ain't the Wall of China there pretty recent? Ain't the Silk Road there pretty recent? So where would a king of kings be if all the money is on the Silk Road? In a Dead Sea? They're fishing in a Dead Sea? Y'all retarded? He's walking along shorelines too. Their own boats. Rome. Like, was Jesus in Italy, nigga? The fuck y'all talking about? You trying to say Jesus pulled up the Galilee and some Jews and Israelites captive in Italy? Where the other water at? Talk me. Where's he walking where niggas can cast a net out and catch those type of fish anyway? He in the mainland stuck somewhere in Palestine and Israel? What the fuck y'all talking about? We talking about the Jews in captivity. They're not in their promised land. So why the fuck would he be there? Was the Roman Empire there, nigga? Alright, so Jews in captivity during the Roman Empire. Where the fuck did these white people move 800 years ago? You see how stupid that is? And then they go say, well, no, this is Solomon's temple. You mean the one Sheba built for him? Solomon ain't from there. So why would Jews and Israelites be there? If they're in captivity with Salmanassar after Solomon's dead, what the fuck you talking about? They don't even know how to do history, bro, because their brain don't have the dividers for time. They're stupid fucking people. And Solomon was over here anyway. And Sheba's from South America, so like, what are we talking about? It's a Holy Roman Bible. It's a Holy Roman Bible. Just know that. You got a whole society, a Roman Empire, a Roman society, but the Bible belongs to those Romans who are holy. The Holy Romans are Jews. That's why it's a Jew Bible, a Holy Roman Bible. Got it? Everybody a Roman in our society. Everybody ain't a Jew. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. Same story. It's the same story on Haiti, on Jamaica, on Trinidad, on West Africa, on South Africa, on New Zealand, on Australia, on Hawaii, on everywhere you see niggas being niggas who never met niggas ever. Empire. That's all you gotta follow. That's all you gotta follow. You just gotta figure out where the nigga and the bacon show up. You know, it's gonna rate itself all over again. Assalamu alaikum, man. I still love the Lakers, nigga. And we still love the bacon. Shut up. Because you gonna tell me that's a white book. Well, that's white dietary laws. You see how they did us this year, right? They don't even have their dietary laws right now, nigga. Fuck out my face. So you gotta, once you start spinning this rubric around, you'll see it. You see it. It's not even deep. The lie is, the truth is self-apparent. Jews are me. Everyone like me are Israelites. The world is ours. But specifically America. That's the most recent date in human history. We out here. So you know what I'm saying? That's all it is. This is our kingdom. This is our dominion. King's Dominion. Virginia. It's right there. This is our dominion. All right. I want you to go through this. We'll take it very slow with the Jews and Israelites because we're going to lose everybody else. Otto Adam. I'm giving you, little nigga, dominion of everything under the firmament. Firmament is waters in heavens above, waters in heavens below. You're squashed right in the middle of these heavens. That place right there you call home. It's like a garden, like, you know, terraformed, a geodome, you know. You familiar with it, you live in one. Fallout ain't got nothing on us. We can do this on the whole fucking moon and crater. Now, we're a chunk of Europa somewhere doing what we do. Again, here. And the Bible says, the ancestors say, and I trust it now because everyone else's ancestors still a Bible like ours to say the same thing. That God gave man, the first man, you gotta stack it up, he's talking to Adam, the first man. God gave the first man dominion over all the things on earth. The end. Now, of course, that's just one man. That's just Adam. But Adam has sons who fuck around and kill each other, like fresh out the plantation. So you already see war, contention, yin and yang, black and white, Seth and Osiris, right? Yeah. Like, all right, by yourself, you're a complete emperor, king. But once you start having kids and daughters and people with opinions and somehow foreigners and everyone else but your family, then you kind of have to go into this diplomacy mode. Moses. So God put Joseph and Moses in diplomacy boot camps. Right? Moses and Joseph went to diplomacy boot camps where they're in charge of managing estates of multiple groups of people. Then they're able to bring their own families, 10 tribes of Israel, back together for it to set the tone for the future for them to do what they do once Joshua gets here in America. Again, without giants. So we did a conservatorship, or we did a mentorship with all the giant kings on this side and that side of the world, just in time for 1611 to come around, for us to just do shit ourselves. So we were able to unite our tribes and all of our new affiliates and friends and our trade routes. People got mad people back there because land. And we're like, yeah, we can manage this. And we could, and we still can actually. It's not much to manage when it's all yours. It's tough to manage shit for someone else or something else, and then squeeze your profit out of it after you give the lion's share to them, the person that did nothing. But in real life, though, you feel me? If it's all yours and all profits are yours, then it's not a hard thing. You just do what you do. You live. Niggas have you fucked up. You get your sons and go take care of it. But imagine how much more profound that is when you have 13 tribes that all move together. United. That's the first time in human history Israel was united. United States of America, 1611. We haven't been united in a long time. Since Joshua. That's the Old Testament, by the way. This is the first time we've been united since the Old Testament. And then these faggots show up and cut right into us. But again, Joseph, Moses, conditioning, conservatorships. They're teaching us something. They're teaching us something. I mean, I hate it because we're not there yet, but I can see in the near future that when we look back on it, we're gonna look at it like the same story. Like, oh, when Israel's in captivity, separating the wheat from the chaff, the weak from the strong, the true from the fake, the demons from the angels, and thresher is what they call it. And then the sun changes, the temperature changes, everything changes, and then a reset happens. When the reset happens, here we go again. Like, all right, so which castle are we gonna rebuild, nigga? One Piece again, I can see that PT Cruising. Yeah. White prophets be like, bro, my adjuster just told me how to make an abuse on the DoorDash alternative app. That's crazy. Shout out to Curtis King. I see you subscribe, Curtis. Recent subscribers. Curtis King TV, Billy Batson. I see you, Bluff God. I see y'all. Y'all be sneaking in here. Don't be sneaking in here. YouTube be snitching on the subscriber side, but they won't tell you who the viewers are. Shout out to Curtis King. Well, yeah, man. It is what it is. Jews are supposed to be Harvard, man. They sent me to the streets. How much time do I need? We'll see. Wow. Back like a bacon. Back like bacon. I got everything I need. How much battery? You got enough battery to be dangerous, but not enough to cross all the way across Vegas. I'm always losing something. There it is. That's one thing I love this. It's always the same story. I'll get a new story soon, I'm certain. We might actually move up to another book that we lost, to be honest with you. It would not surprise me if they suddenly dig up a new Israelite reference point at the perfect timing as it turns out. I took it off the Wi-Fi. I should be back. Make sure you got 1.5x to catch up to the live part of my video. Mr. Phillips. I wonder if I can heal that guy. Keep praying. I can boomerang him. I can get him to come back to me. I don't know if I can heal him. I haven't learned those powers yet. I can triangulate people. I can find people. I can get them to reach out to me and all kind of weird shit. But I haven't figured out how to cure a motherfucker of something. Mental. I'm looking for mental cures. Dr. Sebi covered everything else. I'm trying to figure out how do you spiritually heal trauma? How do you counter narcissistic injuries? What is that prayer or what those words, what does that even look like? And I think that's what I mean, like we're finally getting to a more constructive degree of our powers. Because we can. You could tell this mountain to move. So you see why we're just a little different than other girls. We can move mountains. You heard Usher sing about it? We can move mountains. Sound, horns, praise, warriors, pens, paper, whatever it is. Whatever we gotta push, whatever we gotta move. If you tell this motherfucker to move, it'll jump in the fucking ocean and drown. Jesus show up, pigs, please don't kill us. May you please send us into the pigs and we'll go into the abyss if you want us to. All right, go ahead and do that. Make haste. Out the fuck of my face, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Like, people be sleeping on that fact. Like, Jesus is a bad motherfucker, boy. Like, y'all got him fucked up because you made him white for some reason. Don't do that. Jesus talking to a demon, bro. Jesus talking to a demon, bro. Killing niggas. Jesus talking to a demon, killing niggas, bro. And the demon see him, and he told the demon, get the fuck out my face and go kill yourself. And the demon jumped into a pig and ran and killed itself. Like, that's in the same Bible. Like, 3 in the chat if you read about that. Like, Jesus casted the demons out and they killed themselves. That's a bad man right there. Why do you think he wasn't scared of little bitch ass niggas with pencils and papers trying to write up infractions on Saturdays? That's what it really was. They were following him on Sabbath. And it's crazy is they're trying for, castigate him for working or breaking a Sabbath law, but they're following him around, keeping itemizations and questioning him and reporting back as an agent on Sabbath. Like, he contradicted them just by answering them. You know what I'm saying? We twins today. Like, all right, so I ain't supposed to be doing anything today, but you following me around. You're not resting. You're worrying about what I'm saying. You're checking it. You're doing homework. You're reporting it back to Paul and Barbarus and Herodotus. Like, you snitching on me with my uncles and my family too. Like, you got a job, agent, and you working on Saturday. Come on, God. You think that so many people went to church and Bible studies they know how to read, but they don't. Because they're reading it as someone else. Someone else who has a history of doing something else. How you doing, brother? And someone else who don't have a nigga that ain't scared of demons. He went to the principalities of the world, Lucifer, and told him to get the fuck out of my face. Already feeling bad after 40 days of fasting, no food, no bitches, no nothing. And then he told the demon that was killing niggas, man, you gonna get the fuck out of my face and drown yourself? And he's like, all right, Jesus, my bad, yo. Like, you understand that's who he was, right? Like, he told a Caesar who met him privately to get the fuck out of his face. And he told a nigga that's catching bodies to go kill himself. Walking on water and making wine, man, that's just a flex. That's just so, you know what I'm saying, you think that nigga cool. He is not cool. He'll fucking kill you. Look at his best friend, Peter. He cut his ear because he wasn't fucking listening. Don't put your hands on him. You see how, like, no tolerance there? You got 2 swords in it? All right, take them with you. All of you. And I got all 10 or 11 of you with me. We're going to do this next mission. Go house to house. Dust your hands, dust your feet. Don't bring your weapons, okay? What are you talking about, don't bring our weapons? They send you to the hood nigga section, but they won't sweat you if you got weapons on you. When you're on their top, if they don't like you, if they give it time, walk on, nigga. They're not going to pursue you. They bitch, nigga. But you don't want to make them hostile because you know how bitches are. They'll kill you. So don't bring no weapons and don't overstay your welcome. Tell them that we're about to leave captivity and rendezvous in a couple of days because we're headed back to our promised land. Now do it. Jesus set the whole motion for the fucking Oregon Trail. That's the. Do you understand that him and 12 disciples set up the Underground Railroad? Y'all wasn't reading that book. I know pastors worried about how to get more coins into this little fucking offering. But Jesus set the Underground Railroad, bro, for Israelites in captivity. That's why he's sending his boys off town to town. Like, oh, the good news. You think the good news from Jesus was, I'm here? Like, shut up, faggots. He wasn't trying to be a celebrity or a superstar. He was freeing niggas in captivity. They're setting up Harriet Tubman-style Underground Railroad tactics. Spread the good news. What's the good news to a bunch of Israelites and Jews in captivity? What's a bunch of good news to a bunch of black people in the United States of the fucking America? It's the same story, but just add to our territory. That's it. The good news was that we getting the fuck up out of here finally. One of our Judas showed up. It wasn't so that they can pray more honestly at church on Sunday. Oh, goofy, boy. That's why men teach, because they're logical. Women recount and spread it because they're gossipers. But when it comes to understanding what this is, it's not a Greek mythology. This nigga really existed. That's Genghis Khan.
Wish I had some cut water in here.
was asking her what is the
He said Jesus mastered demonology. You get it. He wrote it. King James is Jesus. I don't know how many times I have to say that. The Holy Roman Family Bible of Angels. King James edition. With his story in the New Testament. King James is Jesus. It's Genghis Khan. Jameson. Yamehan. Genghis Khan. Jesus. James. King James Bible. It's about Genghis Khan. It's my family Bible. I'm Genghis Khan's grandson. I'm King James' grandson. I'm King Jesus' grandson. I'm Genghis Khan's grandson. That is his book, is what I'm telling you. It's a real person. That's why it's a real book and it's still out here. And we have real kids and real family members. So that's really our book. It's not a matter if you believe the hype or the story or the magic of it. I'm living through the magic of it. But what I'm saying is, the names, the etymon, it has meaning. It's Emperor James, twin to Jesus. Get it? King James is King Jesus. There's no J in Hebrew. Stack it up, man. No J in Hebrew, but a king of Hebrews got J for Jesus and James. No, they don't. That's my point. They're not even in those dispensations. They're Genghis Khan. They're Khans. They're Semites. They're kings of kings. They're tall black giants. Genghis, giant, Khan. Tall black nigga. Judah. Judge. Genghis. God sent a judgment like me upon you because you committed great sins. And that's Jesus walking through, doing the judgments. He's doing the accounting, ain't he? They got money changers, Lord. They got bitches popping pussy for bread. These niggas gambling. My nigga's a snitch to himself. He's watching. He's watching niggas. And he already spent time with the niggas who are doing awesome. Then he's watching the niggas who are not. And he's like, oh, same story. These bitch ass niggas that look like niggas talking about they niggas, but they ain't really niggas. Acting like they know how to read a Jew Bible. Oh, I know what time it is. That nigga started walking on water. He might have started a live stream sometime back then if he had computers. Started walking on water. Started performing miracles, synchronicities, and loops. Men start having dreams of dreams in those times as narcissism ramps up to the sky high. We're talking about the emperor of prophets who saw the future so far that his book is still in our mind right now. Like, you understand who he is? He's not a king of kings because he's a faggot, a white boy, a bitch ass nigga. No, he's the king of kings because he's that nigga. He's that nigga. Peter killing niggas for him in open air around Jews because he's that nigga. James is that nigga, boy. Yame is that nigga. King Kamehameha is that nigga. Like, you keep saying his name 100 different fucking times. And you keep getting the drawing wrong. I know you do that same shit with Lincoln in Washington. But I'm his grandson, so I don't gotta fucking imagine which painting looked closest to me. I am Jesus' direct grandson. Not his son, not his father, not his brother, his grandson. Man, so much sucking and fucking after, just like there was so much just sucking and fucking before him. Bloodline. The bloodline of Jesus. The bloodline of King James. King James Colony, Virginia, Maryland. Mom and dad. Hi, how you doing? That has nothing to do with Christians. America has shit to do with Christians, bro. And you still have Bibles, and you still have Jews, and you still have Israelites. New Jerusalem. What's new about it? Jesus, stupid. Trenton, 3 Kings. We out here. New Jerusalem, Trenton, Mercer County, Michael, Archangel Michael, Mercer, Moore. Come on, nigga. It lets you know it wasn't Mars. You have your father, the devil. All right. He's saying you in the wrong territory. But how you doing, brother? Love you. You feel me? Y'all keep talking about Jesus was good like Solomon was. No shit, that's his grandfather. Demonology was written by Jesus. He grew up with demons. He's from Galilee. You remember? Leo, Judah, lions, in captivity. Stop. Y'all don't get down like that. Tell them they don't get down like that, bro. Stop. Niggas ain't on their mind like that. They don't shine like that. They don't grind like that. We say he's the king of kings for real, nigga. We're not making that up. We can't make up our grandfather, bro. Why do you think everything here has a form of godliness but denies the power thereof? Like here and only here, nowhere else. They only come to Jerusalem and Israelites for that bullshit, bro. I know. Ain't nothing changed in human history. Got us fucked up again, that's all. I'm Jesus' grandson, for real. I'm not even gassing myself. That's who those characters are. Yep, in every language, his name is recanted. Khan over there, he Temujin over there, he Tamerlane over there, he Chamgista over there, he Zham, Z-H-A-M, Ham, Khan. He's all over this bitch in the same time period, like an emperor would be. And he inherited the technology of his grandparents, right? Solomon and Sheba. Oh, he's straight to magic carpets. He after Aladdin, not before. I know. Why do you think they passing the staff of Solomon to these niggas? I know, because that's their dad, nigga. I know. Got mad sons all over the world. He assigned 7 of them across the whole fucking world that we know. That's why calling us black is dangerous. Me and my brothers are all over this damn place. With gat, toting, pistol holding niggas in these damn streets. Like, all over this world, bro. You saw the nigga that ran up on that bitch in New York from Vegas? He was Afro-Asiatic, wasn't he? Now you start to understand who the triads are, Holy Trinity. I'm getting rich. I know. Yakuza, Black Dragon Society. A black dragon, like Genghis Khan. I know. They don't get like us for real. Gangster. Genghis, the biggest gangster that ever lived in this planet. Before 1611. I know. He was still gangsters to this day. In every patina. Certain degrees you only get when you get locked up. I know. He know. We know. They know. Once you get locked up, everything changes for you. You can no longer play the game you used to play. Because you get to see the bullshit in the system for yourself. And the games that it plays. Because you know you're innocent. You know you didn't do anything. But you notice how everyone conducts themselves and play the games with you. Oh, you gotta die. I know. I'm not talking about the person, I'm talking about the system. Evaluations, judgment, same story. That's all I'm doing on these videos, huh? Taking account of how they got us fucked up, right? Yeah, I don't need their consent or a vote or a white person or Fed or an Asian or anyone to be like, I agree with them. You don't have to agree with me. I ain't never talking to you. I'm talking about you, to you, in front of you, so you can't deny what my words are. You got AI, scan it. They'll tell you the whole fucking story. And then I'll be like, yo, this kid is quoting the Bible without reading it. I know. That's what he did. He taught them parables. James, Drew taught them parables. I taught them parables. Yeah, a lot of fucking kids, bro. It's just John probably had the most over here. Since he gave John this. John the Baptist. All you Baptist Christians, shut up. Jews. Jesus is a Jew, his cousin a Jew. So John the Baptist is a Christian church? Shut the fuck up. John the Jew. Baptist. A baptizer, not a Baptist church. He can baptize people. He can awaken them with water, holy water, liquid, information, data. And Jesus went to find his brother. Like, hey, yo, I'm here. Where you at, John? Because you know John a little bit older in the story. And he's like, yo, John, what's good? Well, what I would like to do is let you know something, bro. I'm not supposed to baptize you. And that's a Neo moment. Like, what you mean? Word around heaven is you're supposed to baptize me. I wish they read that Bible on Sunday as much as they pretended to. That's all I'm saying. Because this stupid motherfuckers right now are judging me on some Sunday church shit. And I'm like, bitch, you reading about my grandfather in your Sunday church shit. How the fuck I'm gonna get it wrong? What the fuck am I gonna get wrong? I don't get normal shit wrong. I don't get questions on tests wrong. I don't get the future wrong. I don't get this fucking beast wrong. I don't get white people wrong. I don't get Jewish people wrong. I don't get bitches wrong. I don't get shit wrong. And you think I'm gonna get my fucking grandfather fucked up? Shitting me. I've been looking for him my whole fucking life because I took that decree seriously. Seek God's face. And I kept staring in the fucking mirror, nigga. So, my grandfather hang out with gangsters and hoes, bro. Same story. We're Jews, not black people of the world. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not a big group is what I'm saying. Like God picks one woman, you know what I'm saying? Like so it's not stacked like that, unfortunately, for all of us. But then there's others too that do a very similar story. I've noticed something. But they rushed their math and their genetics, so they fucked it up. They got shit to do with us, bro. We're Jews and Israelites. Our shit been like this for like 3 or 4 floods in a row. I know. So if you want a bunch of copies of David, you want a bunch of copies of Solomon in hopes that someone shows up like one of them, Genghis. You don't think your Israelite society wanted copies of Genghis? All right then. What the fuck you think this is? 13 of us, nigga. No retarded genes. We got enough variations to keep this shit spinning 13 times 13. They wanted to be 12 times 12, 144. Y'all reading the old book again. Did that, done that, came back to America. 13, nigga. 13 times 13, nigga. It's multiplication, not addition. 13 gene sequences of the same disciples. Your grandfather's stupid. We getting rich, I know. We out here, bro. We all over. All 7 of his brothers, all 7 of his sons. Yeah, the 7 seas, nigga. The 7 continents. Like that's on us. The continental congresses. Continental congresses can be nothing but Jews, nigga. On Brazil and DC Part 2. See it? Tartarian Genghis Khans, where all the congresses are. Like, you feel me? You see how fucking stupid these people think we fucking are. It's all in the language, bro, on King James English. This is Jesus's witchcraft at work. I know. It'd be hard to believe, bro. He was raised by a witch. Why the fuck he wouldn't be Israelites? Do you understand why we're in captivity? Because we can't leave the witchcraft alone. You think it changed in captivity, nigga? Nigga said, yo, watch me do this. I turn water into wine, nigga. It's witchcraft, ain't it? I turn nothing into something. That's witchcraft, ain't it? Yo, I want to tell you something that ain't so and it's going to become so. That's witchcraft, ain't it? All right, then. Listen to the bullshit. What's the different degrees of those witchcrafts? Some niggas use blood because they bitch and they pussy, and other niggas actually got juice inside their blood because their dad was getting pussy. It's a different story. They got to kill your kids to use their blood for them to summon some yuppie monster to give them some benefits. Faggots, idiots, stupid, slaves, monkeys. We ain't got that problem. We like Freezer more than we like Kakarot, for real. We like Freezer more than we like Kakarot. Because our grandfather don't come from this planet, nigga. Then you'll start to understand it, stand it. You understand it, stand it. Like whatever happened, whatever you call it, Captain. You in our land, in our language, with our books and our beliefs. That ain't random. On the Continental Congress, nigga. I don't know. It's crazy. They swear to God they read the Bible and read history. It'd be right there. It'd be no fucking mysteries left. If white people weren't trying to squeeze it for benefits.
I'm right here though. What's up? I'm right around the corner. Yeah,
They didn't tell me I'm lying. I know the story. I know why I'm here. I know why I'm here, because I'm here because of that. And that's what's here, and that's what you call it. Ain't nothing changed. They're quantumly entangled, aren't they?
You've been in the apartment for like 2 days. I tried to ask him to leave. And then he finally got kicked out.
You can't shake that. You can't shake the Continental Congress. It tells you it's cons how many times. And if they're cons and they're congressional, they're Jews. They're Semites. That's all. I know. It's not a mystery. There's no other information. There's no books you need to read. The Bible has the whole story. You just forgot where you come from. God be the Lord. Shout out to the chat. We back. Dates and palm trees. White prophets. Don't make me laugh. The secret book, aka the James Bible, has been translated from Hebrew. Breaking news. If they come out with the pre-Old Testament, it's going to be wild. I want it. I want all the testaments. I want the girls' testaments too. Hopefully, the right light-skinned people will allow us to have our references. I'm good with a digital copy. Sicko Mode in Vegas 2026 to create a soundtrack. My dog will probably do it for Louis Belt. I try to show him ain't nothing changed. Come on now. Shout out, is MG at the gym? Of course. Overdone situation. Man, that's a nice gas station. 3, James Yamal. You got it. Peter was high key a crash out, but his heart was in the right place. Of course. You're not touching my big brother either. You're not going to. Now, if I'm the shooter, no. Only I can hit him. That's why Peter was about to snuff Jesus when we pulled up on him. He's the only one that was trying. Peter's like us. I understand everything about him, since they're all related. They're not strangers. They're not voicing that book to tell you everyone's bio and every day they spent together. Maybe like if you try to do a Netflix documentary about Discord at 3 a.m. and Spicy Sundays. I'm Shakespearean, bro. Come on, get with us. Victorian era, bro. Victory. The Victorian era, when we won. That. KJV, baby. Not some bitch named Victoria. Cut it out, nigga. Evictus. Eviction. Victorious. Powerful. Supernatural. Victorious child of God. Power. Supernatural power. Victorious. Where does it all come from? God. All of my needs are met. There's something broken or lacking in my life. I have favor with God and man. God has sent woman. And I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise. And my vision is. Same story, part 2. Lord's Prayer, part lo-fi edition. Same story. Yeah, that's what that is. Yo, they're our fathers, bro. They just like us. They're just like us. Because it happened here in a world just like this. It's just the loom, the fancy, like reading any other goddamn book where you create this whole world that's not what the writer created, right? But you have enough common variables and tropes to make it work for you. Beauty. Imagination. The words trigger your imagination. And whatever you imagine or believe is the reality for you. Very simple. But in all you're doing, get understanding. And in your knowledge, get wisdom. Your misunderstanding of things will be corrected by how you move around the misunderstanding. And it will show you like, oh, that's not what that means. That's how the Bible was written. It's not giving you a bunch of rules to follow. But it is giving you universal laws. And then John warned them. Anybody who modifies this book or these words, you're cursed. You're going to hell. Fuck you, faggot. And what do? They changed the words to that. So they put that revelation, John Smith, my grandfather, put that revelation out there knowing that they would fuck with it just so they can curse themselves. Jesus' son. But you gotta remember who his mama is. If she helping Jews get out of captivity, she's done with the bullshit. Yep, that's how you do it, man. If you're a powerful bloodline, you have a kingdom with a powerful bloodline, and you have the most powerful bloodline. It's multiplication, bro. So it's not just the story of the Jews that is in us. Oh, you can, you know what I'm saying? There's another royal family up to 1611 that also reconnected some strands that had their own shit. Oh, you can. South America. More niggas there per capita than up here, ain't it? To this day. I know. If you wanted to unite all the niggas at once. All right now. United Kingdoms, can you imagine? Khan Janus. Yamehaya. Khan Yamaha Janus. The Yamaha motif. Japanese keyboard. Yamaha. The motif. Mosaic. Moses. Yamaha Moses. Yamaha Mosaic. Yamaha quilt. Yamaha theme. Yamaha textile. Yamaha texture. The textures of Jesus. YouTube. It's always something, Mr. Now. It's always something, though. Maybe I curse out the boomers too hard. They ain't want the boomer curse to go out. I ain't gotta do the boomer curse. Their grandkids gonna curse it. Or great grandkids these days. Those Gen X and millennial girls had kids at 15, so a lot of people have great grandparents right now. Boomers. To this day. Great grandma and great granddad like 70. We'll be forgetting them teen moms, be having teen dads too. He needs to protect and provide at 16. What? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You can't protect and provide yourself at 40. Don't do that. Don't do that. Shout out to Mr. Now Harut, man. I keep my eyes on that battery because it be jumping quick.
Okay, I will. Okay.
Pablo Dog, baby. How y'all doing? We're going to a new world, man. The first shall be last. The last shall be first. Secession. That's what your boy Sun Tzu and all of them said. The ancestors said, live long enough. If you stand by the river long enough, you will eventually see your enemies float by. They all die, man. Everybody die. Basically, they're telling you to endure, to survive. Midnight in the boot. Raining finally. Oh shit. Shout out to Italy. They chemtrailed the fuck out the sky first thing in the morning, then I guess their budget got called back, they stopped. But it was a fucking checkerboard as soon as I woke up. What the fuck y'all doing, bro? Now it's all hazy over the mountains, it look all ghetto and ugly. But the moon out. The moon be out all day now. The moon ain't got nowhere to go in China. The moon just hang out in America for now. Like right above too. The moon don't be moving like they say it do it. It's only an elliptical path. Shut the fuck up. It's out here 24/7. But look at these nuts, nigga. Why is it here all day? We live on a ball and the earth is spinning and the moon is fixed in its gravity. Well, then why is the moon here the whole time? Well, the earth went this way. Like overnight and the water didn't move? In my kitchen? Gravity keeps it from moving. Shut up. You nerd. You cheat code how stupid you are. Just say you don't fucking know. Because we don't. If we can get them to say they don't fucking know, maybe we can know one day. Instead of losing their fucking stupid Yu-Gi-Oh logic to circle logic, the shit they don't know. It's a sign of stupidity. The way they act, the way they don't answer for nothing or accountable or don't explain nothing, it's because they're stupid. They don't know what smart is if they're stupid. They can't, because even that's a religion. Jonathan. Not for myself, they're doing the chemtrail microtransactions. It's crazy. They only got enough Steam credits to, you know, AI generate enough chemtrails. Here in Denmark, we got the snow again. They said it was a storm, but there was more like 2 weeks ago, though. Harut. Based on their next VR headset, bet they go on more in row or not. Just walk around, start hearing that Zelda music playing. That's all I hear. I don't know. What mysteries or bondages we have left in this goofy system? All we gotta do is get money, take care of ourselves until they give us some new money, I guess. We'll figure out which bros, which tribe of Ben ass niggas come up with the next system. They'll be on its way soon. It'll be on its way soon. Boomers are dying. We gotta skip the Elon Musk tribe story. And then whatever the Gen Z in them got for us. It'll work for a little while. And then once the blocks and the psychics and the warlocks die off, it'll be even better. lot of people sold their soul, bro. I hope y'all know that. That is not a euphemism. What it means ultimately don't matter. It's just that once you know they sold their soul, they're aligned themselves to certain principles, and it traps them. So, you know, repentance and baptism and all that stuff, they won't even try it. They can get themselves out now, but they're not going to. It's pride, narcissism. They're committed to fuckery. Knowing it's fuckery. Don't miss it, man. Bad guys know they're bad guys. The dark triad is hilarious. The dark trinity of narcissism. Ooh, so scary. Get to lie and manipulate the people because I'm a little pussy. I'm a little bitch ass nigga. Ooh, I get to use people. Look at me celebrate with all the stinky girls and the little kids. Bitch ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? They did all that shit to have a bitch ass nigga homecoming. Just to die. Learn from it. Teach your kids differently. Notes, that's exact notes I'm playing my guitar now as you're saying them. That's crazy. I don't know what notes are, y'all. I wish I could hear notes like that, or register notes in my head as I hear them. Hold on. He says the weakest, most delicate in the league. The weakest, most delicate? What is that? What is the weakest, most delicate? I want to look at the timeline real quick.
Hey, did you ever get that TV together there?
I don't think so. I can check though.
Okay. See what they gonna do. Did they ever get the TV together? All this time you've been here, you haven't looked at the TV here this one?
Nope, I got the laptop.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
Prepare now. February begins in intense. Neptune's in Aries.
I guess it costs extra money or something with the TV.
The Davos agenda is worse than we imagine. Y'all say that every headline. So Davos sucks. They don't have money. I don't know how they have a budget. Trump's speech in Iowa. He was interrupted. Trump to speak at Horizons Event Center. So he's going on his new media campaign. Because ICE is doing too much. So now Trump has to speak up. Trump in Iowa and Alex Pratt, yeah. Judge threatens to hold acting ICE director in contempt. Border commander reassigned as federal agents leave. So, less Social Security. India and EU are in the clutch of a mother of all deals. So if the EU financially, corporately ties up with the police coming in, I'll buy them 10 years before they betray them again. And then Chicago Memorial held for Alex Preddy. Oh my God. Ice will be used as security at the Winter Olympics. That's comforting. Can you imagine an international world stage for international world stage events having ICE agents? Like, who they want to go to? They really trying to pull the Hitler apart. Was Jackie Robinson Jr. showing up? Rashad Jamal crashing out. Arcades responds. Y'all still know that shit? Why you feel sick? North Pole's magnetic impact. Yep. Moving forward to the full moon in Leo. Here we go. There is a music production cartoon, and it's cringe. Weaver Beats, 12 hours ago, 900 views. Oh, so reaction videos ain't the 6,000 hits no more? Neptune's in Aries, your 14-year spiritual initiation, which is what we just went through. Neptune's in Pisces. Then you got 14 more years of Neptune's in Aries, which is all war shit. On Con Geniuson, the same story. The COVID shot turned the human body into what? A pinata doll? Let me see.
Well, it turns out Havana syndrome is real. Our next guest has been documenting it for years, but then after the COVID vaccine rolled out, suddenly he started noticing incredible similarities, increases in complaints coming forward that 100% were identical to what he was seeing with Havana syndrome. He's featured in a new documentary that might be the most mind-blowing report we've ever seen on the COVID vaccine. It looks at the shots in our bodies almost acting as transmitters, broadcasting signals. And one of the most eye-opening scenes from the trailer shows signals being received, and then the camera pans back and you realize the signals are coming from underground, 6 feet underground.
So the signals that are picking up on their things are showing up from grave sites.
The corpses in the graveyard, people that had taken the shot, now dead, but still sending a signal. Watch.
Way back in 1778, the Continental Congress unanimously passed America's first whistleblower law.
I did this clearly at my
I
own.
don't care about that. Show me the box.
Took the fabric of my reality and just run me. I mean, it just made me question everything.
Government is going to grant themselves powers.
Words out and tracking devices are
MAC addresses. We're getting EMF emissions off grave inside of a Faraday cage, please.
So we've seen the reports of individuals having unlicensed MAC addresses post-vaccination. I've seen evidence of that myself.
One of the requirements that it just changed the entire course of the conversation and frankly my life, that's when lipid nanos came into the conversation.
These are not vaccines, these are not biological. As you go through the patent in section 219, it explains how they are self-assembled nanoparticles, and they're fully programmable.
From a technical perspective, if I can retrieve data, I can send data.
DARPA calls it transhumanism.
I mean, can you hear what I just said and not want to just step away?
Blood samples aren't supposed to have blinking lights, but there they are. They're little dots. They move across the slide, and they're blinking. This was brain tissue that had been sitting in a jar of formalin for 6 months.
Even if the body dies, they continue.
Yes, apparently.
All of your biometric data, your location, your privacy, it's gone. If you took the vaccine, you are the router. You are a communication device.
Jesse Beltran is a TSCM certified investigator.
You're part of the Wi-Fi network. That's all they say. You're just a Wi-Fi. You're a MAC addresser. 5G, smart cities, same story. And you have the same symptoms that someone with Havana syndrome has. Radiation, 5G towers, yep. You're generating a signal that you don't know about. And your body is signal, a decoder, blood, crystal. But it's a foreign signal, so your body's fighting it, Morse code. And most people's bodies are losing. So the boomers killed themselves. Back to my original point. MG's a premium baller? No, that's all I can afford on a subscription. I have no other services. Trying to make sure I have enough matter. Mr. House says, if they take Yu-Gi-Oh serious and do the metas and not just like the memory cards because of memory, and they get the STEM sector, they're going to be very annoying. TFU13. Billy Emmett says to Jackie Robinson. You know the music industry is cooked when UAD is having plug-in sales, so it's not even the season to have them. Are they going to sell right now in January? That's crazy. To God be the glory though. Some of the plugins are hot, man. We can mix like it was 20 years ago finally. I already told you they should have been, got them out there like that, but they penny pinching. I wonder who owns that company. They do the cool thing when it's too late to do the cool thing. It's so predictable. They're moving like waves, yep. Miguel says, MG, go, what's up? What's good with you, Brielle? Miguel Perez, just want to thank you for your tutorials that helped me with the music production. God bless you and thank you. I'm glad I could help you. Remote control, damn, so booster starts to speed up the process. Well, that's just that part of the vaccine. So you have the SV80, you have the mRNA part, the modifier, and you have these things that create the router or the network. That's the graphene oxide. That's the military part. I think that's why they said the military was part of the operation, because if it were just pharmaceuticals, it'll just be any other vaccine, SV80s and all the bullshit. But this time, the military is involved in nanoparticles. And this is what, if you go to Rumble, you know, Sabrina Wallace. Crazy white girl too. Crazy, like crazy as cat shit. But she's autistic, so she's not trying to lie or cap to you. But it's all crazy because, she's overworked and she's overstimulated. But what she shows you is that your biofield is understood by your military. And they've been working on weapons to control it. And it's not just so everyone can be poisoned and died, but more so they can control whoever they want to control. It's kind of like spirits, kind of like demons. It's like Grand Theft Auto, God mode. Like, you can take that character without touching them and cause them to do whatever. That's what they're working on. They're not good at that though. So what it is that, well, if we get as many people as possible on the network, then we can practice. We can reverse engineer the codes and the Morse code for different people to react to these different pulses and stimulants. We can do it as a crowd, we can do it at a game, we can do it at the Olympics, or we can do it in this neighborhood. It's like niggas. Whatever it is, all they did was install it. Now the immune systems, the bodies, the worries, people are aware. Pavlov effect, nocebo effect, placebo effect. That's the result. But something is wrong with their body. You get what I'm saying? That's all. All that shit they can pick up and do, they grab an apple and sip of juice. Don't even touch the pancakes. Come on now. They don't even want to touch the pancakes. That's a bar. Damn. It's like a rollout. So they're really rolling out, hey, let's go ahead and admit to all the dangerous, stupid shit we did today. And let's come up with a benefits package so they're not mad at us and could leave it in the past, because that happened a long time ago. That was 7 years ago, guys. Come on, move on. Go back out there and do something interesting and work for us. Do that little dance you used to do, Michael Jackson. Like, people don't even feel like doing it. Because of the mRNA. People don't feel like themselves. Because, obviously. But imagine that. There's a bunch of MAC addresses now at the graveyard. That's not my first time hearing that. It's almost like The Walking Dead. It's almost like they're creating zombies, right? Because theoretically, if this network is what I think it is, it's self-replicating nanoparticles, then they're pre-installing the Walking Dead army on some Revelations Antichrist shit. You know, they're so goofy. They always try to take the wrong shit literally that they, at the same time, simultaneously don't believe in. It's like they stage it literally as if, like, y'all niggas are dumb. Y'all can't die fast enough. You know what's more eviler about that? He said if it could send data, or if it could receive data, it could send data. And I thought about it. I was like, all right, you got millions of people linked. Hopefully you can trigger repeater signals to them through their modems and their cell phone towers, which are all around us, cooking us. And sometimes people respond, some people don't. But what happens if the post itself is a channeler? What happens if the host itself has something about it that can then broadcast louder because the technology to interface it with the grid is now back and forth? So they always look at it one side, like, oh, the code is just input to you from someone else. But what if you have the code and you can project this signal outside of you? You can. That's why it works in you to begin with. So your body can integrate that code and connect to that MAC address and that network, right? Absolutely. Does it know how? Do we know how? I doubt it, but if they're reverse engineering shit, then they've done this before, or it exists in the man before. They're gonna do it. MG, one question. How or what is the process of reverse engineering? It's the act of organizing a complex set of data into smaller sets of data in order for you to rebuild the complex set. It's the best way to understand it is to buy a Lego set, a small one. Puzzles. That's reverse engineering. You have a box of pieces, you have a desired picture, and that's your point of reference, and you reverse engineer it by trying to assemble that picture from what you bought with pieces. So most people build out the edges, because most of the edge pieces have straight edges. So you sort all straight edges to the side. Put the short edges together. Now you gotta look for 4 corner pieces, rounded edges. You got the frame. That's not the rest of the picture though. Same thing with music. You reverse engineering a song, well, there's several elements, right? You can do it with frequencies, low, mids, and highs. Well, what's the lowest in our music? Bass. So I want to reverse engineer this track, but I'm gonna focus on the bass line. All right, the bass is 2, 4, or 8 bars. Isolate it, stems, listen, low pass filter, melodon, whatever you need. You reverse engineer it. An engineer is a builder, a person who's assembling multiple parts that work together to create a bigger idea, factory, robot, whatever, song. So you reverse engineering music, you have to break down the fundamental music pieces. Well, which part? Well, the bass is its own thing, and the easiest. It's monotone. Thus, you don't have to worry about chords or complex harmonics. It's usually filtered off. So you isolate that, you got the bass. Boom. Step 1. Step 2. All right, we got the bass, we got the foundation. What about the rhythm? Well, tap the tempo, kicks and snares and hi-hats. You get the kick, the snare, and the hi-hat, shit, you can damn near put whatever the fuck else you want in that shit. Why go further than that? All right. So I got the bass line, I got the kick, I got the hat, I got the snare. And then there's music data. That's usually the more complicated one because the music data in our beats is more complicated by itself. So now you have reverse engineering music theory, sounds, texture, layers, call and response, all these cool things that you learn in music theory. Or pick up on. Or it's just a loop. Like, oh, I'm reverse engineering this song, this bass line, these drums, this tempo. But it has a loop. I don't have that loop. I can't play that loop. But it's a guitar thing and a flute thing. You go to your loop folder, ready. Guitar things and flute things. You just try different ones. they're in the wrong key because your bass line's in a fixed key. Either you can find the key of this loop and match your bass line root to it, or the other way. Well, my root is in A minor, let me put all the samples in A minor. Serato, mixing key, all that. That's what that was for me. So you reverse engineer the bass line, low pass, melodyne part 3, do the drums, you can see it, or you can hear it, or you can practice it, then you do the music stuff. Whether you can do the music stuff or find a loop with the music stuff in it. That's how you reverse engineer instruments. That's the basics. So that's for that. But let's say something a little bit more complicated. Like, I want to be Jay Diller. Well, it's not as easy as just copying his drums. It's Aaron, the brother in our TikTok, who used to be in our chat. He would know best. It's not just seeing that, oh, there's a shift, there's a nudge, there's a swing to this shit. Nah, you're tracing a human. So then you have to get used to imperfections and timing, idiosyncrasies, and like, not just the fact that that's a fact, but how to do that fact and make it sound good anyway. Practice. We talking about practice? We talking about practice. And now people practice just that one block of their engineering spectacle. Domed ceilings. Oh my God. That's a hard one to land, no matter what builder it is. They may have performed doorways. They may have perfected straight walls and corners. But when it came to that dome ceiling that the Tartars perfected, oh my God, oh my fathers, it's a whole different practice, it's a whole discipline. Word of Muhammad, there's a whole different science that goes behind that to keep it there. Keystone shit. So you gotta be able to imagine, reverse engineer that. All these bricks have to hold together at the center point, but this center point, this keystone, has a very specific shape and process. So now I gotta engineer this from this part backwards, although this part is last. So hence the paper, the contractor, the compass. Physics, laws, calculus, like this should work. Let's try it. This ain't work. This fucking landed on little baby's head and he spit up all his bananas. Like, reverse engineering. What others do to our shit, they reverse engineer our shit. Mirror neurons, watch, study, emulate, pretend. Reverse engineer culture. Boom bap, is lo-fi hip hop. You know, every time you reverse engineer, there's a drop or loss in quality. So you reverse engineer waveform, you get MP3. Reverse MP3 form, you get whatever fuck we upload to instrument. It's a downscaling process if you're not the source. The resolution of your jigsaw puzzle is never as clear as the print on the board or the box. Never. You're reassembling a JPEG of a PNG. Get it? Reverse engineering. You lose a degree. However, if you try to reverse engineer something way more advanced than where you're at, and they call it, you aim for the stars and you land on the moon type shit. Thus, a lot of people do what I'm saying. All your music industry people do it. They'll take the melody and the hook of a song you don't know. They take the chords and the samples of other songs you forgot about, and then there's a new artist with a new voice in a new studio, and they merge all three of these things to make a hit song. You a good girl, I know you like it. You know, they took like the swag and the styles of the 70s and Marvin Gaye, and put Robin Thicke and Pharrell on the notebook. Doom, 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 doom. That's a classic walk down too. It's not even Marvin Gaye's walk down, but you understand, like, oh, we got a Marvin Gaye lawsuit. We done reverse engineered it to perfection. Yep, and it worked and it was a hit. Oh, you done found out the magic. You better pay for that. You better pay for that. You better pay that toll booth. Because you wouldn't have had that hit with no White Boy and no Pharrell unless you did Marvin Gaye, right? So, reverse engineering. Same story. The host being a psychic conduit. Now you talking that shit. Atlantic Records formula book. What's that boy name? Mike Karen. Now, mind you, Mike had all the cheat codes, but he didn't know how to use them. So then Young Bird came in, and he knew Cardiac and the people who could try to implement or reverse engineer those formulas to be what that run they had in 2016 and 2020. None of those artists stuck, by the way, and that's crazy for Atlantic Records to not have a hit artist in 10 years with all of that. Fidelity, quality loss. Too much time went by. People are not listening or referencing that no more. Especially new people to the country listen to songs who don't have the the cleaning in the bathroom in the 70s with it. Whereas Good Girl Marvin Gaye, everybody know who that is. No shortcuts, man. You have to understand sociology to understand reverse engineering sound. You're not just reverse engineering shit just to do it. You have a target audience. You have to. If you want to cross over from New York to London, you better learn drill, rhythms and cadences and all that shit. If you want to go to Ibiza, you better learn how to do some You can worry about the bass lines later. You understand? Like, you gotta reverse engineer your audience. And what's crazy is that's engineering. And how is engineering broke down? With suffixes, social engineering, audio engineering, political engineering, so it's the same exact principles that I explained as reverse engineering, but now you can reverse engineer everything. So the more you practice reverse engineering one type of thing, the better you learn the laws and the rules that apply to other similar things. Now we're doing algebra. So you understand how to put a puzzle together, you understand how to put a Lego set together, you understand how to put a hip hop beat together. Now, do you understand how to put a family together? Do you understand how to put a church together? Do you understand how to put a business or a board together? Do you understand how to put a group or a community or a tribe or a gang together? Do you know how to put together a good crew at the night shift on Fridays at the busiest drive-thru in the city together? Do you know how to put a good basketball team at the park together? Do you know how to put together a championship winning team on a football program? You reverse engineering. We're going to model ourselves after the greats. We're going to reverse engineer what other greats have done to the quality and degree in which we're able to interpret each component. We're trying to do that. Doesn't mean we will do it. But whatever we're trying to do will be more than the blueprint and the standardization that everyone else has already been doing. But we want to be a champion, so we want to model ourselves after a champion. And then let's change the quality across one more time. Who's the best basketball player in the NBA for the last 50 years? Well, you can answer that question differently. Which player's game was reverse engineered the most? All right then. So then you understand. All right. Well, now you look at Jordan, and you look at Kobe. What is Kobe? A reverse engineered version of Michael Jordan. And what did Kobe say? If Allen Iverson was tall as me and Jordan, there'd be no competition. So Allen Iverson could only reverse engineer so much of his game to where height and athleticism and strength becomes a problem. If you got Allen Iverson play at Steph Curry level, at his height, I actually think Allen Iverson's shorter than Steph Curry. Steph Curry's 6'3". So Allen Iverson is like 5'10" to 6'3", somewhere in there. They cook the books for him, but he's not 6'6" like Kobe and Jordan. So that game, the elevation is different. Hence LeBron, right? He's at a certain stature giant that the game transcends just with 3 to 5 inches of height in the body mass, in the speed and athleticism that comes with that. That's why Kobe is incomparable. Because he's the only one that could reverse engineer Jordan for his time. Now everyone was like, there's Steph's, there's other great players, Durant's, Durant, he's one of them too. He has a very interesting athleticism for his size and lengthiness. And he makes shots and all those kind of shit. But he's prone to injuries, bad feet, things like that, like Deion Sanders. So can't go but so far like that. But yeah, Kobe reverse engineered Jordan so much so that he also reverse engineered his spiritual practices. Yeah. Taoism, all that shit. Kabbalah, Tree of Life, mentalism, metaphysics. One Phil Jackson he did. So That's reverse engineering. And that's why hypothecation is what the white people that came to America is that they did. They tried to reverse engineer, frame a Moorish Iroquois Confederation constitutional treaty. They tried to frame it. Reference, copy, hypothecate, a hypothesis. If we did it, fuck this puzzle. Let's just put all the pieces together, force them together, cut off the edges, whatever's left, frame it, and then paint it whatever picture we want. Welcome to the United States. It's a constitutional republic reverse engineered into a democracy. Loss of quality, loss of integrity. It's a 12-bit sample, first of all, jackass. No, we don't put a 64-bit one in them. 64-bit, you made a Raspberry Pi 64-bit integer resolution SP1200 machine? Yeah, so we get the digital effects and all, the shit. No, that's not what you do at all. You can do the operating system, but that sampling chip, when you record the samples in, that has to be ADAT. That has to be downgraded as soon as it hits record, and whatever digital ones and zeros it converts it into, then you can fuck with it. But then you're gonna have to send that back out to an output ADAT to make sure that it dumbs down from its processing back to RCA line, whatever the fuck it is. Should be RCA for them. But on some SP3 shit, but no, 64 bits better. That's what we can do operating systems updates, and we can do paywalls for kids and stuff. Shut up, bitch. We want the sound, faggot. You have 64 bits, that means you should have more memory. You shouldn't be fucking with the resolution of the samples. That is not what we're looking for. We're looking for the same fucking thing with more expansiveness, aka more RAM, more hard drive space, and Lord, please load it faster. You could do all of that without fucking with the AD converters. Get it? So it's reverse engineering. And then what you're seeing on YouTube tutorials, if you found me right, all the YouTube tutorials you watched from me were reverse engineer tutorials. And then every other YouTuber that came up after that kind of followed those plugins and those workflows, they were reverse engineering my tutorials about how to reverse engineer that type of music. And now they imagine, well, if I reverse engineer the flow of this tutorial, I can reverse engineer other topics. Enter BusyWorks Beats. He's trying to reverse engineer the studio Fruity Loops workflow for Logic. Right? This is what got the Fruity Loops community going crazy. Compression, mastering, EQ. All right. Samples, loops. He covers the basics. He covers the music theory tools. Join my course. Buy my kits. Buy my VSC. He's not doing nothing wrong, by the way. Then he goes to Logic. Rinse and repeat. You tried Cubase. Ableton Live. Yeah. It's that right there is what everyone is doing. But you notice the ones who do it and it's a little bit more icky to you, is way more obvious, is that they're doing it at a basic understanding level. Jumbo puzzle, 500 pieces, and they just keep putting the same picture together for you, but they want to charge you $5,000 pieces prices for it. See, they're not trying to reverse engineer the strategy, the technique, or the sound, or the feeling, or the vibe, or the music. They're trying to reverse engineer the course outline. All right, well, if I can get X amount of videos per day, if I can get X amount of subscribers per week, and if I can send out X amount of emails, then I can convert all this conversion, energy, currency, attention, into X amount of adopters to my other programs. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. And that's every service that came to America. So BusyWorks ain't doing nothing new or different. He's reverse engineering the music, the techniques, in white corporate Jewish usury America. So when he comes across doing it, you're like, come on, my nigga. You're supposed to be black, man. Come up with something, you know what I'm saying? But that's not his assignment. He went to college. He learned how to reverse engineer authority and not talent. He presents himself as the authority of a thing. 1 million students and this and that. That's what he's going for, though. He wants to be known as that. And if you don't question it, he's known as that. So much so I'm talking about him, right? But I know him. So it's like, he's not going for the same prize I'm going for. So that's why I never really bumped into him until he started reverse engineering my shit. Like, nigga, you better pay me. Because you didn't learn how to do that. I know you. I reverse engineer your whole intention set. I'm not like you, therefore we're not competing. But you start bumping into me, you start competing with me, we're gonna have a fucking problem. And that's all it be between me and him. It's like, stay over there, nigga. Like, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? It's like a nigga trying to 3-man or fucking backdoor you on a bitch you met at the pool. Like, damn, Leon, like, there's 2 other bitches here. You see me talking to this Orisha nigga, this Yemen yacht underwater pool girl, bitch? The fuck you over here for? She ain't ha-ha kiki-kiing because you funny nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's them niggas. Yeah. They're trying to reverse engineer flavor, too. People try to reverse engineer players, reverse engineer pimping, reverse engineer rappers, gangsters, YNs. You saw it. Like, it's mirror neurons, fundamentally. But when it's organized and collected and mathematical, you enter engineering. And then when you can reduplicate it, you got hypothesis. And then when you reduplicate it and call it yours, you hypothecate it. And then when you sell it, you're a white person. Shout out to M. Diesel. Jordan. Miguel, what's good, Perez? Miguel Perez. Miguel Perez. Perez or Miguel? Michael, either way we do it. So God be the glory, though, for my wisdom. I'm just old, that's all. It'll snap for you once you get older. It snaps a few times for me, but it's going to be similar because of patterns. It'll snap for you when you get your first heartbreak. It'll snap for you when you get the first thing you always wanted to do and then have to move on from it. It'll snap for you around 28 during Saturn return, depending on where you are by then. For me, it snapped, my health snapped, entering 30. It led me to some interesting revelations by 33, Bible part 3. And then from 33 to 35, I moved. Because I moved. Moving is a big fucking deal, bro. It takes a lot of energy. It breaks a lot of cycles and routines and rituals. And you find yourself having to find yourself in the new energy. It'll break for you then. And then when I thought it was all said and done, like, I was like, all right, this is what it is. I can make some money. I got this figured out. I know what I could do, what I should do. And everything just takes time. I'm going to take my time. And then 39 happened. Like, oh, wow. Nigga, you just hit me 6 years ago. What's up? Look, I need you to drop everything. And what ended up happening is when I was 38, I kept getting a message in my head, travel light. Bad lady, you gon' hurt your back. Can't run them bags like that. Travel light. What's travel light mean? Say, oh, Jesus and the Disciples, part 3. Travel light. Oh shit, I gotta downsize everything because I'm about to move across the country. Finally, I'm going to California. It didn't say all that. It just said travel light. It's like, oh. Well, of course. You didn't send me my fucking car, nigga. Why you playing with me? No, just don't worry about it. Watch how we do this, son. All right. So I'm under my fucking business. And I already got the message, travel light. I was like, I gotta downsize everything. I don't know where I'm going, but I got travel light. I keep hearing it. I keep feeling it. 39. Travel light. So then my brain started automatically assuming what that means. Yeah, I can get rid of this, I can move this. And I need help after a while. I was like, you gotta get rid of this because you gotta move on. And so go through 39, and then the spiritual correspondence. You know how the Africans, and how we are. You don't become a man until you're 40. And then you go back to the Bible. So what does that mean? Well, when I was a child, I did childlike things. So whoever was writing that is over 40. I'm over the hump. Day one, adult. Alright. So all the things I learned as a child that no longer serving me, I have to pack up, travel light, and put away. So it's as within, so without. Not only did I have to pack up the studio, pack up all the clothes I had accumulated, pack up the shoes, pack up the furniture, the dishes, everything I had to toss. Not only did I have to pack that shit up that I accumulated on my journey, I also had to pack up the shit that I accumulated on my journey and consolidate and downsize and make more efficient. And that's why I started talking about lowest common denominators. Because if you got the lowest common denominators of any system, you can just remember that And then when you reapply it, it'll grow itself. Because we got neurons. We're not computers. Computers have to defragment and, stack data and access data and read and write data. We're similar, but we're not the same. Our mind is neuron connected. So what you end up is you load it with complex connections and networks, but then you trigger or prompt simple codes. And those simple codes, if done correctly, algebra, they will access greater networks that your subconscious mind has already created for you. It's just that you're not navigating them, prompting them, or as you've seen on social media. Like if you're looking for the bad bitches on Twitter, you just need to know the hashtags, right? Same story. But if you're just going to suggested followers, oh, she's kind of cute, that's not what I'm looking for. But if you know the shortcut, if you know the hashtags, if you know the nomenclature, if you know what's in the bios, you can search those and just filter everybody else out. Same thing with music, right? Hashtag lo-fi hip-hop. You shouldn't find anything classical R&B there unless someone's being a dickhead. And that's why people are dickheads. They know people give a fucking care about the right tags, that they slide in the wrong tags. So let Soulja Boy tell him. Why the fuck is Soulja Boy telling him showing up on the new Eminem album? Dickhead, but he's not. He's a mess. He's a marketing genius. All press is good press. He knows how to get bad press and piss people off enough to talk about him enough to get a record deal, talk about him enough in record deal enough to get the attention to justify paying this goofy nigga some money. That's it. No disrespect. He the first goofy nigga in human history to manipulate shit like he was a Jewish boy. Won't even good enough to do it. But good enough to be what it is. Salute. Nas, he ain't making no Blueprint. You're not even the illest niggas on the beat. Remember Big Crit, the same age. Remember Big Crit out there at the same time. Don't do that. He ain't the best at anything he did. But he was the best at having us fucked up on file sharing and SoundCloud. He wins. June Kazama wins, like, you know what I'm saying? You know how it is when you play a fighting game and nigga got the cheesy camera and cheesy moves. It don't matter, he noob Saibot, nigga. You knew he was noob Saibot. He noob Saibot at some shit. Don't pick Rain, nigga. Fuck this Ryukin and Scorpion shit, or you picking noob Saibot, I'm picking Rain. You going across the screen back and forth. Fuck if you can't hit me or not, nigga. Or you get worse, you get Kentaro or Mutaro or something, just come from the top of the screen. Oh, you want to make me invisible or, can't, impenetrable? All right. Or if you're really getting in the trenches in Mortal Kombat, you just want to beat the ending, and they're doing the story mode, all right, let me pick Raiden real quick. I forgot what that means. It actually means something. Shao Kahn can't do nothing with that. Shao Kahn can't do nothing with that. I promise you, he can't do nothing with that. Like, as long as you get that off, you win, right? It's a cheesy way of winning, but you won. Soulja Boy Tom. Most of the Mortal Kombat IQ ain't about how good you are at doing combos using the character. It's about doing reverse engineering. Which character would have that moveset so fucked up that it's not worth using that character against me? Striker, like. I ain't using a Striker, but there's a context to use Striker. Same thing with Jax. Oh, you wanna go punch for punch with me? I'll use Jax. Let's see what happens. You're a big ass, Goro ass nigga. You too slow. Get up. Block. Because you know he's coming through the air. Block. Then he's stuck. Uppercut. I don't even need the 20-hit combo. I'll kill him in 15 seconds before. He too slow. He too slow for Jax. Whereas Scorpion Sub-Zero and all them niggas and Jax, like, come on, stop playing with me. Scorpion teleport too fast for Jax. That's why I don't use Scorpion around normal people. Because I know if I get Scorpion in my hands, they're not going to play that game no more. Because he does everything. He has all the cheese moves, but they don't come across as cheesy because he's slow. They slow Scorpion down because it's overpowered. He's overpowered because he has an option for wherever he is on the screen. Most characters don't. Most people have to flip, block, do extra shit. If you're too far away, Scorpion goes, come over here. If you're too close, he has a circuit, a slide, and all kind of shit. And if you're too aggressive, he can show up behind you. It don't take a lot of damage too. Like, he'll hit you, it's not a lot of damage. No, that's evasion. You can't evade him, but he can't evade you type of shit. All you can do is block and hope that he mislands one of those combo openers because they're slow. Get it? Reverse engineering. And I'm not even playing the game, right? But in my head, the logic, the neuron, just give a little input, Scorpion. Everything I ever learned about Scorpion, and all the times I lost using Scorpion, all the times I won using Scorpion. You feel me? That's what we are. That's what they're trying to quantum computers and data centers. They're not there yet. They haven't made a successful kid yet to engineer a kid. Join the soldier. Man, Big Crit fell apart. Whoever playing that music, agent trying to get the green DMCA. What's low pass filter? They ain't got nothing for that. Shot the Clapmatic. How you doing, brother? Jonathan L3, Miguel 3, facts. Mr. Now 3. Yeah, as long as it's low pass filter, we good money. Just like that, it's low pass filter, right? You hear the drum beat? That's what my dad used to do. He told me, close the door and go in the hallway and listen to me. All I hear is the drums and the bass. So now I can reverse engineer the drum set. Because that's all I really hear. I hear the muffled voice, but you don't raise it. Unless you're reverse engineering his flow, I can ignore it. Boom, boom, bum, boom, bum, boom, boom, bum, boom, bum, boom, boom, bum, boom, bum, boom, 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 bum. Roll your little MPV, boom, boom, bum, boom, bum, boom, 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 bum, boom, bum, pump up the volume, ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Reverse engineer. Same story. Any other stories out there? Come on. Join me in the channeling channel of all channeling channels that YouTube allows you to find. That one too. Boom, 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 boom. Pop, 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 pop. Reverse engineer. So you hear that shit, you have a good day, you have a good memory. Well, I saw that girl with a fat old ass, and then that song was playing. Then you go home on your computer, you think about her, and all of a sudden you hear boom, boom, and then you start fucking around in Fruity Loops for a reason or whatever it is, and you do that every day. You know what I'm saying? You do that every time you hear something that catches you, hooky, catchy. And then boom, social engineering, right on top of that social engineering. You know why I know it's social engineering? Because I heard that song in the wild. I responded to it, the person playing it responded to it, and the girl I saw responded to it. Now when I make something, a derivative work, hopefully one of 3 of our variables respond to it through my net of reach. You don't know how many people could respond to it, hence the gamble, but you understand everything. So reverse engineering culture, architecture, style, math, music, language is just step 1. It's the framework for a bigger project that you as a man are part of. We, brothers and cousins and everything in between us, are trying to reverse engineer a functional society. So like, when you study all the functional societies, there's no rampant homosexuality, pedophilia, usury, child abuse, women abuse. So it's obviously that people in charge, banking, politically, and generationally, are not in the business of reverse engineering functional, healthy outcomes for people. And you would think They're successful at reverse engineering war, famine, and destruction for God, oil, and drugs, but they're not even good at that either. So they have a lo-fi main, and they have a benign neglected secondary. So they major in bullshit for power and control of resources, but they minor in sociology, and they're failing. They're an associate's degree of mastery. They skipped some steps somewhere on their migration on them boats. They ain't even master navigating the water yet. You heard what I said? They weren't even masters of the water. They didn't master navigation. Still, they suck at it. So they haven't mastered the stars, the water, the sea, the serene. I fold my hands and wait, with no care for the wind, nor tide, nor sea. So that's a person who rides boats. No longer shall I rave against time or fate. No rushing, no fear. For lo, my own shall come to me. Well, if your own is that designation as you're spinning that shipload around, you ain't gotta worry about all the variables and all the external stuff if your internal mind is calm. And if you trust the source in yourself, your internal navigation, you know it's just a matter of time before you get to where you're going, as long as you're still moving, right? As long as you're still taking steps, as long as you still wake up, as long as you're still in control of your vehicle, you're gonna get somewhere. You got your resources, you can fish if you need to. All right, man, just fuck it. I'm tired, but I want to trust the process. And B, for lo, my own shall come to me. No care for the wind, nor tide, nor sea, chasing the wind. No worries about time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me. He ain't got nowhere to go. He ain't going nowhere. Where is coming to him? You understand how you mastered his degrees of water and navigation? You think you're controlling the water. You think you're controlling the pace. You think you're controlling the distance. You're not. You're only controlling the object of your mind, your own. It comes to you. You don't come to it. You're a person. It's a thing. Get over here. Scorpion wins. You see? Full circle. Same story. Mr. says, the inside of the studio version, that is the lower the volume of the track to null, and then up to it just a little bit. If you only hear the top of the kick and the faint vocal, the balance is already good. Yeah, mixing with your mind. Billy Hamilton says, what do you think about Ye's apology letter? I didn't hear about it. I don't know what's he apologizing for. Him and Andrew Tate need to just take a vacation. They ain't got nothing to add to the actual time and space run. They were famous 10 years ago. It's not 10 years ago, homie. They need a new playbook. So Ye does publicity when he's feeling healthy and when he's about to do a new project. He don't do it because he's feeling it for no reason. And then once you get used to his pattern, once you reverse engineer the powers of Kanye, you go, what do you got to sell us this time? What do you got to sell us now? Because he's mirror neuron. He learned that every time he starts some controversy or some big stage moment, whatever product or team he has next goes crazy. He has to go crazy for the bank or the money machine to go burr. So in order for Kanye's build to go crazy, he has to go crazy, as with Smyth-EL. So you tell me he got an apology letter out there. Oh, he ready. He ready to crank it up a little bit. He ready to go crazy about something. But I'm just saying, whatever he's offering is not gonna land. So hopefully he don't waste his crazy spell. Limited use before your mind and your body fall apart. He uses chaos magic, bro. He do. He do. He might not know he's doing it, but he is. That's his advantage. He likes to be in the middle of chaos. He's a director of chaos. You learn something in China. other. Yeah, I hope he's feeling better though. Hope he as a man, as a person, is feeling better. He apologized to the entire Jewish community, took a whole page out of the Wall Street Journal. He's saying his outbursts were because of neurological problems that weren't locked into when he had his car accident through the wire area. Yeah, he's positioning himself for money. The doomsday clock is 13 seconds to midnight. Yeah, nigga. I know that's right, on God. Shout out to us and y'all. He apologizing to Jewish people for. I thought he was Yay. I thought he was Yeshua. I thought he was a descendant of Jesus. The way he was talking. You should know that Jesus is a Jew, so who the fuck he apologizing to? The niggas that got you fucked up, faggot? Yeah, I don't wanna hear that shit. I don't know what the fuck a Judean is. What are you apologizing for as a Jew? You need to apologize to us for not getting that close to the fire and telling us what's up. You're not Aaron enough for me. You're not Caleb enough for me. You didn't give us a scout report. You gave us some new breeds of clothes and polyesters that we're not supposed to wear. Real life. You want to talk about Jesus walks. You want to channel God. You want to do choirs. You want to tap into the Jew and tap into the Jew the whole way. Then he's going to cancel all his progress and apologize to Jewish people? Man. So you're just using God for your own advantage again, huh? Now you're apologizing to Jewish people like they're responsible for your God or habits or something. Oh, I lost my mind and started telling the truth as soon as I had a new death experience and God saved my life and I wrote Jesus Walks. Now I'm apologizing because maybe that fucked up my bank account with the Jewish bankers. It did. Good. You read the Bible yet, nigga? You let me know when Kanye do a Saturday service. When he learn how to fucking read. You finished learning Othello yet? You finished having those powwows with 88 keys? And you know the most disrespectful part about this nigga? And I'm talking about man to man, degree to degree. Not his music, not his career. I'm talking about the fact that his first manager in Chicago had a fucking room in the office identical to Noble Drew Ali. His first OG had a room modeled after Noble Drew Ali's room in Chicago, like bar for bar. And then the more Muslim no ID in Chicago. And the Black Gangster Disciples with Larry Hoover and Jeff Fort, the Moors and Mohammedans. All of that I have pictures of. Yet they don't say nothing about it. But he apologizing to fucking Jewish people. Man, fuck out my face. Pissed me off on this great day that guy had made. He ain't apologizing because he was wrong. He apologizing because he was fucking right, but he needs some money. He wasn't wrong. That's exactly why he's apologizing. He didn't reverse engineer it and say, I was wrong about what they've been doing. He just said, I'm saying these things that are right because something in my neurologically, God spared me, God showed me, God spoke into me, God blessed me, God made me a fucking vision for all the Israelites and others in the captivity. Love the music, love the Judah degrees, love this. And all of a sudden, it stopped being Noble Drew Ali and Malcolm X and start being Kanye West. He started being Jesus. Yeshua, same word. He started being God himself. You saw it. I am a God. All right, is it not written? I get it. Calm down. Relax. Come back home. All right, where are you, God? What did Noble Drew Ali say? All right. You're describing the same niggas who are not good Moors that sell your ass back into slavery. They can't help it. They think like a slave. They end like a slave. This slave is retiring and repenting with his slave master. Can't control his women, can't control his daughter. It plays out all over again, doesn't it? Remember, he was the first nigga to a Diddy party. His first placement is with Mace. You see your first cameo of Kanye on video in a weird Sunday suit and some glasses on at a Puffy release party. He did that video. We saw everyone in the bed together, but they're like clones or something. And then Taylor Swift had an attitude about it. He's talking about the freak-off parties. So you understand what I'm saying? It's like he let you in. He gave us the looking glass into what's driving them mad. Not just him, everyone that he put in that bed, remember? He's showing you they're all at the freak-off parties. He showed you. They all at the freak-off parties. They're all sharing women. They're swingers. They have to be. They ain't getting no virgins at that degree. They in Hollywood, nigga, so he's sharing his wife at the camp. He's sharing himself with whoever. And it is what it is, but then when it leaks out and egos and shit like that, and Drake say little side comments about the freak-off party and Kim, and all of a sudden niggas ain't friends no more. But niggas always at each other's house. Neighbors. Casablanca, whatever the fuck it is. Calabasas. Same story. And then connected to the fucking same degrees as Chris Brown, right? Calabasas, Soulja Boy, right? Calabasas.
Right.
They're all at the freak-off parties. Right? So which part of that is like Jesus and which part of that's like Christ? All right. But he's accountable because he put out Jesus Walks, bro. He beat death. He's accountable. He got his wake-up call, and God blessed him beyond measure. Good faith, good measure, pressed down, overwhelming. He kept little niggas like me in the game. Served his purpose. He showed me which way not to go. On Caleb. Still love him. But that ain't that. You gotta do more than just say it. I, the descendant of Israel, want to apologize to the synagogue of Satan because child support's going to be too much. Please accept my apology so I can get access to my bank accounts. You guys are starting to treat me like Trump, the same Grandois narcissist year of a dragon loop. Yeah, let me guess. Kanye West trying to get access to Wells Fargo. Like, cut it. Gotta cut it out, right? Calabasas Kabbalah, there you go. You never thought about that video, and the brother 7V. Tim says it's called Famous. He already broke after 11 days, as in the top streamer. Cashapp says he's God's greatest vessel some 11 days ago after quitting. And now he's saying, I'm quitting. I'm ready. He dropped the same speech that Cashapp dropped on the same day. The Famous video is taken down. It's not on YouTube anymore. I think you're onto something, MG. Yeah, accountability or, you know how they use rappers and drug dealers' music videos and songs to get them. Yeah. You might just get hit with the RICO. And Taylor Swift. It's probably more Taylor Swift, like legal team of ritual witches. Like, come on, bro. Calm down. I still feel like there's girls that owe me sex. Same story. Because when those Jesus pieces can't buy you peace, then I need at least one of Russell nieces. When the Jesus piece can't buy you peace, then I need at least one of Russell's nieces. So Russell Simmons' nieces are Reverend Run's daughters. Yo Gotti and them girlfriends. But he said that back then. You saw the TV show. They're teenage girls. And the first fly thing he can think of to disrespect Jesus and the peace is to pick up a teenage girl. But then, easy, you don't know us no more. want to know a nigga plotting on someone's teenage daughters either. Remember? And some streamers played hip hop in the club in the synagogue, started calling it the Clubacost. What? That's crazy. The Clubacost is a crazy story. I don't even go that far. I don't think genocide is funny because look what happened to us. I wish Jewish people, learn some humility. That song HH, got it. It's a Bandier song. Meh. Same story. Like, why do they get to ban everything about them? But every foreigner gets to jump around on stream all day talking about nigga. Fair? Can't talk about Jewish people in America, but you can talk about niggas who are from America. Fuck them both. They both go to hell. I don't give a fuck. They money fake. They ain't got shit. Everything they got is based on my father, so, fuck them both. War is coming. Our hand is on the trigger as Iran prepares. Iran couldn't stop a bunch of Gen Z people from doing whatever the fuck they did. Shut up. You don't worry about no goddamn world war. Y'all all whack. Y'all bitch. Y'all pussy. Y'all old. A shooting involving Border Patrol left one in critical. Tampa Bay News. Ice in the Winter Olympics. Ooh, I'm scared. You want to sell them tickets or not? Everybody is saying we're back in 2016, like it's a joke. What does that mean? Let's see what they're lying about. They understand loop shit.
Violence, the division, the beef, awakenings, the conspiracy culture, the way the internet feels all over again, the way that everybody arguing about truth all over again. To me, this don't feel like pandemic energy. This don't feel like 2020 energy. No, this is different. When you put it all in perspective, it makes sense that we feel like this because this is the complete
She said, what if we're watching a cycle? Got it.
cycle. Now hear me out. Back in 2016 is when the world quietly fractured. 2016, Trump shocked the whole damn planet when he won that election. People started seeing politics for the entertainment that it is. Fake news was mentioned in everyday language. In 2016, conspiracy culture went mainstream.
She's reading. She has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. But she's getting at the thing that everyone's talking about. Why you need to read that? Are you there or not? This wasn't the theme of 2016. The devil was a liar. I did my first Midnight Lives in 2016. People weren't on it like that. If you were on Facebook back then, because that's where that used to happen, there's people arguing with India and Israeli bots. 2016 wasn't a hot marker like this year. They're trying to do a 10-year loop, trying to keep it even, and they're never even. In 2016, yeah, Midnight Live, 3 a.m. start. No, I didn't do that because everyone was on it, because that's what the politics, no, it wasn't. People couldn't see politics for what they were. At UNESCO leaving me YouTube comments, just to be proven wrong by AI, and I haven't seen them since. I've seen people telling me there's no such thing as chemtrails. You've seen the rest of the story. Had people talking about there's no such thing as UFOs and giants and aliens, yet here we go. And then, 2016, they're bookmarking it for when Democrats started to fall off, because Trump won. They ain't had nothing to do with woke or spiritual awakening. Cut it the fuck out. I had people arguing with me in the Discord through the lockdown when they were getting killed by the damn thing. We had that sister, man. What's her name? Blessed. Something Blessed. She was a beat maker. She's more of the MSX audio tribe, though. But she would DM me on Instagram. And she had a machine. And she had a rare blood disorder. I don't know if it was I don't know what it was, but it seemed like it was painful. And she used beat making as her outlet. And she joined the greater producer community of black creators. But she linked towards MSX, F major, that side of it, right? Which is fine. And then the pandemic happened, and she got the mRNA, and she died shortly after. Now, mind you, she wasn't watching my videos, 3 a.m.s and the dailies. And if she was, she got the vaccine anyway, because she's already in the hospital, she's already in the system. So, you know what I'm saying? She's already fighting her immune system. And they're lying to her and telling her that this will stop her from getting COVID with a comorbidity that could kill her, just for her to trust these white people and Jewish needles to be dead. And now I can't DM her back and she can't DM me back no more ever again. I don't even think she was 28 years old. So get the shot to keep you alive through the cold you may not get since you're home making beats all day. But if you gotta go outside to go to Kroger, you'll be okay. Unless we fucked up by turning your ass into a Mac address. So, rest in peace. And there's so many other people in our tribe, in our Discord, that stopped posting too. Because they're dead. That's why I hope y'all find Malachi for me. Beat Emperor, Malachi. Malachi Clark, Hollywood, California. Yup. So I don't know what any of them talking about. We was here, 2016 to 19 to 21 to 23. I was talking about the same shit. Now they're saying it was back in 2016 when we first split. No. Y'all wasn't ready for the split, bro. Definitely not her. No disrespect, I'm just saying. They're doing it for the sake of the talking point in the views. Obviously I clicked on it, but they weren't there. You ain't reading no damn GBT summary of 10 years ago. The AI wasn't there either. (2016) 9. Just in 1 year. It'd be like 2017 if we're doing loops. You passed the humiliation ritual and a narcissist. Jesus Christ. Why do they teach people humiliation rituals? The West Davos is worse. Sophia chose you. Who did she? Selling? The psychology of people who have endured too much. Oh, they try to talk about me. The world isn't ending. It's just getting weirder. Old structures are dismantling within you. Same story. She proves why it's always your turn. Is it true? Oh, women, red pill. She's playing you. 4 words women say right before they play you. We got a language model. I need to hear it before my life is ruined either way. What's the point of learning those words? The Nephilim cover-up. Stephen Darby Ministries, 14 years ago. Yeah. The Nephilim cover-up. I know that's right. That witchcraft attack is now coming for them. It's a white woman, Harpo. 8,000 views. Everyone think they under witchcraft attack too. 10,000s of people in all these videos. And I don't doubt it. I'm just saying, like, that's weird. Saturn meets Neptune at Aries. Once in 6,000 years. What is that? Saturn.
Something quite extraordinary is happening in the skies this month. And even if you're not especially into astrology, it's worth paying attention to.
But I am.
Saturn and Neptune, 2 of the slowest moving planets that we work with astrologically, are coming together in a conjunction. Now, on its own, that happens roughly every 36 years, so it's not unheard of. But this one is different. And the reason it's different is because of where it's happening. This Saturn-Neptune conjunction takes place at 0 degrees of Aries, the very first degree of the zodiac. And according to long-range astronomical modeling, the last time Saturn and Neptune met at this exact point appears to have been around, are you ready for it? 4,361 BC. Okay, that's roughly 6,400 years
She'll
ago,
make up something that happened
long
back then.
before recorded history. Now, before we go any further, let me be clear and
Before the
grounded about this.
pre-Andalusian flood.
There are no written records from that time, okay? Writing didn't exist yet,
It
so
did.
this isn't a historical observation. It's actually a result of modern astronomical calculations using
Benjamin
long-range
Banneker,
ephemeris
almanac.
data, which I personally verified using professional astrology software. In
Based
other
on
words,
raw
this is
math.
computational and it's not just an idea or a myth.
It is
and
an
it's
idea. Hold on.
to
Tell
go
me what
around
it
the
is.
zodiac, while
Law of
Neptune
correspondence
takes
won't
about
matter.
165. Their cycles overlap in a predictable rhythm, which is why we can work out the last time they're at 0
Come on,
degrees of
bitch.
Aries.
What is it?
When they do meet, astrologers associate those periods with collective themes around reality versus illusion, structure
Neptune.
versus idealism,
Pisces.
and accountability versus escapism.
Saturn.
If we look at recent history, we can see this symbolism playing out in some very interesting ways. So, for example, in 1952 and
Why are you
1953...
giving us a reference in history to something that's never happened in human history? Shut up. It's so confusing. Like, did it happen before or not? But let's compare it to some shit that's not like that. They go straight from similes to synonyms. They break law of gender when they teach. And everyone does. I do it too. But I'm just saying, like, that warm-up was overwhelming of, like, I really don't know what I'm talking about. I'm trusting the sources and the data. No one has written language that you know of that, you know, corresponds to this. But let's go back to 1950. What? No. That's not how you tell that story. You define the variables. You look for similar variables and arrangements. Talk about how it was before and after. And you look at the variables on your board now and how would these energies affect those variables going forward. And you too could be 401. On a half you could be. On a half you can be 401. There's a plenty of 401s out here. She's not even a good 401, bro. You got 304s and you got 401s. All the rappers sound the same these days. Let's see. Let's see what Griffey is saying. No, don't do that. Don't put me on the read list. Click on it.
Young CIA up in this bit. You already know what it is. Ronald Reagan forever. America forever. The streets. Money. Violence. Yeah. Eliminate your own people because it's cool to destroy your own community. Do it with handguns, SMGs, assault rifles with military-grade attachments. Destroy your mental health with alcohol and drugs. Cope with hypersexual behavior and suppressing your emotions and trauma. Disrespect black women. Disrespect black women that raise black men. Call them disrespectful names and embarrass them. Humiliate them. Promote gang culture and tell the youth how it's okay to kill one another over colors in street corners. Being in a gang is a homosexual thing, but make it masculine. Hanging with men 24/7 looking for problems with other men, yeah, totally not gay. It's gay. Be financially irresponsible by buying designer clothing and fake jewelry. Do not invest. Do not buy land. Do not pour into your savings account. Go pay for a woman's BBL. Women, go get a BBL. Even though the mortality rate for BBLs are very high and women usually die on the table during their procedure. Did I mention black on black crime is cool? Drinking liquor and doing drugs and destroying your mind is cool? Disrespect all the women. Never make the hood heal. Keep the prisons filled. Ronald Reagan never died. He issues record deals. Guns, drugs, violence. Guns, drugs, violence. Guns, drugs, violence.
More or less. More or less. Shout out to the CIA, man. Y'all did it. The CIA do it so much that the CIA didn't do it. But the CIA gets the credit. Hypothecation. Shout out to Long Beach Griffey. He tried to be serious suddenly. He done said everybody gay for real. And he the one that be acting gay for jokes, but he's saying, like, come on now. CIA got you, baby. Reaganomics. Love it here. So CIA ain't died. Ronald Reagan handed out record deals. And did. And did. He ain't lying. He ain't lying at all, boy. These are all federal agencies. Every last single one of them. They take any money from the federal government, any taxes, any subsidies of the federal government, they're a federal agency. It's a federal agency. What time of your life? CIA made it so it wouldn't, therefore, she's a 395. What's a 395? 17 or 8? Yeah, I've been seeing that 2016 meme, and I don't get it yet. Tim says, yeah, man, you're goated for 3M series. Sickle cell? I think so. Darby was dropping gems for real. I would try to find Malachi through his wife, but I don't know where yet. Says Super Short said, what? Malachi's wife was Lunicorn. That's her name. Luna, like unicorn? Lunicorn. Something like that. Something like Lunicorn. And Roxy, the reader, is his best friend from Colorado. But they weren't cool towards the end, but Roxy's another one. Yeah, I haven't heard from Malachi in over a year. And it's crazy because I'm in Clark County. And his family is the Clarks. Black History Month. He's 6'3". Same story. 6'3" with an afro. Same story. We out here, man. The 395 is almost a 401. What the hell? Okay, we'll look through the nickname variations. Lunicorn, I think it's Luneicorn. Like Lune. Luneicorn. Lunicorn, I think that's how she spelled it. I can see her. I know what she looks like. I can see it in my mind's eye. Luna. And Malachi, the Beat Emperor. That's where he'd be on Spotify. It's impossible to not have heard from him by now. Him, Will Ty, special.
Where?
Tragic know where I'm at. I think Arson does too. So they're around. But that one, he is not around. I have no idea what happened to our brother. But it'd be like that. If he got hit with a spiritual awakening the same time I did, it'll take you out the game for a little while, boy. It might fuck around and put you in the desert. This shit crazy. I'm only here for a few more days. Hope he's doing okay. Tragic is live right now, I think. Shout out to him. Wyatt, you haven't heard from Wyatt in a while? Yeah, Wyatt was wild. Magellia. Shout out to Wyatt for that one. That was a... Oh, you could. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he was looking, wasn't he? He was looking. And then he put the red lines around the paragraph. I was like, that's exactly what I just channeled in my video. And you found an apocrypha text that said it out loud. So God be the glory. And I ain't forget nothing about nothing. Wyatt invited us to a Discord server, bro. And I swear, bro, I haven't. My brain hasn't processed that fucker. It was a regular Discord server. And I've never been there before, but you know, he like to invite you everywhere to do a fucking podcast with white folks about the shit. And he believes like he's one of those, like one of the Israel tribes descendants, and I ain't against it. But he said some weird shit about his time on drugs and being in Marcy projects, and they're calling him Jesus or something. I'm like, bro, what drug trip was that? Because that had never happened in Marcy with nobody. But it could have, depending on what he was going there for, because his girlfriend was a billionaire daughter. And between drugs, rituals, and that lifestyle, maybe he don't remember which segment was where, which is very common. Not judging it, it is what it is. I can't verify that. But when I was telling him what I was telling him, I did a live with him on Instagram this time last year too. Talking to him about all kind of shit. And that's when he told that story. And then he found the Megalia. And then he highlighted the part of the Megalia that referenced to the fact that everybody ain't everybody. And this is why. And this is the why. He found the why. Once I had the Y, I had the X. And once I had the Y and the X, I found Z. And that's all it is. Oh. The Watchers and the Angels are still doing spec ops down here. They're doing special operations down here. They're not dealing with people. They're dealing with spirits and principalities in high places for real. We got a name for it. Oh, the Seraphim. Ain't the first time that shows up in the Bible. Ain't the last time it shows up in the Bible. What do the Seraphim have? Slaves. Slaves will come. Wooden ships. Okay. Let's find out what Ezekiel and the other two are going to do this time with Dragon Ball Z. They snuck in through indentured servitude to travel as slaves to the destination port that the Seraphim were taking people in order to Assassin's Creed the Seraphim. I'll finish reading it one day. For real. The Megalia is Spec Ops. The Megalia is Rainbow Six for Heaven. Oh shit. The Archangels are actually you know what I'm saying? Like, they're like Delta Force. They put themselves into captivity to go into slavery, to get to the bottom of the Seraphim's plan. Wolves in sheep's clothing. They don't send wolves for the sheep, they send the wolves for the pastors. During the Megalia, there's 3. Holy Trinity of Delta Force. Delta's a triangle, 3. They get everything from the Bible, don't they? King James English. Billy Hamilton, Lord have mercy. Marcy. From Marcy to Hollywood. Yeah, shout out to him. Then he lived outside of Greensboro. He was G-Boro kid. He's got a chicken farm out there in G-Boro. I was like, bro, you live right down the street from me. And disappeared. Hopefully he's alright. But that Discord, Lord have mercy. They were jumping when this shit happened. And I was trying to keep up with it. What the fuck were these white boys talking about? And they posted this AI cartoon series. Like, they were one of the first ones to get a full subscription to generate all this AI videos. And they're maggots. Like the art style, they're maggots. It's weird. And it's not random either. That's what was tripping me the fuck out. I was like, Wyatt, who the fuck are these people, bro? Why am I in this Discord? So I watched the Maggot Show. And it's telling a story every day or every week, however many times they generate the data to make this show. And it's talking through something. And it's using all the sigils and all the things that we expect from Israelite culture and our awakening. And there's this animated maggots where they generate a script talking about real-time political things. But it's, you know how it is. It's maggots. They're 4chan. They're 4chan advanced. Like they're sending messages through hyperspace, and it was on YouTube too. They're sending these messages across their little conglomerate. They're white boys. Wyatt. Oh, yeah, that's a cool story. Then I'm looking at the chat, another Discord room, and I told them who I was. I posted my pictures and my birth certificate and my birth and everything, and all of a sudden the chat exploded. I went back to scroll up to take a screenshot of what I posted. The mod deleted it. And as they're talking, they start talking about, what era in the Mayan thing is this? I was like, oh, we're in the Mayan thing. Like, after I posted, they said, oh, this is a rough ride. Rough ride? And they go, what the fuck are you talking about? The Mayan cycle was that way. Y'all here in this Discord with me today, and Mr. Mayate just posted a birth chart, and now y'all talking about something. Like, they're talking above, like, they're not answering me. They're talking about whatever, and it's high speed too, like a Twitch, but it's a Discord. And I'm like, the fuck? And then the maggots. Whoever's in that Discord produces that content, the script, the AI, and then to tell the story. And it's like, whoa, why? What the fuck who are these people? So what I'm saying is, like, there's secret societies right on Discord. Saw it again on Weaver Beach channel, and I was almost killed, and he misinterpreted all the signs. But he's channeled. So he's talking, and at the end of his video about me, you see these people in the chat saying, wait a minute, do I need to go ahead and sell all my equipment right now? And then someone ordered a nuclear level donation to end the stream. Everyone's leaving out of the chat like they're angry. Ain't nothing happened to Weaver. What's he upset about? And the people in the chat, I don't know who they are. What are they talking about? They sound like they're talking about military stuff, like, agents. If you read what they're saying, not what he's saying, if you read what his chat is saying, the Twitch chat, he's like, oh, we got watchers on YouTube. He didn't interview me or follow up with me. I left a comment on that video. He didn't say nothing to me. Like, I wasn't there, but the subject's about me, and I keep running into that. People will talk about what's going on and what I'm saying and who I am, but they won't talk to me. And it's like, alrighty, fuck them, They're after something. I said too many keywords. I mentioned Dreamville, J. Cole, gay gangs, and rapes. And the people in the chat are responding to that on his Twitch in real time on his screen. They know what I'm talking about. Weaver Beast is making jokes about it, off-color commentary. He's not joking about it. They're white boys, office humor. The white boys watching it in real time are getting pissed off. They don't know me. They're getting pissed off about a story from a crazy guy that never happened. Yeah, they're questioning, is it time to take actions? I want you to go, if that video's still there, you'll see what I'm talking about. I knew what they were talking about because I knew what he was saying, and I knew why he pulled up my references, because he wasn't showing the public producer community. He was showing agents. I said, all you gotta do is pull the cameras. And he said that. He said, oh, you gotta pull the cameras. And he showed the street that I drew. Had nothing to do with the story if he was trying to triangulate me and Busy Works Beats. Right? Because he's always on Busy Works Beats. I asked about his scams in Scientology. Remember, Weaver Beach got a baby mom. Probably got the baby in Scientology. So, there's levels to people's madness. I've noticed something, but no. Who are those boys and what works in your chat room? I used to work for Lightos. Who are these boys? Why are they watching YouTube producer community with white boy in Hawaii near an army base? And what do they know about gang culture in the United States? And why was the next week or two J. Cole sitting down on his last Dreamville saying goodbye to whatever the fuck it was, and that wasn't the Dreamville Fest date. I was at the Dreamville Dorothea Dix Park where they have it. I don't know where that show was. He was unenthusiastic, drained. It was like a purple light, what I can remember in my mind's eye. He's sitting down, talking on the microphone. Gratitudes. He dropped Port Antonio. Matter of fact, he dropped a song last week. And I didn't hear y'all talk about it. Y'all ain't shit. But J. Cole, but like, the person I saw looked just like J. Cole in the face. You gotta realize how random that is in Raleigh, North Carolina, where we all stay. He has the same face as J. Cole. And then he had a very nice chain that didn't match his status, his car, or his friend group. So that chain is a gift, or it's stolen. And it's a diamond chain too. It ain't got no diamond jewelers where I live. And had a bear, like a gummy bear, a tiny one. So fancy chain, nice watch, nice chain, but a little trinket. Bears, faggots, homosexuals. So, okay. The gay gangs you heard about, vice lords. Not all vice lords, not Chicago vice lords. I'm talking about Raleigh, North Carolina. So they're a spinoff group of Bloods in Raleigh. I'm only speaking regionally. I don't know all the gang politics, but I know this one in particular. They may not notice it, but I do because I'm a seer. they lean towards fake blood colors. So like they're false flagging. So instead of the reds that bloods use, they use burgundies. Instead of this, they use the different off shades of blood colors. It's very strange. But then they have Crip affiliations. Raleigh's not really a Crip city. There's Crips in Raleigh, but it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not Los Angeles in that way. So I noticed, like, oh, this is a gang of people. And they always have a maroon truck, a maroon car, or these colors. Always pale blue, and not like Crip blue like Snoop or Royal blue or Etruscan blue. It's like these pale blues, Carolina blues, baby powder blues, and that color patch, that color scheme, whatever they are. I think they're vice lords or associated folks, vice lords. It's whatever that faction in that area of pretenders is. Yeah, okay. I see it. You listen to J. Cole, listen to Tell Two Cities. Right? Hands in the air. Yeah. By the way, nice watch. Now that's the company he keeps. Jack Boys. But if I had to weigh in on it, if that's true, or if he's making a reference to something true, because it's from Fayetteville, alleged. Kevin Gates was in Fayetteville, if you know anything about math and science. But hands in the air, Jack Boys, run it, drug dealers, dope boys. Okay, because those only people that have a nice watch at the club, and I know J. Cole and Not Rain 910, who I got 2 songs with, used to go to the same clubs in Fayetteville. Rain showed me the pictures. So, all right, I could triangulate some shit. Kevin Gates, Rain, J. Cole, Fayetteville, the Army military base. All right now. All right, military kids. All right, I see something. I know something. Of course, you can come to Raleigh. That's where the malls are. All righty, not too far. It's only 2 hours. That's average when you're in the South. There you go. Okay, cool story. So this is a gang. This is a network. Doesn't matter what gang or color they're flagging. They're all interconnected in trafficking. Somehow I'm in the middle of that. I'm making hip-hop remixes and lo-fi. I'm not in that at all. I don't have a game because I know how to play it. Don't believe me, just watch nigga. Feel me? And that's why that nigga face fell apart.
Hey, let me get a ride. Yeah,
Word.
I had you back up into my life, bro. Back it up and dump it.
God,
Hey, let me get a ride to Nelson Truck. Go that way
Bear
for
chain.
me, man. Come on,
That
what's
nigga
up,
color
highway?
means the weird seals. Yep, he said that. That's a real shame. EGC before the nick. Someone might be here now. Tina Cole, how you doing? I saw a video of those Tiggles recently. The Tiggles is what they're called. Shout out to the sister Tina Cole. Squad, Aphrodisiacs be damned. We out here. Shout out to the sister. Well, same story. Same story. Same exact story, actually. That's a funny story right there. All of us have the same story. So yeah. Tina Cole, that happened to you last year or two, right? You and your family communications got weird. Like shit got weird in families. And like we found ourselves in isolation with our awareness and awakening. I'll be paying attention now. I ain't no slouch now. I'll be paying attention to the sisters. But yeah, I don't know what that shit is, honestly, to this day. Like Haru says, they can still be watching me to this day. Alright. Just know what you did, man. God is watching too. Don't believe me, just watch, nigga. Like, comment, subscribe. How y'all doing? Tina Cole said, yup. Yeah, it's a real thing. That's a planetary alignment special. If you found yourself in a washer and dryer of bad communications, corrupting relationships that are older than time itself, then, you know, tells you what time it is. Time to get serious about your walk. Hopefully they come around, the ones we care about come around, you know, once we finish our ministry of whatever it is that we had to be isolated from. And hopefully in their isolation too, they're learning and evolving as well. It ain't over till Fat Lady sings. I just know as a witness to what I went through, and I had to manage and figure out and communicate. And I'm doing this all in real time too. Like as I'm going through it, I'm still streaming every day. Still gotta figure it out. For real. For real. I just noticed everyone got frosted though. Shout out to the freezer. But maybe it'll melt one day and they'll say something. I don't know what they can say to me. But as soon as they start talking, I'm gonna finish it in my head. Like they don't even have to finish their sentences no more. I almost say talking to people because I know exactly what they're about to say when they're in that polarity. Jonathan L3. It's even weirder now. It's how did Wyatt end up in the Island Boy circle of direct beef? He hang around with billionaire daughters, man. Epstein Island kids. Come on now, don't come on now. There ain't that many billionaires in the United States. There ain't that many of them. And if they're like Wyatt and White, then come on now, that's the golf club. Remember, he was a private chef for them. Wyatt was a private chef for a billionaire. I don't think he was paying him that much, but you understand how it is. He was in rehab, or he was getting clean. He was chefing. He simped up with a billionaire daughter. I don't know how much money she had, but he was very excited about that. And then somehow that threw him from Cali to North Carolina to Goldsboro in the woods with a chicken farm, doing weird videos, and we haven't seen him since. Mr. Tiggles and crew. I haven't seen Mr. Tiggles or Wyatt since, but he did his job. He's Telegalia now. I don't know if he'll be able to take that shit back to Marcy Projects, but he got MG the Apocrypha real quick. He got me set on what a seraphim was. I understood everything. I was like, why these niggas keep worrying about being Israelites because of slave ships? I was like, oh, the seraphim have slave ships made out of wood. Oh, archaic ass, bullshit ass niggas. But don't miss it. The writer of that story knows, like, seraphim have wooden ships. What other ships are there? You understand? Seraphim have wooden ships. Like, the writer's like, they're wooden ships. What's the point of giving an adjective to ships if everything's water? If they're transporting people from one point to another during any time there's a Bible or Apocrypha, then what other kind of ships are there? Why would you say specifically seraphim, non-human source, flying above? I hope y'all don't miss that shit. The writer is like, nah, the seraphim fly above. And they have wooden ships under them. And on those wooden ships, they're slaves, wooden. And they're going to a destination, follow them. And then you see the same thing in Ezekiel. There's an angel above the craft. Per description, as above, so below. So seraphim above the slave ship. Ezekiel, angel above the wheel. So wooden ships and Ezekiel wheels. I already know what's going on. I already know the difference. I seen the real ships. The real ships wood. Hello. Good luck with that shit, seraphim. They ain't got nothing like ours. They don't have nothing in the same dimension as our technology, let alone. But they have manpower. And for whatever reason, the archangels and angels are playing weird ass games with them. Like, instead of going after the ship flying in the air, the book, the writer, the human is going, play the game, I guess. Fuck it. This is how we did it. This is how we did it. This is how we got involved. This is how we stopped them. This is what it is. This is what it isn't. Wooden ships with slaves in the Megalia. Wow. What a time to be alive. That means slave trade through wooden ships was the seraphim. Hebrews 13. Be careful you entertain. You might be entertaining angels. Yeah. So we got that. We have that. If they were there then, and that script found me from them then, they are here now. They are here now, bro. You got cherubim, you got Rephaim, that's 4. And whatever other M's and Elohims and NNMs and M&Ms there could be, won't matter to me, bro. I know which one I am. So, 20, 39. Have fun. Billy Hamilton says, oh, yep, the private ship, I remember. And then late June or something, like the news of that NASA mission where they were constructing a wooden satellite on the space station. And then that space station was evacuated a week ago. One person got sick with a mysterious illness, and then they wanted to pull all of them down. The PlayStation trailer in 2016 already showed the wooden ships being uncovered because they came down pretending to be you got it, from sky into water. Whatever happened to those UFOs in J? We don't know. We don't know what happened. That was during the congressional talks about UFOs. They spread a whole new chemtrail for nighttime, I guess. The fuck are they doing? Like, they want snow or rain again. But it takes them 72 hours to manifest. But yeah, fucking the UAPs over New Jersey, they said they were car-sized UAPs. And I'm asking, where's the parking lot for these shits? It wasn't one of them. It wasn't two of them. There was dozens of them. So much so, I saw quite a few where I lived in Raleigh, and that was I was not in New Jersey, I was in Raleigh when I saw them. Saw them shits go through the trees. Low, like lower than any UFO. But they were small, maybe car size. And I was like, oh shit, that shit wobbling. Like he wobbling like, you know what I'm saying? Like he running out of whatever source that is. Like, let's get on by. And it was moving unnaturally. It was wobbling, but its propulsion was unnatural to my eyes too. They had these beautiful colors. Their LED lights are different. They have a different quality of light. I was like, oh, that's the shit they saw in New Jersey. Wait, I'm in Raleigh. I saw the same height, same elevation. I saw shards, like a meteorite, but a street level, like the meteorites you see in the sky and the NASA photos, but like a shrunk one, right above my street level. Like, what's in this nicotine, nigga? That's not. I'm used to UFOs. That's not a UFO. That's a meteorite or like a Sprite shower, like, you know, whatever the fuck that is called. That. Man, fucking SpaceX got ripped to shreds like that same week, and it was the same image. It was a microcosm of SpaceX's destruction, whatever that really is. And you saw it over, Gulf of America. And at the same time, you saw the smoke coming out of the Gulf of America from a center point in the middle of that sea. And it was like smoke coming out, and then that caused Canada to be frozen in the Northeast, like right now. Same time last year, part 3. That's all during the same time. The smoke coming out the Gulf of America. Why would smoke be coming out of the goddamn ocean, guys? Like, for real, we never really talked about that. What the fuck is coming out the center of the Gulf on Bermuda Triangle Part 3 that would move the smoke, air current, to the northeast and freeze Canada? That's not the weather pattern. What came out the ocean, the time he named it, went from Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, a little wizard coming out, and on a stream, like a stream. The pole took it to the north, and wherever that chemtrail landed, froze the whole northeast until it ran out. January, February, March 2025. And nobody was talking about it. Life is just lifing. No, it's not. There's UAPs, there's strange sea things happening. People are seeing things. The niggas is getting weird on the internet. All at the same time. I'm with it. We got mRNA, Sabrina Wallace, myocarditis, and turbo cancers unleashing hell on the circus, on the social circuit. Then you have Donald Trump, finances, and running out of liquid. And that's just how the year started. That don't even all the twists and turns they gave us. But no, Billy, they never disclosed the final report on that congressional meter about the giant red squares and the circles and the cubes in them. The UAP car-sized UFOs, which if they're what I saw, I think I know what they're talking about. And then, of course, all the shit that I see that they don't even fucking touch. They don't even talk about the shit that will fry their everything. So, we're in good company. And the seraphim are here. Don't miss that. Like, that could be... They went to the Temple on the Mount. Trenton, New Jerusalem. That's where they were. That's the same year Ramadan had the crescent moon and the star too. Quran. So it activated that. What is that shit called? Those synchronicities, those things in high places that we don't understand, triggered New Testament revelations, Temple on the Mount, UFO showing up, cherubim, open up the sky, same story. And then Ramadan last year, saw the crescent moon, Venus and the star. Word to the Moors, all in the same time period. And nobody religious, nobody Moorish or Moorish, no Christians, no Nation of Islam, no Rizal Islams, nobody said, yo, both books, both prophecies, same season. What up? Donald Trump. Y'all missed it then, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? They talk about everything else. They talk about Mars and Pluto's, like, nah, nigga. We had the parade of 6 planets in a straight line. Same time period. We had the blood moon, super moon, March 15th. I'll never forget. Same period. All of that happened this time last year. The motherfuckers talking about 2016. What are we talking about? Your government got you worrying about Trump and ICE. They talking about illegal aliens, bro. But they're not talking about the illegal aliens that was just in their airspace a few months prior. After all the alien ships showed up, then they started having illegal alien forces on the streets. Don't let you miss that. Man. What are these red carpets? What are these orbs? What is this Tic Tac UFO? Then they hit you in the head one more time, like, we ain't forget. You know that Tic Tac footage? We got another one. Old as shit. But notice something. It's flying. We can't track it. We can track it now. What happens if they can track it? If we can track it, we can triangulate the tracker and the missile and hit its ass. That shit break apart, like I described in my encounter 10 years prior, and it put itself back together. Wasted a whole fucking $1 million missile being cute and glamorous as a fucking idiot. So what I'm saying is I've been struggling to describe what that craft did in my naked eye, and then like the god of, you know, the mixtape releases of declassified videos showed it happen. I could not explain that from under it. But looking at that video from the drone above it before it untracked it again, it went faster on purpose. They disintegrate and reform. That TikTok was being nice though, because it stayed a light body, broke up, reformed its light body and took off. Mine just went slow. Did the same trick, broke apart, came back as something else, something more familiar. Came back as a mentor or a sea creature, something graceful, something I've touched before. I was like, hey, how you doing? You remember Camden, New Jersey? Same story? Yeah, oh, you niggas. How y'all doing? I don't know. You'll find out in 10 years, bitch. The fuck? So now our government of white people and Jewish people who have to be aware of this, because I am, you are, they ain't touching that shit. They'd rather you have worry about freedoms and ice and threats and money than to deal with the elephant in our room. Not only is the elephant in our room, but this house belongs to the elephant too. For my father's a father of many worlds that intonates space travel. Galileo, Europa, Venus 4, Jupiter 2. One of 4 Galilean moons belonging to Jupiter. E-ring, Saturn. Saturn trying to steal Zeus. So his mother threw a rock at Saturn, and he thought that the rock was Zeus. Zeus, Jupiter too. Europa. Jupiter Jr. But a girl. Jupiter's daughter, Europa. Google it. Is Venus 4? Jupiter 2. Zeus's daughter, Venus's great-granddaughter, Europa. We'll see it. That makes sense to you. And it could also be called Jupiter 2 because it's Mercury's daughter. Jupiter 2, Mercury. Mercury and Venus's daughter, Europa. No matter how we do it, it's going to keep showing you the same Holy Trinity. Get it? So, Delta Force. Same story. We did it again. We looped again. So we're in ChatGPT with what's happening. Thank God. And that's circled off of what the UAPs were in New Jersey. Thus, They are what they are. There's a sign for us. That's all it is in the Bible. So God uses the ornaments in the sky for signs of parentheses of the time. Your government got the message, y'all. Elon got the message. Space Station got the message. NASA burning its library and books down got the message. Everybody got a message, bro. But they didn't tell us what the message was. They're like, all right, shit. They say, pipe that shit down, bitch. We here. Now they spraying the sky like a bitch. But let me remind you, the first time I ever encountered those craft, I was looking up what is causing the chemtrails. And what I saw on YouTube 10 plus years back then was everything but an airplane. Not all chemtrail planes are created equal. They look like airplanes from the ground. Yes, they do. Sure as hell do. Just like that shit look like a manta ray from the ground. Yes, it do. Sure it do. But them niggas had those cool flat Earth cameras back then. Without even thinking about flat Earth, but the Nikon 9000s. So they're sitting down as low as I am, and they look at this chemtrail, usually around a city with tall buildings, or downtown somewhere. And they're looking at the chemtrail, and they zoom in on that Nikon super zoom. And as soon as you get to where the plane is in focus, this is the chemtrail coming out of it, so you know it's not contrails. But if you have a good enough camera zoom, like they did, they went a little bit further, and all of a sudden, that plane, in its body, in its core, the center of gravity, there's an orange-colored orb. It's an orange-colored orb at the center of the plane's body, and the plane's form and the chemtrails is hiding this orb. So that's one video. I found all of them. At that time, those videos were posted, 3 years ago, 5 years old from when I found them. And the algorithm was better back then. And I found more similar uploads. You go to similar channels when that was available, MySpace. And I was finding, oh shit, this nigga found it too. Oh shit. You found a helicopter version. That's because you know how frame rate is. Helicopters look like their wings don't move if it's locked in with your camera wrong. So you're like, oh, something's wrong with this helicopter. Like, nah, what about that bird that ain't moving? Then you saw all the videos of the birds that are stuck in the sky. You ever seen that before? Like, birds get stuck in the middle of flight, and I seen a video in Brazil or South America where the firemen come out, put a ladder off their fire truck to get the bird down. Like the bird is stuck in mid-flight, not moving, and men have to climb up and grab the bird and pull it down. Several of those videos, actually. You've probably seen one or two. There's so many of them. And then same thing with the planes in certain areas. Like the plane is stuck. Like, oh, it's math. It's drag and this and that. No, nigga. The plane's not moving. I thought as a propulsion system, it's using gas and it's burning, so it should never be stuck. It should never stop gliding. Conservation of mass and all that type of shit. Like, nah, you can't just be landing or taking off and stop. And just be hanging out there as the car is moving by recording you. Nah, bitch, fuck out my face. Because we've seen him grab the bird down that was stuck. We saw the plane that's stuck. So there's a certain frequency bandwidth of our air or sky air that's close. It's not too high. It's close. And for whatever fucking reason, gravity, magnetism, or propulsion systems, ether, whatever we don't understand currently, because faggots run everything, causes that shit to hang out there. Coolest story, bitch. Coolest story I've ever seen. So I'm priming my mind with these concepts. Like, everything you see is not what you see. Look at it. What is it? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's Superman. And then what happened? Same year, last year, same story, same channel. I saw what they were talking about. Them shits look like Superman for real. It looks like men in suits flying. They caught them on camera, and I saw them with my naked eyes. I was like, there ain't no way. That shit looked like a person, like the size of a person. Nah, God, you playing too fucking much with me. Why do I get to see this stuff? Twitter will show you a video. Then we have the moonwalking moon incident that I'm not satisfied with any of your fucking responses, guys, or NASA's, or white people, or scientists. It's on Twitter, bro. I saw it, Discord saw it, Mr. Now saw it. Motherfucker chilling out with his annoying fucking wife, looking over a fucking bridge, and he's looking up at the sky and the moon. He's looking at the moon, he's like, alright. And then instead of the moon being a moon, the moon started moving. But the problem with the moon moving is that the moon doesn't move like that. But the moon was moving. Like, you don't see the moon move, like, in real time. He has a video of the moon moving and stopping. Alright, nigga. Y'all niggas want to argue about Mandela effects and timelines and parallels and dimensions. Well, if the ornaments in the sky are for time and seasons, then the moon moving backwards means what? Alrighty then. Amen, brothers. We got this now. We never gonna forget the Alamo, my nigga. Don't forget the Alamo. Don't forget 2025. That year was crazy, guys. Ain't got shit to do with fucking Donald Trump for real. We've been knew they're pedophiles. We've been knew they're faggots. We've been knew they're racist. We've been knew they're evil. We've been knew they like slavery. That ain't what happened last year. And that ain't fucking start. That ain't brand new in 2016. That shit wasn't brand new in 2006. That shit ain't brand new in 1996. None of these facts are brand new for the past 100 years. But last year, though, yeah, we had them boys in the suits are up there. I don't know who the fuck they are. I don't know who the fuck they think they are. But you know what's not going to happen? They're not going to land and talk my ass. That's what they're not going to do. On Gibraltar, they're not. Shape-shifting motherfuckers. The orb oh yeah, that's the thing about the orb videos. Final remarks. So like, once you learn frame rate and stuff, it's like, well, the wings and the missing propellers ain't really the stunt. Now I got to find something else off, a different idiosyncrasy. And I was like, no, these orbs don't just they don't really create the plane. And I think back in the day, what a white person would say, oh, that's Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam, talking about hologram? All right, I'm following you. Talk to me about this, Walt Disney. What is the Project Bluebeam do? It's gonna make false things in the sky appear to get you, the slave, to be afraid of a alien invasion, and somehow you're supposed to go to a white Jesus church when it's all said and done. That's the dumbest shit I've heard in fucking human history. Even if they could do that, but they can't do that. Because whatever is spraying that projection or Project Bluebeam would have to have technology following it. That is not what we're witnessing. We're not witnessing a drone sending down images or, you know, that. No. Listen, this is before AI and what we got now. You know, we talking about before 2015 faggots. That is an orb. That is an orb with a fake holographic plane around it that might be missing a wing or a fuselage, and it's not a real plane at all. But it is really spraying chemtrails that turn into real clouds. That is not a hologram. The chemtrail is not a hologram. The ingredients that show up, the fake ice, the fake snow, none of that's a hologram. The cloud coverage, the gray in your sky, that's not a hologram. That thing with that orange orb, it can draw a hologram around the orb, but it's spraying real chemicals. I need everybody to stay woke on that shit. We ain't talking about shaffing from the Marines. We ain't talking about the cloud farm that NASA stupid ass is burning and wasting gas on. No, we're talking about like, bro, there's some shit that fly right above you that look like just like everything is supposed to be there, but they ain't doing the same shit as everything up there. There's other shit that can look like sea creatures and manta rays. There's other shit that look like cars and drones. There's Rephium, there's Seraphim, there's Cherubim, there's Elisha's story, Ezekiel's story. There's the flying rings, the flying totems. There's birds, planes, men, everything between us. And then if you really get lucky in the algorithm of YouTube strange shit in the sky, there's shit that fly in the sky so fast and so bright and so occasional that they look like sea creatures. Like when you catch them, they call them sprites. They ain't no fucking sprites, they're a creature. But they light up the sky like the creatures at the bottom of the ocean do. So they like, you know, they move and they have these beautiful fluorescent sonoluminescent lights. And if you catch them, you lucky as fuck, but they usually go away. They don't stick around. Just like the deep sea. So you have deep sea creatures and we have deep sky creatures. Absolutely. Obviously, excellent. Which is probably why they keep the planes a certain height and, you know, this would be shit you can't see or run right into your shit or more aptly fly right through your shit. That's where I'm lost at. That's why I'm lost at. That's the only science I'm lost in. I keep up with the best Star Trek and all them faggots on quantum anything. But nah, bro, what I've seen in my naked eyes is not a technology of whiteness or white people. No disrespect, white people. This is not reverse engineered processes. This is a technology and a math and a science that If you have it, you don't understand it yet. And if you don't understand it yet, we don't have it yet. So thus, this technology seems like it do whatever the fuck it want to do. And the fact that it creates a half-ass hologram of your shit around it and it really don't care about it, it tells me everything. It's not really trying to hide because the whole form is optional. Right. So if we have that problem with airplanes, helicopters, orbs, shape-shifting, manta rays, USOs, UAPs, I need you to understand everything about degrees. As above, so below. Now, is there a compatible story of shenanigans and shape-shifting bullshit amongst vessels of humans? Absolutely Britney Spears. Absolutely Holy Bible. Absolutely Hopi Indians. Absolutely Fae Kingdom. Absolutely little mummy alien in Mexico. Absolutely all the tombs. Absolutely all the cave drawings. Absolutely Sumerians. Absolutely everybody else. So I'm looking at the sky and I'm like, evidence is everything. I look around at these weird ass, ugly ass NPC like people. I'm like, all right, man, say less. Everybody ain't your neighbor. Hebrews 13. Be careful who you entertain. Same story. Based on a true story. The truest story ever. They appear in the middle of the ocean from above, and then they go back to the beach to pretend to be from the continent. The bottom of a sink that precise is the center. Same as when we were on Ursula's ass. Yep. Those big masses underwater were detected by radar too. Moving. Yes. Whales move different, birds move different, everything realigned to the new alignment. Yes, absolutely. Almost overnight, and scientists were nowhere to be found for comment. It broke their whole education system. And then all of a sudden colleges are defunded. Teaching nothing, just like NASA's library. Dolphins in the North Pole and killer orcas in the South. Elementals, yeah, elemental. That's a beautiful way of describing what that is. It's some element we don't have the mentalism to understand. From secret UAP meetings. Oh yeah, I forgot the brother Harut. He's at an airport over there near Denmark, and he tried to go pull up and see what they were talking about. They never released that because the UAPs were showing up in Denmark in the green lights. We are going to Greenland to mine resources straight off the UAPs. Yep. And they stole silver from Venezuela, gold, and they obliterated alleged Cuban soldiers and sent them away in a Nike shoebox. Like that's how obliterated they were with whatever magnet or microwave weapon they used on them. Which is, I'm sure it's against Geneva codes, but we'll let white people do what they want to do. Killing innocent fathers who are trying to protect their family, friends, and their daughters. And they're trying to figure out what's going to happen to them. The same story. They can only move their head. Not for nothing that meme tried is it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Gabriel. The moon was doing max speed drifting. It was. And it's caught on video, bro. Don't mind me, I'm just moonwalking. And I got visited in the afternoon of June 31st by swastika-shaped, circle-shaped spinning balloons. That same night, every calf came to take pictures of my house, messing with the electric bells. The electric bell ringer of the town church, yeah. You start getting different times going off. I remember that. Just like the Twilight Q follows 538. 7. A plane turning into a koi fish, yep. Japanese, very Asiatic. I noticed something, manta rays. And if you watch, what's crazy, if you watch Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, there's a scene of him walking through the deserts and the manta rays flying through the desert. Japan strikes again. Them shits look like cartoonish. They're not real, but yet they're right there flashing through the sky. Yeah, that's how you know it's not them. If that shit show up in your real life and you feel like you're in Who Framed Roger Rabbit because you're looking at something that's cartoonish, that's them.
Nice, huh?
That's not us. Or the people here. That's them.
You never get
that shit look like a cartoon? Because it is. That's all I'm gonna say to you. Them shits look like cartoons because they are. It's Who Framed Roger Rabbit, bro. That universe they created, that's this one. We are Roger Rabbit, nigga. Those are cartoons. Gotta be. You don't have that Lego set, bro. You do not have that Lego set. Don't even, I don't know how many years, you know how humans try to calculate how many years behind we are or something. We're people behind that. We're not even years behind that. We're people, experiences, degrees, and peace, and reproductivity, and mating practices behind that. You know what I'm saying? We're not even information behind it, or science behind it, or resource behind it. We're human behind it. We're X amount of generations of humans based on this stock behind that. We ain't even in the race. Because whatever we're trying to do, it can already know what we're trying to do. And if we come across something that's cool, it'll steal it instantly. So it's not even, you understand? They're Mega Man. These niggas is barely Metro Prime down here. It's a Mega Man type of thing. They disarm nuclear or whatever weapon they classify as nuclear. They disarmed it. Like, think about that. Someone just drifting by, minding his business in the ocean, comes across your little Navy vessel. Like, oh, that's some cool, dangerous shit you got going on here. It'd be a shame if we turned it off forever. And that's what they do. And that's why Congress and military intelligence is doing the skips and stuff. It's not just, oh, God, cherubim, aliens, and demons. They don't know, and they don't want to believe, and they're evil. Because once you know that those are the angels and that we are related to them, everything you've done here in occupation is under watch the whole time. First of all, that's Tucker Carlson's and his crowd step back on nigga shit. But you're ignorant, you're stupid, you have guns, and you want to test, and you think you're a scientist, you're a Nazi descendant. And then they find out and fuck around the hard way. They shot at it on camera. They released no videos after what they did last year, did they? You saw what they did to Elon Musk, whatever his secret rocket was. They sliced that shit like cheese, nigga. It's just a warning. Because I saw it before it happened. Profit. So, now they're just warning them. No, you ain't coming up here. You're not doing secret little test weapons and secret test sprays and trying to decloak us with your little gay ass lidars. We're gonna shaft your shaft. How about that? So white people are spraying, but orbs have been spraying since at least YouTube 2011. So the skiffs in the military is like, well, what if this is Chinese? These are all code words, by the way. What if these are Chinese, Iranian, or Russian technologies? And none of that means the people you think they're talking about. We've been through that out, right? When they talk publicly, they talk in code. That's why everything else is behind the skiff and private. It's like, what are you saying different, faggot? Oh, the Iran, the Chinese, the Russian is a code for something foreign. All right, what if it's these things? What can we do? That's what they're worried about. That some other group, just like they got some other group, Admiral Byrd, Area 51, that some other group of whatever's is fucking with their adversaries. So now they have a bigger problem. Like, yo, why is there so many Chinese weather balloons bypassing NORAD? Remember the Chinese weather balloons that led us to this momentous moment? Chinese weather balloons? And then they do the fucking smoke screen silver gas thing. Like, oh, when it crash landed, there's a hard drive, like a computer tower, connected to a weather balloon, literally, that says Samsung on it. Shut the fuck up. And then what happened? Hyundai power plant, Georgia. What are they making? Energy. And Donald Trump aborted that project that would have brought so many jobs and money and opportunity to Georgia, Atlanta, niggas, Koreans, Asians, same story. We needed that. Elon Musk didn't have a backup. We have no other power generating anybody who can do that. You know what's crazy about the Hyundai power plant being in Georgia, working on lithium energy for this automation world? They don't want no more. If you went to Antarctica in the same time period, on Google Maps, I have all those pictures still on my iPad, so I'll never forget. But there's a Hyundai plant in Antarctica, shaped like a radiation, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. These purple covers. I guess they're in the snow, so they have these hoods because the satellite plane that they call it. It's not a satellite, it's a plane. The plane that's going by is looking face down, so when you see it, it's like Hyundai got a power plant out there? The letters on the ceiling is H-Y-U-A-N-D-I. Do you know what I mean? He got his own power. He got his own lithium. I was like, so the Koreans are in McNerdo base with a Hyundai plant. But we can't have one in Georgia? What the fuck are we talking about? Why the fuck do they have a Hyundai plant in Antarctica? I mean, I get it, logistics, but no. Why is it Korean? Why is it Hyundai? Why is it not And why are they branding it, knowing helicopters and planes are going to go by? It's like, oh, Hyundai's out there. Hyundai in Antarctica, guys. Like, they're worried about the penguins, melting the owls, global warming, but you have a Hyundai power plant in Antarctica. Like, cut it out. Like, stop fucking playing with us. And that's just a few of the infractions of bullshit that your United States government is not explaining to you. So anything that we're going through is 50 years off of the parallels or linear path of your military. We're not talking about like they can destroy you more than they can destroy you. They destroy you now just by making you go to work and go to school. Nah, they have free energy already. My ancestors, have free energy already. This is something else. They're scared. They can't shapeshift yet. They can't disappear. They can't go off the grid. They don't travel interdimensionally enough reliably. Remember Philadelphia experiment? They tried it. And they said all them boys came back welded into the boat, and that's what killed them. They're putting it back together. They got it apart. They put it back together and killed everyone on the ship. But people reported seeing the ship teleport from wherever the first port was to Philadelphia. And then others, you know how they are. Oh, we channeled and Project Looking Glass showed us they went into this other dimension. We're like, all right, but either way, they got their ass chopped up when they came back, so I don't want to hear that. Hyundai Yuta, you got it. Then the air balloon satellite recently fell in Brazil. Same story. Then that's not theirs. And it's not China's either. They're computers. You know what I'm saying? They're computer towers too, like the computer we used to have in our house. They're computers attached to balloons that are using the natural drift or rip current to get from point A to point B, almost like pigeons, like a carrier pigeon. So if the computer lands, weather balloon, then all you need is a monitor, a mouse, and a keyboard, right? But I thought we had satellites. So what's up with this archaic version of satellites? If it's 2020, anything. Go to the moon, land on the moon, go to Mars, all this stuff. And you're saying that there's balloons, regular weather balloons, with computer components, just drifting all over the world. But satellites don't pick them up before the humans with the Nikon does. But the Navy is managing 25,000 satellites since the 60s and 70s. And Google has satellites for images. No, they don't, they're planes. They lie about everything. It's not a satellite, it's a plane. It's a spy plane, like Call of Duty, it's a spy plane. It's not a satellite. Mm-hmm. Like how you get a blackbird, you only get the blackbird thing while the blackbird's above you. It's a plane, it's not a satellite. Google bought a bunch of old spy planes and it takes pictures. That's all. But they got satellites though, right? You know, Will Smith, Minority Report type shit. No, they don't. CIA love that shit. So you can act right. But they blowing up boat people fishing. In 2026. I thought you had satellites. I thought you had thousands of satellites, thousands of Starlinks. How come Starlinks are the only satellites we see in the night sky, but the Navy and the government said they've had 50,000 skylights in the sky since the 50s and 60s? Why is it only Elon Musk alleged Starlinks that people see? Like if you look in the sky, I know it's hard to imagine because y'all do the flat earth knowledge you're supposed to do 20 years ago, but you look at the moon, it's a light. A satellite, per Google Images, is the size of a bus. These weather balloon satellites are the size of a computer. But the satellites they first started to make, and anytime you see like some military base physical version of a satellite, it's the size of a bus. Like Fortnite, with a weather balloon attached to it. But imagine if there's 50,000 Fortnite buses 25,000 Fortnite buses or 15,000 Fortnite buses in the sky at all times, surrounding the geo-locked trajectory of the currents that they use. When's the last time you've seen a bus, a train of buses, traffic, Atlanta, New York, a traffic line of buses cross any full moon ever in human history? But Starlinks are naked eyeable. Starlink is naked eyeable. I be seeing shit they call Starlink, but ain't Starlink. But you know how they go. We see those. We see Starlink, but we don't see all the Navy, all the telecom companies that ever existed. Marconi to Bell to the ones up north. What was that company called? You forgot about them. But they all had satellites, right? TV stations, news stations, other countries, G6, Cartoon Network, all satellites, right? How come you never seen past the moon? Who up there to retrieve? Who up there to change the battery of their lights? What happens if they have scrambled signals? Remember, they did all this before 56K internet. Remember, during 56K internet, when we started, now you gotta go back to Nixon and all them motherfuckers lying about these Nazis and these fake Jewish people. They said, they sent some bullshit Masons to the moon on Osiris and Apollo, and they made a live phone call from the moon. And the president in the White House picked up in real time, and they broadcast it in real time to your goofy ass grandmother's house, remember? Guys, if we don't have zero latency between me and you now on YouTube, if we don't have zero latency on our best online shooter and fighting game, if we can get a good Wi-Fi signal from this box in my hand while I'm streaming with you, how the fuck they get an instant, no latency phone call on the moon? A real-time, zero latency phone call on a wired network from the moon to the rover, to the satellite, to the White House, to the guy in the camera show. Show me. Hey, Mr. President, ask him how the weather is up there. Hey, how's the weather up there? Hey, Mr. President, the weather's great. No delay, no latency. Billy Hamilton said they thought we were stupid, but because no one has ever done that, they became the de facto standard of what to expect if you do it. Now that we all can kind of, science fiction some shit, they're like, wait, guys, how did y'all solve this problem? And then what happens? They go, well, shit, what's up with all these new scientific leaps? Let's take the Apollo language model, data links, hyperlinks, reference, and use that to just do it again. What do they say? Oh, that data? They call it telemetry data, trigonometry, telemetry. They said, oh yeah, we lost all that. It got caught in a fire. So remember back in the day, those old computers, they print the code, the error, the parse code, they print it. So just, those old printers with little dots inside, the computer's printing data and information. And from that data and information, the artist is supposed to read it and draw pictures about your nebulas. But that data, telemetry data on the tapes, that recorded all the phone calls, all the measurements, all the crosstalk, their hard drive, their USB stick of the Apollo mission, fired. Doesn't exist. Never backed it up. Never converted it to digital. The first time in human history, monkey people got to a moon and then back up none of their data. Y'all heard what I said? First time in human history that monkey people got to the moon, out of the firmament, and everything to back it up to do it again. Not a big deal. It all caught fire. We lost all of it. $9 billion a year since then. Yeah, taxpayer dollars. Exactly. $9 billion in taxpayer dollars a year ever since. For something that never happened. A very shitty mind control experiment. Hollywood playing in your fucking face with the White House. Project Mockingbird. Nothing they do is the truth. Hence conspiracies and humans who actually are serious trying to figure out the clues of what it is and who is who. They're playing a whole different game. They're in a different dimension than we are too. I called that lady and she said, hey, you down here with us? What do you mean, Space Force? What do you mean I'm down here with you? Where else would I be? Donald Trump Space Force. I called them. Here on Earth? She was skeptical that was me. But she wasn't skeptical that was me. She heard my voice. She was skeptical that I was here. Space Force. Military. Ohio. What you mean? Like, as far as I understand, we got options? Like, I can call you. Like they call NASA and Apollo. I can call you from somewhere besides Earth. Thank you for letting me know that. You take calls from other people who are not from Earth. Thank you for letting me know that. But you assumed that my name belongs to someone who's not on your Earth. Thank you. Where am I? Yeah, it's a weird story. Moon landing in case the road one went wrong. You got it. Right next to that Route 21. Every time, 12. Where they were the human trafficking in the Nation of Islam and Scientologist camps. Same story. They lost all their telemetry data. Yeah, and a fire. Just like they lost all the federal censuses of the Indians to a fire. George says no zero latency on NPC if we get technical. Exactly. And that's what I was battling for 10 years on streaming. Every time I routed my signal of audio, I got an extra loop of latency. From me, to my headphones, to my sound card, to my computer, to this, to you. And I had to keep micromanaging latency and delay as I'm creating. It's annoying. But this dude picked up the phone from the moon and said, hey, how you doing, Buzz? Hi. Okay. Boy, can you imagine making a long distance phone call to the moon? I can't fathom it. I'm not white enough for that one. Their lies are the most important. They're just as bad as the lies we tell ourselves. Oh yeah, and their library is closed too, which would have backed up that whole paradigm of science and space and NASA. Yep. They ain't talking about your boy, what's his name? Saget? Or what's his name? Who loves him? Carl Sagan. The Carl Sagan Library of reference points. All gone now. Carl Sagan just looks like Bill Nye the Science Guy. But you knew that already. Y'all knew that already, didn't y'all? Y'all knew the whole system was capped the whole time. You just couldn't prove it, right? Yep. National securities. February 17th, there will be a ring of fire eclipse in the moon. March 3rd. February 20th, there's another movement of energy. And I think, but yeah, fire horse. So we have a ring of fire eclipse and the fire horse year beings at the same time. It's like the Olympics, the Winter Olympics. Can you imagine? Is that when the year of the fire horse begins? You said, sorry, something. Hold on, I'll find out. You know, I thought it was March 15th to 21st for new stuff, but they're leading it in. So, year of fire horse. Love is a burning flame. Dun, 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 dun. And it burns, 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 that burning ring of fire. Ring of fire. Unstoppable energy. Fire amplifies the horse's natural vitality. It leads you to more boldness, ambition, and a drive for your progress. The last time we had one of those was 1966. So your parents were like kids. February 17th. February 17th, year of the fire horse. February 17th will be the Ring of Fire. Yeah, the Ring of Fire and the Fire Horse are the same exact day. Sound like we need a ritual, man. February 17th. What'd you say? Is it Ring of Fire? There's something else too. That ain't the only two things. Yeah, February 17th. A very rare Ring of Fire annular solar eclipse. Visible in Antarctica for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 4, 96% of the sun. 15, IV, 4, same story. Cool. And then year of the Fire Horse, February 17th until February 5th, 2027. Cool. So the whole February to February, you got the eclipse, and you got one more thing happening. There's some planetary alignments shifting. You gotta stock them, you gotta multiply them. It's not addition. Planetary alignments, February 2026. You gotta see what cancels out. Fire and fire. Yes, same story. Same story we had last year, unfortunately. So be prepared. A rare, whatever that means anymore. 6-planet alignment. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. They line up February 28th, forming a planetary parade along the ecliptic. Best viewed after the sunset in the west. Celestial event will be most visible in February, with Venus and Jupiter being the brightest in the sky, while the others may require some binoculars, or Nikon P900, whatever the fuck it is. Hold on now. That is not it. That's not it. That's what started last year, by the way. Don't sleep on that shit. That's what, everything I was just talking about an hour ago, that was one of the stories. The February 7th Ring of Fire eclipse, that's one of the stories. And then Year of the Fire Horse, new Chinese New Year, lunar loop bullshit. That's what's going on. And then you gotta, we'll read what today is. Because today, or the 25th, or today, it was one of those two. What's that shit called? Neptune. Neptune is the god hanging out in the water in Spain right now that we put there. You'll see Neptune off the coast of Portugal or Spain. Copper colored, Statue of Liberty type of dude. Black people hair, crown of thorns, trident. Israel. So Neptune and Aries. January 26th. Yes, sir. Today. Same energy. This is a Neptune enters into Aries out of Pisces. It was in Aries. You know what's crazy? Neptune was in Aries temporarily when this started. Because it moonwalked like the moon did, which is the craziest thing about it. Neptune moved on already to Aries, and we experienced that March of last year. And then around the summertime, hold on. So this happened already. So, but it moonwalked back to Pisces, which was the sour last 7 months of my life. So now it goes back into Aries again. So we rewind it energy-wise to that March of last year. Now, so it's a small wheel within a big wheel, but we're familiar with what happened. Beginning a transformative 13-year transit until 2039. So until all the boomers die. That merges dreamy, idealistic Neptune with impulsive pioneer Aries. So dreamy and idealistic cross multiply. So dreamy over idealistic times impulsive over pioneering. This rare transit shifts collective energy from passive contemplation to active contemplation. It urges actions instead of just thoughts and words and videos. It favors your spiritual independence, awakening, getting control, jumping from the groupthink of spiritual, personal truth, family, friends, business, relationships, like the truth that's unique to you and not the truth of the book or God or politics, your truth. Boldness and me first initiatives. Oh, narcissism at all time high with that energy, Aries. You have a lot of, you know what I'm saying? You have a lot of that, man. It's cool. Just don't let it take you the wrong way. So action-oriented dreams. So creating, I hate that our society always code switch to like profits, but creating lasting investments in energy into building your prosperity, ass niggas. Personal sovereignty. I love this one because ain't that what we've been talking about? The transit emphasizes individual intuition, autonomy, and the courage to trust your path, which is what we've been learning to do since it first showed up, right? Angels don't use vowels. Often leading to a restructuring of personal belief systems. How you doing? We right on time, ain't we? We can't miss this stuff because if it ain't what it is, then why is it the theme of what it is? Shattering the old paradigm. Come on, dog. Knowing for breaking down the illusions. Neptune and Aries may destroy old, outdated systems to make way for a new and authentic way of living, which is what everyone's saying on social media. We don't want the cloud. We don't want the people pretending. We want the authentic, genuine, interesting, talented conversions to happen. Shattering the old paradigm too. So it's religion, business, work, school, relationships, dating, all of it. Shattered. Historical context. The last time the Neptunes was in Aries like this was around 1860 to 75. So this is during Civil War and Reconstruction. The last time we've had that energy in our sky. It says it marked a period of time for intense struggles for independence. White man's Declaration of Independence, Wilmington, North Carolina, including the American Civil War and the birth of Impressionism. I never even heard of that. Signaling a potential for major society shifts and technological/creative innovation. So data centers, AI, smart grid, smart cities. This is what they're planning. But us, it's kind of like, don't make me find my magic. Then it's metamorphic moments. 2026, which is what's happening, coming. We're in it. That energy is expected to initialization, a major lasting shift in political landscapes and social landscapes. So the beginning of this year with this era, Neptune and Aries, Ring of Fire, Year of the Fireworks. So from now to the end of next month is the raw potential of energy to build something new, invest in something new, journal something new, forward. And that energy and those references and those thoughts will guide you. As a result of losing, disconnecting Sarahs. Don't turn around. They're gonna turn around. You know that. You know they're gonna turn around. You know they don't want the new paradigm. You know they ain't coming with you with that. So keep it to yourself. And help out where you can help. And offer guidance where it's called for, where they're asking you for it. You can't stop the rain. How are you feeling about this shift? There ain't nothing to feel about this shift, you psychics. I'm very excited. I've been sensing the change and growth in my own life. That's every day. Stop fucking playing with me. What else? Well, since you're asking, it feels like it's time to dismantle all the unjust systems and watch these fascist rulers come crumbling down. All right. Live revolution, Jeff. Come on now. Neptune rules my chart. So it's very intense period of time. Not to sound too dramatic, but you're about to. But I almost didn't make it. Rockstar lifestyle might not make it. I'm starting to feel like I can breathe. So a release of the tension, because he's ruled by Neptune. Like I was underwater for so long. Frosties, defrostables. And I just washed up on shore. Same story. I feel like I can step back, take a look at myself with some more clarity and compassion too. I'm actually excited. It's like removing the limiter off, if you're affected, if Neptune was in your chart. The change is already there in Neptune attuned people. The humanitarians of the world, that he calls them, are thinking of buying guns all of a sudden. Viva la revolution, right? Neptune has been in my Placidius 8th house for a while, and its last foray into Aries was just all right. I'm more worried about this Saturn. Wait, what's Saturn? Hold on, Jehovah. What you got going on, Satan? What's Saturn talking about? What's Saturn doing? Everyone's scared of Saturn. I love Saturn. Like, that's a granddad for real. Like, Saturn be holding niggas in. Saturn alignment 2026. Like right now, it's happening, or it's, the energy is moving that way. Clocks. Like they said, 85 seconds to midnight. February 4th. Yep. Saturn and Neptune are in the west-southwest at the evening twilight. All right. Neptune is nearing the end of its evening appearances, which you see it outside. If you see Orion's belt to the left, you see those two bright stars every night. I think that's Jupiter and somebody, or Neptune and somebody. Those are planets. Saturn moon to perform conjunct tonight. Fuck y'all. I got time for that. January 2026. NASA, shut up. February 4th. Last calls for Neptune. Find the distant planet near Saturn. So Neptune, Saturn, and Venus and Jupiter. All of them are up there by next month. Alrighty. What does it mean, though? Saturn, Aries, Neptune. Let's do all three. Let's do a big three and see if they tell me what the fuck I asked. Same story. February 20th. A rare significant, there it is. Significant, it's called a Saturn-Neptune conjunction. And it will occur at 0. That's what the video was about. 0 Aries. What's wrong with that? What's going on there? That's the one everyone's afraid of. In their personal life, like, how shit moves around. 1, it's a cosmic paradox, meaning Saturn, Jehovah, discipline, structure and restriction meets Neptune's limitlessness and dreams. Okay, so structure, planning, lists, steps, progress over time, paired with restrictions, meaning pleasures, distractions, focus, work week, versus limitlessness and dreams, creativity, after school, green box, playroom, together, conjunct. But this time in Aries, fire. So it cancel out a phase cancellation and fire beneath it. This suggests a need to make dreams or spiritual ideas tangible and actionable. Okay. So they're merger, multiplying. So you take all your structures and all your plans that are fucking derailed for the last year or 14 years, and you go, let me try that again with my new wisdom. And if you do it right, Saturn degree, as you take those steps, and these steps are mental. Ideas will come help you. People, helpers, synchronicities, you'll start moving forward. Just make sure you have a structure in your mind for it. What do you want? Aries energy. The placement is Aries. It brings a focus on personal initiatives, your courage, and pioneer new structures. Everyone is saying that. All that really means is, get the fuck out my way. I'm about to build something. The shift. Neptune will enter there January 26th, today. It'll stay there till 2039. Unfortunately, this initiates another 14-year shift with this shit. And it emphasizes people becoming spiritual warriors. Whatever the fuck that means. duration. We already know. This one is going to dominate the first half of 2026. It'll influence long-term stuff, but the strike of the match is this video forward. The next 30 days. Start journaling what you want. Like all the shit that was held up, or if you personally got caught up in the matrix like I did, or any similar variations, because Neptune's in your shit, start planning, start writing, start the new thing. Start the thing that you couldn't finish, because now it's time. So the key dates. Yesterday, Neptune entered Aries. In a month, Saturn and Neptune are conjunct at 0 degrees Aries, and then September 26th, Neptune's at its detriment or opposition. So from now to September, guys, summer. Cool for the summer. Then you pair that with your degrees, you pair that with manifestation, you pair that with meditation. You get fire horse, you know what I'm saying? Progress. Spiritual progress. Spiritual progress is thought progress is word progress is action progress is physical progress. Don't skip the thoughts. Love is a burning flame. Love, it burns, that burning with fire. Hold on, give me one second. Let me see something.
Son, I'm gonna keep this up here.
Like Domino's Pizza, man. I haven't seen 555 in a minute. I smell weed. They have a very different weed than I normally would smell. That's an underground weed. I smell it. They all smell this one. If they try to sell it to you in the street, it's the same weed. They must have a lot of it. Need to get sour diesel back. That's all they gotta do. Find that goddamn seed pack and grow that shit. It's not fucking problem. It's just a little hananana and just a little squash banana. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing to write home to moms and shit about. Or wordy. Alright, let's take a walk with me. They ain't been where I'm from, and they really can't even talk to me. You know what you make a lot of money selling out here? Motherfucking backpacks. Every mother person Out here got a backpack though. For whatever reason, I'm walking too far away without enough battery, so just bear with me. I think I'll make it though, because I'm a giant and I walk really fast. We're at 40-something%. Or is it? The devil be lying so fast. The devil be lying on the internet, boy. The devil be lying on our phone batteries, bro. That shit was 40-something. It says 39. Shut up. Man, lose no goddamn 14% walking outside. These niggas. Shout out to Jonathan L3. Is it cheap? Is weed cheap out here? Where I get it from, because I only buy a little bit at a time? Yes. I can find eighths at a dispensary very cheap. But you know how people are about their weed potency effect. Spray. They sell it. I don't know. It just depends. Because because I lived in Charlotte and had to buy weed off the street, it was a different pricing scheme. They're always scalping. So you could find eighths under $15 at dispensaries. They will sell you whatever that is, eighth, starting at 25 to 30. But dispensaries tax you, because they're using a loophole to sell it to you with your card. So they tax you the ATM transaction, and your bank's an asshole like mine. Meaning, every transaction at a dispensary is at least $5 more than what you think it is, plus the tax for weed. So you're looking at, no matter what, you're spending $5 to $10 extra for an eighth, or whatever the value is, but an eighth. Let's say an eighth is 15. You go to the dispensary and go through all that bullshit they're doing, 20 to 25, no problem. So, you see Mr. Rapper Weed trying to sell it to you in the little fucking fake bag. It's like, hey, $20, $25, you get an eighth. And you do it in your head, you're like, oh, same. Kinda. Then when you go up to the higher values of nuts, so if it's $10 to $15 for like the old eighths, so you want the new eighths, like Rapper Weed, like they got. Well, the new eighths start at 25 to 30. All it means is the flower is recently cut. It's not hard yet. Terpenes and all this bullshit they be on. All them niggas is indicas, bro. All them niggas are hybrids. Stop fucking playing with me. But some people respond to it differently. Remember, they started with medical weed to target physical ailments, like old veterans and people with nerve damage and stuff. Like indica's like the only way they can go to sleep. Part 2, it's the only way I can go to sleep, like instantly. I go to sleep eventually, but I'm just saying, like, weed at nighttime, indica at nighttime, sativa in the morning type shit. So I'd rather do that. I'd rather do 2 eighths of different shit, so I have a morning and night strain. But if you start buying quarters and quarter zips and like fucking halves and shit like that, like if you have $100 just for weed out here, you get more than what you need for a month. If you don't mind having that same amount of it. Because I think they have like deals like 3/4 or 3/8 for like, they basically buy 2, get 1 free, ultimately. So like 3 for $60. Well, 4 actually. They don't like doing 1.5, 1.5. They don't like doing 4.5s. What the fuck's going on there? But they'll do 7s. So 7s for 40, 7s for 60. That's the best deal and bang for your buck. But you're stuck with just that. I'm like the girls. So I want a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I'll play with it for now. So I actually have money. But the street niggas, it's convenience. Their phone calls, their walk away, you know what I'm saying? That's really their pull. You want some weed now? You want an eighth now? $25. But if I wait till the morning and I walk up to the thing and do the thing, it's $11. But if I use a card, then that's the rollback part. If you can get cash out here somehow, I don't know how you do it. Like without being taxed and feed for withdrawing cash, because this is Las Vegas now. Everything casino in this bitch. I don't understand everything. You think life is good with Visa, don't you? Oh yeah, you love your little charge card, don't you, sis? Don't fucking come out here. Don't you fucking dare come out here, bro. You love swiping your card? I'm talking about microtransactions. Don't you fucking do it. If you bring your ass out here with a card thinking like, yo, it's 2026, smart ID me real quick, dad. They're like, no, we're not smart IDing shit, nigga. $3 here, $5 here. And you're like, yo, I had $20. Like, what the fuck happened? I bought breakfast, $8. I went to the such and such place and like, And you gotta sign in the Bank of America. They gotta remind you about all your past due bullshit. So you're like, all right, let's go ahead and fucking hit me with the psychic warfare. I ain't got enough money for these niggas. And then you look at it like, $3, $5. Y'all hitting us with the fees? Bitch, what the fuck I got an account for? Cash is better out here. Shit, fuck an account. Let me get some cash. Next time I get like a routine job where they want to pay me something, like pay me in cash, nigga. Fuck what y'all talking about. Nah, under the table. Treat me like the Mexican that I am. On Montezuma, treat me like the Mexican that I am and pay me under the table, bitch. I want cash. Fuck y'all. There's a microtransaction and a microtransaction just to get the microtransaction money to my card. And then when I spend the card, there's a microtransaction for the microtransaction. And then when you add up your microtransactions at the end of the month, you're like, damn, that's like 2 hookers and a quarter. So, street life, Vegas edition, cash is still king. Yeah. Dispensaries can't take anything but cash. But the loophole for them is ATM withdrawals, thus fees. And that's a loophole that everyone loves. How you doing, bro? All of Europe is a casino, talk about it. Not quite like this world right here, but not quite like this world right here, buddy. Like you rolling. Las Vegas has the most sociopaths per capita in the United States. Like we rolling different out here. You understand? It's not like New York City. It can be. It's not quite Los Angeles, but most of these people are their families. Not quite Houston enough for me. I've been to Charlotte and Raleigh, kind of gay, but it's similar. But the sociopath part quality of this. I'll give you a perfect example. I took an Uber one of these days, real short ride, like a $10 ride. And the white boy that picked me up, he code switched and started doing whatever music. And he's like 20 something, early 20s. Yeah. Real urban, real hip, but he's from here, so it's like I gotta get used to that energy they try to push on niggas. And he's like, yeah, man, you know, see that car right there? He talking about the cop. Like, man, I could turn off my my lights and just drive by. And ain't gonna mess with you out here. Like, he's trying to give me the lay of the land and like how cool he is in his Uber car. And like, they're so casual talking they shit, and I let them. They're younger too, so I'm big bro right now. So I don't need to stack or check them or nothing, but I need to listen. Because for some reason, motherfuckers look at me. I think it's JPX. I think it's the members only jacket for it. I think it's the member only jacket. They got me fucked up. But they'll start telling me too much. And they'll be like, yeah, you don't really fuck with you don't seem like the type of person fuck with the such and such. And then that's their sidestep. Like, as soon as they get to know you, they sidestep right into meth, cocaine, and hard drugs. All of them. When I got a street transaction of weed because of convenience, the guy asked me, you know anyone at that party? What are we talking about? Meth, cocaine, hard drugs. And these are all 25 and younger. These are all Gen Zs. They skip weed, meth, cocaine, or harder drugs. And what I'm saying is, to them here, uniquely here, that's worth just having a casual conversation as you're driving Uber about. Got a phone call in the middle of it, some black guy's like, hey, remember me? Uber ride. Yeah, you coming down to such and such street? Man, you bullshitting. Usually when a person call you and they're like, you bullshitting, they talking about drugs. So you're like, nah, I'll be there. Matter of fact, when I drop off my guy, I'll call you right back. And he said something. I was, they're kids. I've been through these nigga dramas for 20 years in a row. I get it. But I say that to say, that right there, that spirit right there is the per capita spirit. They're on drugs. Nothing like they're doing hood nigga shit while high on drugs like that with their kids. Per capita, all around. You have to understand everything, understand something about sociopathy, pathology. How you doing? They pathologize narcissism. Once you understand that, you understand everything. This is how 7-Eleven looks in Japan, ass niggas. Oh shit, $179. That's the cheapest it's ever been in recent human history. So 7-Eleven is where you get your snacks. That's the best price for them in Vegas. Everywhere else is hell, twice the price. Got the cool drink machine. Also the cup. So you understand what type of 7-Eleven you go with. 7-Eleven is now known for pizzas. Cheaper than Domino's, $5.55. If you want to make it. They sell it, they bake it for you too. And most of their DoorDashes are these frozen pizzas because they're cheaper than Papa John's. And then basic shit. A1 sauce for $6. The devil's a liar. That's always been this price where I'm from. $2.50 to $5. This is the demons. This shit used to be less than $2.50 not that long ago. For this size, especially. $8 for this is go to hell. This is what you buy from Japan. $3. It's already way more expensive than it is in Japan. Tapatio got a version. Big ones. That's why people go to Japan, by the way. That is not here. Now look at the price difference in alcohol. Let me show you something. Hard alcohols. $3. $4. $3. Look at the price up here though. For alcoholics, $2. The cheapest drink in the store is beer. Now watch. Water. $2. Gatorade, because it's hot in the desert. $3. $4. Electrolytes. $3. $4. Coke. 2 for $5. They should be $1 each. You see where I'm going? How does that make sense? That beer is cheaper than hydration. Now, it's the evil world. If you've been paying attention to prices. So when they're talking about if inflation, if a Great Depression, you're in a Great Depression, if motherfucking beer is cheaper than bananas. I'm taller than 6 feet. You see it. You see I'm taller than 6 feet. Don't play with me. You saw it. You saw it. You saw me on the when you try to break into a song, run away to catch your height real quick. You saw me. I'm over that red bar big time, ain't I? I'm a giant for real. I'm Con Jenkins. But yeah. And the girls like me. I like it out here. But as I was saying. It's a different type of simulation within the simulacrum. I love it though. I love the vibe of it at nighttime. Daytime and it reminds you of how hot it is and it can murder you in a few months. But nighttime, one of the best vibes in the city. As long as you can't see how dirty and fucked up it is, it's a vibe. It's a lo-fi version of a city. I like it, man. For real. I just need a little bit more dollars. Just need a little bit more dollars in Lord willing, February, fireworks, March, April. We'll get there. And then I had to be extra careful. Because then they'll be on me like sugar to shit. UV, the LV meth checks out. That's crazy. Water is more expensive than beer. Yeah. Yep. Water's more expensive than beer. And $1 Arizona costs as much as the beer. But you do it for the culture. You know what I'm saying? But it's studio apartments. You know what I'm saying? They reprioritize their game. The living part isn't the focus out here. Like being inside is not the focus for people who live in these setups. They're working, they hustling, gambling, fucking, whatever it is. They're not playing the same game as the people in other similar cities are playing. I'm gonna go, whoa, bitch. Why is my battery went from 39 to 27, bro? Lord, they want me to cross the street already. Let me just go follow the money real quick and turn it off. Make sure I got that key on me too, boy. That boy, man, short-term memory be damn. Oh shit, hold on, Dwayne. I need a wall, that's all I need. I can reach the top of walls in this bitch. Alright. Now let's not lose my train. But yeah, like you can see the city from the distance. Everywhere you are. Like at the end where that mountain is, that's where I used to be. And it just be like that everywhere. Oh shit. So we get into more civilized neighborhoods and shit like that down this way. Won't you guide my sway tonight? And just like that, you just magically wander into a regular neighborhood. You may be familiar with Bad Boys and Cops. You may be familiar with Clops from Mad TV, and they pulled up on Gumby. This is a neighborhood just like this with palm trees. You got a little Space Needle there. You think it's Toronto. It's not. Keep going. You see the Statue of Liberty, Paris, Eiffel Tower, all that bullshit. Atlantis, all the casinos and all the cool shits that no one here goes to. You got a pyramid. They call it what? What's that pyramid called? With the light that goes in the sky? Luxor. So that's what you consider Las Vegas. As soon as you see that needle, that whole block go all the way across the desert. That's Las Vegas. This is something else. This is where people in Las Vegas live. That's the Las Vegas I'm familiar with. They have the same thing New York has, where you're like, oh yeah, I've been to New York. Where you been? I went to Manhattan. I went to Times Square. I had some $2.50 pizza at the main place where it sells I Love New York hoodies. Oh, you ain't go to New York yet. You had Sabaro and you bought an I Love New York hoodie. You ain't go to New York then. You understand? Same thing with Vegas. Same thing with Charlotte. Same thing with Los Angeles, I'm sure. You didn't go to New York City. You understand? But you know you didn't. No, you're not. Why you like so bad, young boy? I'm looking at star arrangement so you can see it. They're already up. I don't know if the phone camera will pick it up, but that's all. Hell no. That's the moon. All right. If we could pretend we can see the stars on this shit, the bright star right there, those are the planets are going to be. From the moon to Orion that you can't see, but left of Orion, Venus and Jupiter and them niggas. This part of the sky. And that's the part of the sky I've memorized the most. So that's what action is for our lifetime. Motherfuckers like 30,000 years ago, 6,000. Bitch, you don't know what the sky gonna look like in 100 years. God do whatever you want to do. From moonwalking moons to all kind of other shit part two. Like, it ain't even worth trying to figure out what happened then or then. Just what's happening right now. All right. Aries, fire, bullshit, discipline, plans, dreams, loose, fuck the past, fuck the people, fuck the connections that have me fucked up, let me go. Son of God, thou art loose ass niggas. That's it. Now let's synchronize. When I receive that data, so when you do your own birth charts and see stuff, it's not even your birth chart. It helps you understand you, but it's the timing of you. So I go, all right, so these are all fresh new beginnings loading, right? All right, well, the first fresh new beginning was a week or two ago, energy-wise, and I ended up here. Very cloudy, static, but enough of a signal to know that there's hip-hop if I keep scanning. Then I go, all right, first week out the way, I'm fucked up in the matrix. Certain things were said, certain things were expected, they didn't manifest. Another day in paradise for me, that always happens. But then the 25th happens, another rare planetary event, and I'm praying, I'm like, all right. Shout out to Brother Jonathan, everybody else that donated. All right, I got one more week in this bitch. But I'm not just praying about that. I'm also praying about where's the missing person at? The missing person shows up this morning. All right, fire horse. None of my prayers or my concerns or my sense of securities manifested when I started a week ago. But now here we are in this new dispensation of the new quickening, if you will, of whatever the goals and energies are. Not a bad story. Not a bad story. The fucked up thing is when you follow your life like that, like connects and disconnects, you're like, am I wasting this power? Because, bitch, I'm not disconnecting this shit. Why? You know what I'm saying? If this didn't happen, I would have focused making something else, thinking something else, going somewhere else. But because this happened, let me be a decent person. All right, so resolution. I'm here through the rest of the time of this month, which is what I needed. I needed until February or something. So I'm here to the rest of this month. Energy began already. The first sign of last week, like, oh shit, something changed. All right, now it's back the same. And then you got all the shit that's about to happen energetically between this video and tomorrow. And then, of course, the 1st, February, that I'm waiting for is on the other end of this weekend. So, I got new adjustments and variables, but familiar to the parable 2 weeks ago. Where I started, where I'm going. Now I'm going somewhere with these variables, hopefully, and it lands, and it's a brand new thing. That brand new thing has been rumors of war to happen in my dispensation where I'm going next for months now. The beginning of January is like, there's just one more ladder to get through, and we should have got through it at the last place. But you know how niggas are and humans are. So December, same story. I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen to me because I might have to go back to North Carolina right now. And God said, I don't think so. You're done right now on your birthday. All right, cool. In November, you get what I'm saying. So it's like I've seen the stone skip, and each time travel light. Less of my worries from yesterday, less of the scenarios of worry, I should say. Less of the context to worry that was there yesterday. Now I have new context. Now I'm like, well, I can't really worry right now because technically I'm on pause. I can't really build or pivot off nothing until I make sure I got a place to wash my drawers, right? So, as I'm moving towards that goal, once I get there, now I know, like, oh shit, I finally got here. I moved here 8 months ago. I didn't get here until a week from now. Don't worry. It ain't supposed to make sense. I said, I moved here completely 7, but 7 going on 8 months ago. I don't show up here until next week. the me that moved here is not the me that's been here. I didn't know I was gonna live here, so I didn't move here. I don't move here until next week. And I'm not quite sure what that means just yet. But next week I move here. So, so shout out to all of you. All the watchers and the witnesses. I couldn't have made it without y'all. I feel like I made it because of y'all. I had 214 different ways of being scared to death about something. I had X amount of months to worry about how far fucked up is. I've had all kinds of familiarities, loops, references to the past that at any point in the moment I could have just gave up and fell flat on my face or just sat on my ass. Could have gave up streaming. Could have gave up trying to figure out synchronicities. I could have said, fuck these niggas. Everyone think I'm crazy anyway. What the fuck? But I had to take one day at a time. 214 days in a row at that time. And I feel like I'm finally landing. Right in time for the year of the fireworks. I was under the year of the snake restrictions. I was one of the people under restrictions. Not because I did something bad though. Not because it was a punishment either. If you know anything about energy and God holding you back, it's like you charging Sonic Spin Dash. It's only holding you back so you go a little bit further than you already going. And so far, I'm a lot further than I was originally going. I'm this close to California that technically I'm in California territory. God said, you didn't say Los Angeles. I was like, I didn't say Las Vegas either, but we keep playing that game with each other. I'll see you soon. Type shit. Abandoned Odyssey Pizza. Mr. Now loves shit like that. Some Odyssey Pizza. Some bullshit. They would have a Ninja Turtle live next to a pizza place it's not open. Son of a bitch. I gotta get some frozen slices from 7-Eleven. Well, Michelangelo, that don't make sense. JBX, LOL. Listen to L3. Galert, Skate. Jonathan L, likewise. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to TBFB. JPX LTE 333. Manhattan, Times Square. Yeah, you didn't go to New York. You didn't go to New York. You went to Times Square, bought you some Sawboro, and got an I Love New York hoodie. And you got the fuck up away from them Elmos trying to rob you for pictures. You did not go to New York City. It's like saying you've been to Raleigh because you went to the state fair. No, you didn't. Nice event though. Nice event. The best event they have, sadly. But that's not Raleigh either. I don't see nobody on the other side of that gate, bro. I don't know what those people do. What they do is plug themselves up to the machine and recharge. I ain't off the shape shifters yet. You know what's so crazy about that idea that people go to hang upside down from the fucking wall and shit? There was a week or two ago, an old white woman. She was sleeping in bed and some drunk or somebody ran off the street into her house and the car and the wall bumped into her while she was sleeping and, threw her across the room and shit. Tell me why she had a Ring camera or a black and white camera in her room sleeping, but she was laying on her bed, crouched over like a prayer, but like knees and elbows on the bed and like ass facing off the side of the bed towards the window where the car like bumped her in the ass and threw her across her room. I was like, there's people that sleep like that, Lord. I didn't need no more nightmare food. Like, she didn't sleep like a person that got to sleep. You should have come to her. Well,
actually, if you have some type of nerve condition in your bones, you know, she might have felt relief by stretching her body in such a way. Hey, shut the fuck up, nigga. Nerd. Fucking up my conspiracy theory. Ladies of the afternoon, I guess. Not really a lady of the night, but a lady of the ilk of those coughs. Too young to be that. But Las Vegas. Sociopaths. They pathologize narcissism. Fast forward. No curves out there making pizzas with way too much shit on it. Damn. A piece of the Odyssey. Come on now. Abe's Odyssey. Hello. Wait. Look at it. Abe's Odyssey. Based on true story. Very odd hour. I can feel it calling in the head tonight. Oh Lord. Normal cut spot before this battery die. I already feel it. Like, hey, I noticed you're talking there with your battery that we killed in 20 seconds. All right, YouTube, bitch. Couple more days. Ladies of the evening, redundancy, I call them. From Roarsome to U-Howl. U-Haul to Roar. Roar to Howl. And that's crazy you said that because we got the fake Siberian Husky. Fake Siberian Husky. Howling and roaring. We pulling, boom. Crazy story. That's beautiful. It's always around us. Every sign, every shit. Every glyph, every matrix code. Same fucking story. Yeah, a dog is a great idea out here, boy. A dog and a skateboard. Can't be mad at it. But yeah, shout out to the crew. We still out here. Ow. That's a wild triad. Roar, scooter, howl. No, it's roll, skate, howl, like Ninja Turtles. They're skateboarders. Splinter taught them to be ninja teens. He's a radical rap. Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines. That's a fact, Jack. You know the story. Same story. Then my battery wants it off. What are you? The percent in which you got plugging in? Yeah. So now I can feel the time moving again. Back where I started. Arrangement-wise, alignment-wise, people-wise. I do the same story I was supposed to do last week. I'm doing it now. So last week was a different type of week because something went wrong. So it's like, partials. It's like a, what's that shit called? Defragmentation. I started to look at it like that because we're familiar with those codes, but in lack of a better description. I was only supposed to be a week here. I spent 2 weeks here. That week that I spent was out of order. Gave me time to focus on other orders. Back to the beginning. I think it's the universe's way of, I'm gonna pull you back just a little further and then release. Remember the Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the casino level. That's where you need that the most, actually. That's the hilarious shit about growing up on Sega. The casino stage. You know what I'm talking about? You was outside. These are Japanese people making black scat crack music. I want they playlists from the 80s in Japan for real, bro. I wonder why all their video games or their soundtracks is us. And they are. So, yep, Casino Zone. Sonic in Las Vegas. Green emeralds to Las Vegas. From the forest to the casino. We're gonna skip the underwater stage. Lord have mercy. The oil stage, I hate that shit. Womp womp. I hated that stage. I spent most time trying to stay out that fucking water. I was like, God damn, what is it called when you're afraid of deep water? I can play Sonic and be afraid of it. But now I'm not afraid of deep water in real life. It doesn't make sense. Well, I am, but not afraid enough not to jump into it. Sonic is a totally different story. Same story. Yep, this week brought a new Rubik's Cube revelation. What was the new Rubik's Cube variation? Give me the reminder. Give me the Peaky Blinders. I forgot already. Jonathan says the same story. This is called thalassophobia. Yeah, that's a thing. I have it. I definitely have it. On a video game. Just said Radio Future had a scene like that, and I felt the same way. I'm like, why? I don't want this character to jump in this water with these alligators. Deep black sewer water. This fucks with me. I don't know what it is. Or maybe I do, actually. How we get into these bodies. Yep. You get into this body by being dunked underwater. Similar. I haven't showed you yet, but it's phonetics, but it's a completely different side of phonetics. Echo, the Dolphins' new game, will definitely give you that feeling. ECCO. Like, that shit was never ECCO. On Sega Genesis and Sonic, Echo was never spelled with 2 C's. I don't give a fuck what they're talking about. Remember Mark Echo, ECKO. Remember Echo the Dolphin, ECHO, echolocation for dolphins. Now all of a sudden Japanese people don't know phonetics. Man. EO. Who did the Mandela effect? EO. Echo the Dolphin. It was Eco. I found a way to teleport between words instead of doing the letters like this entire year. EO is messy. Yep. AO and EO. Same story. That is the artificial intelligence of the simulation. Just like your computer has an algorithm, the stuff has an algorithm. And that stuff that has an algorithm is conscious. And it communicates to you too, with electronics. Another story for another day. Oh, they can read your mind in the eye scanner, but some people got Androids and Doritos still comes up. That ain't what AO and EO is on. They'll help you find what you're looking for quick. You ain't gotta look no more. AO and EO got you. They know exactly where you are in your mind. So now instead of me watching 20 beloved Chosen One videos, I can just go through the headlines real quick trying to tell me? This, and this. And then, of course, you're reading the sigils, the thumbnail pictures. This, and this. And use the colors. Thank you. No problem. Even on my notifications on my emails. I'm subscribed to Reddit for some reason. I never be on Reddit. But once a night, at the same time, every night, I get a Reddit notification. And it's headline. It's very fucking familiar. That sounds like some of the topics we talked about today, but it's going that direction. AIO. And then I click on the email and they got 5 more headlines. And I go, okay, so these are what people are thinking about and talking about today on Reddit. And how much of this chatter is similar to what I chatter about. And it just keeps you in the matrix. Like, keeps you tuned in with the information coming. You ain't got to know everybody. You ain't got to post everywhere. You just need the summary of Joint Consensus Intelligence updates. So you gotta leave it, right? You gotta take it though. I seen it. AO plus EO equals God now. Shout out to you. But they wanted a rollie with a Davos wrench. With a Dabo wrench is crazy. Just like AO and Theo. One love from Bonnie Scotland. Shout out to you, GMC. How you doing, man? Shout out to Scotland. Shout out to the old territories, Moors. We'll be out there one day. Get my buffalo plaid kilt back. But yeah, that producer of that song you referenced, that was my little mentor kids. Tariq. Tariq from Future Producer, not Tariq from Gear Sales. Instant Messenger. He hit me up as soon as he got that placement. Like, I knew you can do it. Venus, Jupiter, who are you, buddy? You're Neptune. You're the other guy. Truth plus love. Come on now. I seen more of that blood transfusion talk. Oh, where people are treating their blood like a plasma center carburetor filter replacement. They're doing Jiffy Lube on their blood, right? They better. They better if they can afford that. That shit weird to me. I don't like needles. I don't like blood anyway, but shit me. If they can do Jiffy Lubes on their vessels, man, they better, because, yes. I'm trying to figure out the other way. There's other ways to remove graphene oxide, because it's a component, so it can, there's other things you can give your body to attach it, and then waste it, and pass it through your body too. I'm waiting for the scientists and doctors and people get paid all the 6-figure jobs to fucking figure that out, instead of waiting for an official narrative that it's a be okay to actually heal people, you faggots. So yeah, you can detox graphene oxide. I think you uninstall the MAC address. I really do, because they're stupid. So as long as you can. We need a Dr. Savvy Part 5 out here, really, for that shit. That shit's different, but the tactics of your body repairing itself are the same. Once people know it's there, though, Joe Dispenza, once people know it's there and they're trying to get rid of it, they'll find through law of attraction the way to get rid of it. Every time. Every fucking time. So just put the word out there, man. Like, hey, man, they graphene oxide niggas out here. Time for heavy metal detox, Part 5. Alert. 53 likes today. Shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to everyone comes on the replay. Make sure you hit a like on the replay. Stop fucking playing with it. Sauna, deep fry, good shit. Oh. Like a fever. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Overeat. They can't do that. They actually can't do that. That sucks. If they raise up their energy too much or exert too much, they end up getting the heart attacks. So it triggers that code to do something weird to your heart if you generate too much internal energy and heat, which threatens it. Oh wow. Oh wow. They got them niggas on love lockdown. That's why they're fainting. Black people fainting on stage because they're hot. But that mRNA is fucking up people's internal body temperature. Hence, there it is. It's a temperature problem. It's temperature dependent. Wow. Works perfectly at 98 degrees, huh? We can still figure it out though. But they can't run to do it. They can't work out to do it. They can't stress themselves out to do it. Maybe the sauna is passive. They'll know it. They'll feel weird before it gets too hot. Recovery is part of the process. It's a 170 degree, 40 minutes, work hard, recover harder. I'm seeing more people speaking on the changes in people that got them shots, Aim and Raw. What kind of changes are those people are noticing? We call them defrostables. What are they noticing? Or are they doing the deduction thing? Everything's weird, it must be the shots. That's good math too. That'll explain this neighborhood. Everyone jacked up, bro. $644. We had angel numbers all day, aren't we? 555, 644, 244, 1111. I seen them all. Hey, shorty with the old school love brought one of the 7-Eleven pizza boxes back. I knew it. He must have been hungry. He only retrieved some pizza. Should have retrieved some pizza for him. He only got out the house once a week. I know that's right. OG player. She seemed happy to go do things for him too. She's always in a good mood.
Shit.
She said shit. She ran back to make sure it was out. Let me plug this up real quick. Shout out to you, George. I drink soda, I eat pizza. Charging. That's fine. Salute to George. How you doing, George? The brother from Dominica, but in London. This graphene oxide. Let me just see if my chemistry mind remembers anything. Uses oxygen. It's water dispensable blood. It's oxidized graphite, your mechanical pencil. A single atomic layer material decorated with oxygen groups. Oxygen soluble. It's widely used in water purifications, energy storage, electrodes, batteries, hence your body. It's the matrix. It uses your body's natural electrical current through blood and crystals to keep itself charged. It's used for biomedical applications. Can you fucking imagine? It's a single atom thick. Unlike pure graphene, it's electrically insulating due to oxygen functioning groups. It can be reduced, but it can be reduced to conduct conductive graphene, electricity. It's functional hydrocell, epoxy, and carboxyl, allowing it to easily be modified for a specific application. So that's what we're doing. It's hydroxyl, carboxyl, epoxy are the 3 states. And those states is what they're driving with ones and zeros with the pulses they send you through the radio and microwave towers. Water, storage, biomedical, a composite. It can restructure itself on a single atom layer. Neutralize. You have to neutralize it, then get the body to remove it. Neutralize, graphene, oxide. What's neutral to those elements? No. You can remove oxygen from it. Well, if you remove oxygen from your blood, you know what's going on, hence the filtering. Eco-friendly agents like vitamin C. Oh, like how you force an abortion. Vitamin C at room temperature. Thermal annealing at high temp, greater than 2,000 degrees Celsius. Tungsten. Oh, you know what helps? Shout out to the Russians and Germans. You need baking soda. You need baking soda. Baking soda kill it, like cancer. Plant extracts, all right, herbs. Dr. Sabi. Hydrazine, reducing its toxic, highly oxidated state to be more stable. So hydrazine, hold on. I know what that is. Hydroxychloroquine. It's hydroxychloroquine. It's day one COVID. Yeah, baking soda and hydroxychloroquine. So, same story. It's horse paste. You need ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, and baking soda in your water or your feet, like because most of your energy goes to your feet. So a foot bath with baking soda or peroxide. Foot baths with peroxide and baking soda and hydrochloroquine if you get your doctor to get to you, and ivermectin over the counter. And then the Dr. Sabi stuff. You have to disable it first, because remember, it works when you're dead. Yeah, you can get rid of it. It's not a permanent thing. A lot of it is prescription only, though. The good stuff, hydroxychloroquine. Shut up. You're in Essex County. You're in my grandfather's county. We're from Kent, Essex. Essex County, New Jersey, essentially. You're in Israelite territory, bud. It dissolves in ethanol, so basically you get drunk with something. Tequila. Prescription, local equine shelter, relax. Back to full-time work, born, month over. Shout out to the Aquariuses or Capricorns. I just got through reading a book, The Keys to Perception by IVL. It's 1,000% next level. Thank me later. Shout out to you, man. The Keys to Perception. Multiple keys. Previously on X-Men. So yeah, hydroxychloroquine, baking soda, peroxide baths, and Vitamin C. You gotta get rid of that shit like you're curing cancer. That's crazy. Hence the turbo cancers. No fucking wonder. These dickheads. It's cancer, is what they're giving you. It's artificial cancer. Ivermectin, guys. Ivermectin and hydrochloroquine. That get rid of COVID too. Hence, same story. But COVID itself is weak to the same thing that the COVID and the vaccine are weak to the same force. So they must have developed them at the same time. With the same minds, same logic. And it's crazy that horse treatment, fire horse, that horse treatment, it's funny that it's horse treatment, that's all. It's horse treatment. Yeah, hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, yeah. It's horse treatment. You gotta treat yourself like a horse, man. Get rid of that shit as soon as possible. Then heavy metal detox. You gotta give yourself some time between them too. Probably just do one treatment for a few weeks and chill, see how you feel. Do it again, fast, do it again. And stay on top of your vitamins, especially C, it seems like. Or you just fucking take you can just take fucking Irish sea moss. That'll take care of all that in one go. All the minerals you need to replace. Yeah, Irish sea moss and ivermectin. Final answer. Dr. Sabi. Hopefully, if anyone needs it, you got it. Is Lemuel a Capricorn or Aquarius? He acts like a Capricorn. He probably got Aquarius on his chart. Am I right? Am I right? Represent. On 30 and 53. Shout out to King Lemuel, Capricorn. Discipline. Sea goat. Isn't it crazy that the goat's on the water? That's weird. A sea goat. They would make it up anything in BC, weren't they? Or they were actually sea goats. They said fucking Tyrannosauruses turned into chickens, so I guess anything's possible in this darned universe. But yeah, man. Any other inquiries since we're in the middle of the Inquisition Part 15? JPX says, see, nothing? On 32 and 53, I ain't got nothing. That's cool. 5 and 8, 13. 6, 7. Well, it's 5, 8. Are the kids tired of 6, 7 yet? Because it wasn't even a good meme for me. But I'm old. MG. You got any thoughts on Native Instruments being insolvent and they're on the brink of bankruptcy? I didn't know about it. It's been 13 years since I've been riding with them. And my last interaction with them was King James, bitch. And you've been ripping me off. And he never responded since, and now they're running out of money, just like everyone else I called. So I'm not surprised by the outcome because the culture and the producer community market was shortchanged by Timberland, Suno, and AI. And the company's taking their attention off of the tools and what we needed and paying us fairly and compensating us for the hundreds of thousands of dollars we made them every time we talk about a product. But you know, I'm with the flow. But Native Instruments going insolvent, means they're out of date, out of good ideas. They were out of good ideas last year when they were only dropping A/B sample players and expansions. Like as soon as they picked Nova 40, I was like, bro, y'all like 5-10 years behind the curve on this shit. And then they got with MSX audio, and I was like, you're gonna die. And then I made in tune, man. And I was able to produce a machine joint with some tape and some Luna. And then that was the last thing I did with them. And then boom, they're dead. Makes sense to me. I mean, if you know, the warning I gave Mitch was correct, them running out of money after knowing that is crazy to me. They're in my empire. Right across the street from Ableton. Check on your strong friends. Check on your strong sequences, bro. Damn. Rest in peace, Native Instruments, man. It's a good little Nazi and Jewish project while it lasted. You know, you can't be mad at that. But it's not one of those things you can go back and visit and have a classic version of it either, which is going to be the biggest crime. It's going to disappear like Beat Thing disappeared, or Motu, or any of those. They don't have a legacy. Well, their virtual instruments will be legacy, but that machine... Did they even get the machine 4.0 or 3.5 or nothing yet? Like, they didn't even try with the software, did they? They just kind of like, hey, create a new little library and tag system for you. Like, welcome to Synonym, nigga. Now what? Well, it's a Groovebox. Oh, you know when that started? Yeah, it's all the same thing started. Once I told Mitch that, F major left Native Instruments. F major been Los Angeles Native Instruments since I got the machine. That's why I got the machine. So him leaving last year quietly to get into the Curtis King, Av McCree type of content bag was the silent heads up that it was going to lose its flair and flavor because they lost a rapmusic.com goat. But then for you to say that now at a time like this in a complete cycle loop of such shenanigans, in my email right now between me and Mitch, I showed them because I know they're Jews. I know they're Jewish. And I know they're in Germany, so I sent them to Jewish of all Germans, my grandfather. They couldn't fucking fathom it. Kalominus, Abergaston, Ashkenazi, 16th generation, seat of the Holy Roman Empire, Germany. How you doing? That's my granddad, y'all. I hit another company with the same trope, and they sent me money. I went on the Malachi 3 and 8 run, and a German Jewish person sent me money. Divine math too, divine numbers. So there's angels and white bodies. That's a cool story. But them Germans over at NI, man, I think I'm trying to scour into the future of recovery, of what they can maintain or recover. Because insolvency means they borrow too much money and they get enough profit back, and their monthly or yearly is not going to catch up, and they're going to have to lay off staff and backtrack development, and you know the costs of what? Tariffs, rare earth minerals, RAM, etc. That's their whole thing. They got some Chinese plant, and they got some schematic dudes in Germany, and they send them schematics to China, and then China packages them and sends them across the world, and that's a little too expensive to do right now for a fucking MIDI controller Groovebox. So even if they wanted to drop the Machine Studio thing that I seen 7 years ago, ain't no one gonna buy it. Matter of fact, MPC just released it. Arab Music has, goddamn biker boys, Arab Music has the prototype by seeing for the machine, but a Akai version of it. And then I saw him using it, and then now you're telling me NI is like, oh, waited too long to drop that exact schematic, but you know, maybe, but because Complete has such a, oh, and that's the other thing too. Remember the keyboard they sent me? They sent me an MK3 that has a new lightning cable thing to it, and it had power issues, right? They're like, oh, send it back, we'll send you a new one. I'm like, I'll be fine. And then the screens it had, which were beautiful, by the way, it's a beautiful keyboard, but it wasn't compatible with their software. It couldn't do the things that MK2 could do. So I guess they upgraded Machine 3.0 to interface with those two screens correctly, and it really didn't. I kept having problems with it. That's why I was always like, what the fuck, man? I got a fucking MK3, the new software, some beta shit y'all don't know about, and my screen still ain't fucking, my ups and downs ain't ups and downing in this bitch, bro. But, yeah, that was over a year ago, right? It was a year to the date. Yeah, the MK3 keyboard didn't land, twisted their ankle. King James bitch didn't ring off like we're supposed to with them, but they got the message. F major left. Okai has a very similar schematic to the Machine Studio that they had. And instrument and sound wise, you can't do that if there are no hit songs. So if there are no hit songs, there are no awards, there's no plaques, there's no culture, there's no super producer to sponsor. And you saw what Reason did. This time last year, Reason had a software update. And they posted all these content creators you've never heard of doing demo songs. And MgtheFuture right here, and that shit sounded like hot garbage. Reason didn't sound like hot garbage. The content creators sounded like hot garbage. And they're off-key, off-color, off-brand. Maybe it's in-house, I don't know, but it's whack as fuck. But they're Sweden, right? So Sweden. Yeah. Germany, though. Yeah, German engineers. They don't have flavor, though. They don't have no spices in their chicken, bro. And they lost F major, and they lost me. Insolvency. Yep. If you get rid of your key hip-hop culture, you don't have hip-hop culture, so why the fuck you making hip-hop drum machines? Yep, that makes sense. That does make sense. And then YouTube and its algorithm fucked up, discovery for producer community anyway. Yeah. So it proves that Native Instruments was really the clout of the producer community based on the producer community bigging them up. And they could have reciprocated that energy greatly, but they chose what German Jewish people choose to do. Gentrify culture, add technology, automate it, run out of flavor, exhaust everybody that contributed, and run away and do it again somewhere else. That's it. Damn. But look, they lasted than any other software company I know in our space. Bar Steinberg, the inventors of DAWs, but for ad hoc, post MPC, post Cakewalk Sonar Reality, they're goated in my story. They're in the top 5 somewhere. They're in the top 5 somewhere. Business as usual. Alert. Aquarius, your birthday soon? Shout out to George Desiree. How you doing, brother? I'm hanging in there. Billy Hamilton, sheesh. King Will, happy early birthdays to you guys. Shout happy early birthday to George Desiree. Harut, goodbye 1,000 super libraries. I know, bro. They fizzled it at 3.5. Harut, $1,000 libraries unless you know a guy. Don't tell them too much now. I won't miss them. George Desiree. King Will says, I'm eager to this year started. Ain't it March 21st? Technically, right now. The energy you're waiting for a start on March 21st is starting right now. But you're talking about the spring equinox? Yes. But listen to me. It's starting right now. So if you're using that equinox for your rituals or your manifestations or, as a timekeeper, then between now, January 20-something, to then March 20-something, there's a window to manifest something by then. So I wouldn't wait if you understand everything about anything right now. We're off center. The moon was moonwalking. We're off center, so. However you approach real New Year, our approach starting now, February. Everything has shifted back. Even though those super moons and everything we had last year, they shifted back. The brother El Cool J says it's possible that a competitor can buy them out. All they have is Ableton. Akai wouldn't. Ableton might have to, or they might have to form something, team for team, bar for bar, cousin for cousin. Ableton, Machina, collaboration, new company. It's possible, but to be honest with you, those guys are old. That's the other thing about it. The guys that I had NDAs and Zoom calls with were all old. Mitch, the young guy with the glasses, I forgot all their names, but those guys were millennials. But the geniuses that gave us Pro 53 and Battery 4, 3, they're you know what I'm saying? They're in their 60s and 70s, guys. They had a good run. And also, because I don't know their rules, I don't know where they registered their corporation. I think they have like GmbH at the end of it. So they're insolvent and bankrupt in Germany. So let's be cute and clamorous real quick. You know, Germany has a big problem right now, right? So that's why that Ableton and Machina thing is a little bit more scarier than any other day in the neighborhood for us. Because it has nothing to do with music production. It has everything to do with Germany's economy. So they're insolvent in a German economy. Well, Germany, NATO, UK, Russia are all having an energy problem. Well, if you're a technological company and a manufacturer, you need energy. Germany, Berlin was like, what? They just had an energy blackout, what, a week or two ago? So that includes the Native Instruments and Ableton offices or their homes, right? So like at a turbulent time like that where the German economy is unstable, they're also insolvent, meaning they're not making enough money. But it's not just for Native Instruments and selling expansion subscriptions, which was already a shitty model for the pandemic, but in the German way of economizing and paying in wages, in healthcare, and all that shit that they have to cover to be a corporation, they cannot afford payroll. So for another company to move in and buy them, they would have necessarily probably move them out of Germany somewhere else, and I don't see that happening. At best, you get their geniuses to get hired at another company and bring the energy of what it was to the new thing. That's Ableton to Bitwig, grade reduction. That's Steinberg to Studio One, which was high at first, then grade reduction. So, you know, a machine that was already stuck at 3.0 passes sideways. Where are they going to take it if it has to degrade itself? You would think natural, okay, in music, they got a lot of dip on their chip. In music is a lot of subsidiary programs with a cool Chinese factory. And they don't need that. Remember, Akai already figured out standalone software instruments and installs on a Raspberry Pi. They're going to run into the same problem. RAM, chips, silicone, rare earth minerals, all that shit. So keep an eye on your strong beat-making machine, friends, because the only thing up that Akai has is that it's Chinese. You know the rest of the story. So the German companies, Lord have mercy, Ableton right behind them. Checking on Steinberg, Ableton, Machina, Bitwig. Damn, all the people who rely on Contact for their livelihood in sound design. Damn, bro. That's actually, that's the canary in the coal mine right there, bro. Make sure y'all follow that story. Let me know. You pull up like the Jehovah's Witness at your door. You love the studio so solid. They know how to build, but they have no ideas. Well, more importantly, they do have ideas. They don't listen to them. Over at Kai, they thought adding more buttons on NBC Live 3 would be better. The NBC XL, come on, you saw it. They should stay with film story. They fucked up. MG, they can't add the source. Come on now. I'm gonna get better with my promptings. Yeah, Ableton from Germany as well, right? They're right next to them. Like Ableton and Machine are in the same complex. They're the same people. They're German Jews. They're the same people. Just like AMD and Nvidia are cousins. They're the same people. They're all the same people. I don't know what that's about, but it's a strategy for business out there. It's GG's. It is, bro. There was a big blackout. You said they should have got behind Palace. You so silly. It was about 5 days in Berlin. That's where they are. They should have done an 808 Mafia Southside collab. Man. And then what? And then what, right? You saw how Southside was on the Spice. You said that's crazy. No one talked about it on the news. That's something that should not be covered up since Ukraine war, Germany has been cooked. Not the Kirk XFX, Image Line in Belgium too? Oh, ain't it? But that was made by a little kid that could code porn sites and video games, so he never had a big team. That would kill all that super duper time wasting they're doing with expansions and shit like that, right? They don't know what to do no more because AI does it better. That's that problem I was telling y'all about when I got on AI and I saw how good the voices were. I was like, oh, they're bullshit. If they can do human voice, they can do any sound they want. Just give it time. Based on a true story. If AI can do human voice, they can do any sound. Human voice has the most micro pitches and harmonics ever. And they can do singing and staccatos and choruses and layers of fake voices sampled from real voices. Somehow Will I Am's team. And yeah, it's over. That part of it is over. There's nothing you can flagship that's be like, this is the hot new shit to make your job easier. That's why that shit was famous. The brother earlier said, hey, they should have stuck to scoring tools. Right, because who was making all their money? Placements. So people who did scoring, TV shows, audio cues, commercials, international. Now what do we have? Prompts. So, if I'm VH1, I'm sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. If I'm BET, sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. If I'm MTV, I'm sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. If I'm Keeping Up with Kardashians, I'm sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. If I was all those commercial publishing opportunities and you're making $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 a month because you're active, then that ecosystem makes sense because you always have the newest sounds. You have your connect. You have a turnaround. Mm-hmm. What does their demographic have now? 3 jobs, side hustles, scams, some dreams from 20 years ago and shit like that? Yeah, that's not enough to keep a multi-million-dollar company going. We back to one-shots, niggas. So the reason why you would support a platform like that, like theirs, is because it's the pipeline to commercialism. The commercialism of sound cues. We don't have that market anymore. It's dead. That's where most of the online community was at. Sound cues. That's why mixing and engineering was the highest query. Real life. People just prompt the song for the video now. People just prompt the song for the content commercial. It's just a commercial. It's not, you know what I'm saying? So to have 100,000, 5,000, however many people that actually make money off of that for the past 20 years, they're all done. Yeah, they're all done now. Damn. I don't like that, y'all. They're all done. Nah, if they're insolvent, The other ones have other books and other cooks and other shit that's holding on to them. And you know all that shit pirated. So can't stop the pirates, Jiller. You're definitely not going to stop the violence of AI, and you're definitely not going to stop the violence of people not having money to pay for music in those ecosystems. So what'll happen is, Lord willing, God gives us a round two of an ecosystem of music, not music, ecosystem that's purely somehow connected to us needing tools, sounds, and cool things to achieve and to compete in that realm. Without GBT, without AI, without clouds, and I just don't see that, bro. Isn't ever going backwards. So now it's going to be about what tools that help you stay there, period. Which has always been, but now it's really like, you're not going to have a community around that. You already tried, bro. Where they at? It's the longest 2005 for music production I've ever lived for. It's been 2005 for 7 years. Yes. Absolutely. It's over. The gamifying of sound and technology is over. You know how crazy that is? Because we're talking about Germans. If y'all don't know the history of Hitler, Germans and sound and music, they're the reason for the season of fuckery. Because they changed fine-tuning from 432 to 440. That's them. That's their granddads. And you're telling me their grandsons are over. So is this about music or is this about Jews? Good luck to them. Everybody want to be a nigga until it's time to be a nigga. Well, they know who the king of niggas is now. Now they get to live like niggas. They got enough money, right? They're gonna miss the clout. They're gonna miss being talked about. They're gonna miss being the center of everyone's success story. Narc and burn, baby. Yeah. Well, what that means is they're gonna have a smokehouse clearance because the brother Billy Hamilton already put us on. They said UAD is doing an out of season sale. That's why, bro. Billy Hamilton already did the British are coming. Yeah, and then you came in and fucked it up. Damn it, I won't even think about music production. Now y'all got me sad again. Fuck y'all, man. I love y'all, but fuck y'all, man. What do you mean it's over? That's my whole childhood. That's the past 20 plus 25 years of my life. Just all of them. They're dead. And now they're trying to change it from 4/4 to 4. And Billy Hampton, AI hit a lick on the music. It did. Just like the Indians with the AI promise of agents hit them with a lick. Let me get some light here. Just people trying to rest. Just give me a few seconds. I'm sorry. Let me look at things. I wish I had an extension cord, because I just took a goddamn charger outside. I do. Let's see something. Let's see if I'm smart enough to do this without breaking everything. That's the extension cord ain't an extension. No. Hold on, let me try anyway. it doesn't go that far. It doesn't go that far. Just like native instruments history. Alright, so we'll just charge for a few minutes and get there eventually. Having said all that, the future's looking brighter. Wait, where did you get that landing at? Help me land that. What do you mean the future is getting brighter? What do you think is about to get better? What do you mean? What did you feel? What are you doing? You said the future's getting brighter, despite all of the shenanigans with our chocolate toys. They be forgetting we collected sounds and flavor like motherfuckers buy sneakers and video games. They don't know that we're the worst. I have more sound kits than they got Jordans. UAD got 10 plugins for 100. It's over, yeah. Let me see something. You said Native Instruments? That was Native Instruments News, Berlin. Yeah. Their economy is over, that's all. It's not even them, it is, but it's over because Germany is over. If they go to war, Russia, they're over. It's a preliminary insolvency, going bankrupt. Let's see. According to documents, Berlin-based NI GmbH, this is the parent company too. Check this out. I almost forgot because I know all of them. I know all those, their leaders. Isotope, Plug-in Alliance, Brainwork, Native Instruments. It's all the mixing stuff. They're plug-in boutique clone, everything. And that's right, I haven't got new emails from Plug-in Alliance. It's listed as an insolvency administrator for the company Volterberger and Solven Walter, which means he's going to be responsible for the restructuring. Without too much speculation, that means NI's various assets will be sold off. So that's what the brother was talking about. Now, that process is out of the NI executive and owner's hands, so someone else is going to sell their assets. IP. If it's AI, they're going to sell it to a data company. They don't cash them out like Timberland cash out his royalties. 2021, so this was 4 years ago, the Francisco partners had a majority stake and remains their parent company. There's probably more to say about how NI got here, both as far as the industry trends and its own unique story, but that'll wait for now. No, don't do that. Employees will be supported in the short term, but it's going to be a hard time for them, operations, so payroll. Users of Machine, Complete, and Tractor are invested and integrated 20 years in a row. Partner deals are going to be impacted. Countless users have poured time into reactor creation, you know, the roadblocks for sound design. And every single product across that means something to someone daily, and it does. So seeing how that all unfolds will be important. It's not going to unfold, they're going to sell out. Their sound-wide state, with isotope and everything, is going to be broken up and sold. Attend them. I got reports that I couldn't confirm that creditors had taken ownership of the company. So what that means is radio. Remember, radio used to be cool. You used to get your songs on radio and go to the radio station. That stopped because of Clear Channel, DC. And Clear Channel was formerly ran by a guy who sold used cars. So it's a used car salesman acquiring radio stations. And they primed ads. And then same old 10 songs, same old pattern, same old ritual. And people stopped listening to radio. Hence. So, if they're selling this to some yuppie who's not NI, who's not NI board, who's not NI programmers, it's not going to ever be native instruments ever again. So I wouldn't, knowing what I know, they're going a different direction. So that was 5 years ago. The EU sent a notification in November that Bridgepoint and Brain Capital Credit, so these are credit lenders, usury banking, Jews, Germans, they acquired NI from Francisco. So the original people that gave us the machine run bankroll, they sold it already. The formal insolvency proceedings may actually be a part of the same process. Duh. I can't fully confirm that. You ain't gotta confirm it. It's gone. Native Instruments sold already. It says Tim Exile writes on Blue Sky, which is the fake Twitter. Tim Exile is one of the main guys who made the finger and everything. He says, optimistically, the chances of the lights going out are very slim. Nigga, Berlin didn't have lights for 5 days. Knowing a bit about this process, it'll just come down to what price will be paid for the assets and entity. Entering into a phase of insolvency actually makes a good outcome for customers way more likely. So he is hopeful that some private equity investors, they went from 1 investor creditors to 2, so they're hoping that they are able to break down BrainWorks, Plugin Alliance websites, mailing lists, signups, third parties, friends, Indian associates, and that they somehow can rebuild this into something cool for the consumer. Like, machine can be sold to someone who's going to sell you cheaper plastic that causes cancer in California. No. Because AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no company out here that's not AI. How do you AI culture? Yeah, they're on every website, 2 pages, 3 pages, all the 13 hours ago, 10 hours ago, all the EDM websites, Gear News, all that. And Weaver Beats. Damn. Someone checking on Who Love Machine like that. I don't know who Love Machine like that. Everyone treated it like a side hoe. But yeah, so they already sold it to the other creditors who can flip a profit. There's no other creditors after that, you know? I know how this process goes. No, you don't. You never had AI and Trump at the same time during this process. Don't do it. You never had World War III, Russia, and insolvency, and energy issues, so don't do that. FFA failed to address traffic and safety concerns. See what it is. Something crashed again. Damn. Watch this. mRNA accidents.
Tonight to the alarming findings. It was 1 year ago, that deadly mid-air collision between a passenger jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River. Tonight, right here, you'll see the chilling simulation now, showing just how close they were, what the chopper was then told to do.
You're gonna see the chilling simulation. Oh, shut up, nigga. What's chilling about a fake prompted video? And no one asked for that. This is official news, too. This is ABC News. We'll show you the AI recreation of nothing that didn't happen, because that was a UAP. Yeah, I know. They said Israel is preparing for war.
Well, we are gearing up for another false flag attack designed to provoke Iran into a full-blown war. According to sources Redacted has spoken to, key U.S. and Israeli military hardware is almost in place for this new attack. We've also learned that Russia has massive countermeasures in place and ready for this attack. And we've also learned that the United States is not calling the shots here. Big surprise. Who do you think is calling the shots?
Israel.
Who runs everything? Of course, it's Israel. It's Israel and the deep state war clan in the United States, with the coordination of the CIA, that are driving this entire move. Of course. Meanwhile, the U.S. Carrier Strike Group now in place, ready for this attack. And according to the New York Times, which you can line your birdcage with, President Trump has received multiple U.S. intelligence reports indicating that Iranian government's position is weakening. So the CIA is telling him the truth, or are they lying to him? Where is this information coming from? Mossad? That Iran is now at the weakest point since 1979? That is the intelligence report. And then it's leaked to the New York Times? Okay. So you might as well attack right now because they're at their weakest point since 1979, says Mossad and the CIA via the New York Times to President Trump. Okay. Colonel.
I don't need to do the rest of the story. Okay. Give me a second. I'm trying to process what happened. Because it's connected to Germany. Jewish people in Germany. Same story. Israel, Mossad or not, they're all the same people. Do the hustle, man. Got it. Okay. They have all of the cool hardware. They're sending now, right? Because, like, fuck us and our country. But they're sending all the cool hardware out to support Israel, who's getting their ass cheeks clapped by Russia, China, and everybody else. And every financial banking attempt that they're making in that region. They already lost to Panama. They lost that other canal over there. And Israel, Palestine had nothing to do with them. They're just wasting people's time. That's where the little bioengineering camps they have out there. And then, but Iran was cooled, or, you know, Soros, CIA, Mossad, had things going on in the streets for the past 2 weeks. You haven't heard nothing about it since, have you? Like, niggas went home. Well, they had something happen, a little bit more sophisticated, targeting some Iranian generals, you know, fuzz. And now they say a random report came out from intelligence that because of all these events, whatever the chatter is in Iran, that they're at the weakest they've been since the Iran-Contra cocaine bullshit that we lived through as black people. So they're saying they're back at that time. They rewinded the clock back, and they telling Trump and everyone, imagine if this was the beginning of the 80s and Reaganomics, and imagine if Israel can finally do some faggot shit that's not in nobody's Bible. And he's questioning it, which I understand why he's questioning. Well, who released this story? Whose intelligence is this? How can we trust it? Mind you, this nigga's not even in the United States, so it's funny when they talk like that. But you can't trust it. It doesn't matter if you can trust it. It doesn't matter if it's real. The thing that matters is they're already sending the weapons there. So the same thing with speculating about what's going to happen to AI. It doesn't matter. They already sold it to a creditor. But very, 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 very unlike 1979, Russia didn't have a fucking Oceanic missile. So Israel, Mossad, dumbasses, get United States soldiers and militaries crossed up to do some foul shit that make the whole world pissed off over there still. Win or lose, treaty, peace, agreement. We need to raise ourselves. We need to faggots. Yeah, but that's what they hope. In a perfect world, in a vacuum, where the person doesn't hit you back, they win. However, the same way the United States is bringing its strike team over there to get fucked up, Russia's already out there. Same waters. So it's going to be interesting to see a strategical airstrike wherever the fuzz of Iran is not be met by any force from Iran itself. Furthermore, in those same waters, Russia monitoring the situation is going to change their strategy, and they might not go back and forth with it. They'll see what the United States is going to do. They'll see what the Iranians are going to do. It's kind of like having a fight in the park and a bigger person or, you know, someone, a mediator. I don't know what they're trying to position, though. I don't know what they really want. But what I'm telling you is that the Jewish people are desperate to get something. Berlin, Israel, Ukraine, Argentina, now Iran. So they're losing their crypto-Jewish influence over there. It's not about Iran. What the fuck we buying Iran for, nigga? You're in DC and you over here. What the fuck going on? Everything we ever been in the Middle East has been because of Israel since the 1930s. So they're running out of steam. Because what I'm saying is as within, so without. If you understand everything about life and science, you know how like Trump says he does something to get the oil and does that, the oil prices go down, the economy's better. So Israeli Jewish people all around Europe, pretending to be real niggas, they all kind of benefit from these shenanigans. They benefit from the United States, which is why their German companies are, you know, prioritized to you. That is their social security. War with other countries that don't like them is their social security. No one likes them in the spine. If they didn't have Trump or the dirty Democrats from the 90s, they'd been out of here already. But since this is their last stand, Germany insolvency, remember, they never left Germany, guys. Rothschilds gave them Israel for the people, for the foreigners, for the Aboriginal, Indigenous Europe, for the Aboriginals and Indigenous they were making. That's that. There's another place out there they got to it. They're still in Europe. They're the bankers. So I pray death, famine, and destruction to all of them and all their bloodlines. And I pray that Russia, China, whoever it is, takes out all of their fucking leaders and stop wasting our fucking time. They're not going to win nothing. They're not going to make nothing better. They don't have time to spin up because what they said, 79? Well, to get to the time to speed up to where they fucked up everything, that's 50 years ago. They don't have 50 years in the future to re-square it up. Anything they do now is going to be even more destructive to the whole international everything. People, socially, and now it makes sense. They moved into TikTok, moved the servers, so when they do some foul shit there and everywhere else, you don't really hear about it. You're still worried about, ISIS here. They talking about ICE over here, but they send all their cool weapons and their strike packages over there to Iran right now. They ain't, what do ICE got to do with that? Besides Mossad agents being trained in the damn groups and the gulags. So they're already spreading that. Border Patrol, FBI, Feds, we're already getting funded over here. So that means we squeeze all of our new budget into military in Israel. And that's what they were talking about on the Davos and that bullshit. They passed a whole bunch of billions and trillions for Israel again. Billions and billions for military, which goes to Israel again. And it's like, because we don't have a military partner. We have a fucking Israel partner. Quiet as this guy. There is no United States as people. We don't have a problem with other people. Israel has a problem with all people because they ain't shit. They bullshit, pussy, faggots, name stealers, culture stealers, nigga wannabes. You ain't kings, you ain't princes, you ain't principalities, you ain't got no juice, you ain't got no magic, you ain't got no bad bitches, and you ain't got no dick either. You're a faggot, you a bitch ass nigga, and you've been ruining the West the whole time you've existed. Fuck all of you. So there's that part of it. But then there's just like structure, banking, the norms. They're losing that. They're losing. They're losing. You understand? They're not about to lose a war. They're in the war already. They name it after it's done. They're in a war. They've been in the war since COVID. That was day one. Your military is involved. That's Israel. Day one. COVID, Pfizer, Fauci, Israel. The fake ones. Know that. So is it real? Is it real? And none of it's been real. Moon landing ain't real. All the technology and advances in science ain't real. The vaccine ain't real. The money ain't real. The businesses ain't real. The promises ain't real. The smart city ain't real. The AI promise ain't real. The data centers effectively ain't real. The battery ain't real. The tariffs ain't real. Nothing is real. But they have real problems. Right? And now they say, all right, United States, come on, we need a new golden dome, you know. They got this subsonic oceanic over there. Come on, release some of that Area 51 shit y'all been working on, I heard about. Fuck it. You know how soldiers work? Let's turn this shit up. Turn niggas into fucking shrimp fried rice and put in a shoebox and home to their mama. That's a cool trick. But that cool trick takes a lot of energy. That cool trick takes a lot of ammo that's from exotic energy. And they don't have a mastery of that. Right now. And even if they did, they don't have enough because not enough resources. Same story. Luke, China. Russia. You got to dig in these mountains, partner. Israel's like, no, Iran has the mountains. They're digging for the. Wait. Help. The white people are already tired of Jewish people. Don't forget that. They don't say that out loud because they both like white people. But white people don't want to bank with Jewish people and build Jewish businesses no more because just as smart as I am figuring out and we're figuring out, white people had a heads up with it. They've been figuring it out. They're like, but what's the difference? Like, you know what I'm saying? Socially, it doesn't trickle down, but the international Jew problem, Henry Ford. Look it up. I got all 5 copies. This ain't a new problem. I say Henry Ford, nigga, your 40-hour work week, Ford Motors. He wrote 5 books about these things. Y'all don't even know about it, do you? But Kanye anti-Semitic. Nah, Henry Ford's anti-Semitic as a bitch. He got 5 books about it. For real. Used to print them and give them out to all the niggas that used to work at the factories and shit. Dearborn and all that. Yeah, Michigan, all that. Yeah, it's called The International Jew. Henry Ford, 5 volumes. Now, I haven't color switched it to figure out if he's talking about, you know, they're kind of messy, but they're white people, so we don't come from America, so I don't think they know the story, old slave ass. So, yeah, 100 years in the making. And they're losing. All these corporations, these funding, these holders that's holding NI, that's a Jewish company. The 2 little companies that bought it might be Jewish. You understand what I'm saying? Like, those hedge funds, those private investments and equity people are the same people that are fucking Donald Trump in the ass. There's not that many Jewish people on this planet, guys. Just like there's not many Jews on this planet. So, if you see all these Jewish companies and all these Bergs and Hers and Heisms and all, it's the same 5 people rinsing and repeating 1,000 names, and they don't have 1,000 mothers. So, the money ends up being the same once you get it into the main bank account, which is what they are. Rothschild, banker, bastardized people. So it's really the Rothschilds and Rockefellers losing grip with current reality. The little bastards they named for their pets never had it. So they got code switch. Rothschilds. What are Rothschilds? They're in the palace. They're in the Palisades. They're in that California fire. And this time last year, one of the Rothschilds died in a burning house. It's a dead giveaway. You don't know his name, you don't know who did it, you just know a Rothschild died in a mansion. They're being hunted. They're picking them off. The girl that got killed by the Afroasiatic in Vegas, she's one of them. She's at the top of what, some Blackstone or some shit like that? Jewish. They didn't kill Blackstone, they killed her. What's good, brother? They try to sell the story of some NFL bullshit. No. He was all of those things, but that's not why she got shot in the head with a fucking Call of Duty unlock gun that takes 5 season passes. Nah, that's a 5 season pass gun right there. That's not like a passion crime with a pistol and bitch, where's my money? No. He walked in, held the gun straight down his arm like he's a soldier. So he's an NFL player, right? And he took out everybody on his way, in his way, and allegedly they got him by putting a bunch of fucking shit in front of the door. All right, my nigga, show me the footage. It's a private equity firm. There's a camera in every fucking office. Show me you getting him. So he's at large. Remember I told you everybody that looked black ain't black? It'd be the same story, bro. Remember I told you they put that girl in a coma? It'd be the same. It'd be the same story. They put a princess in a coma with that vaccine. They put a princess in a coma, and her dad, a royal, said, "No, I'm going to kill everybody that has something to do with this." You ain't seen Fauci since. Where's Fauci at Davos? Where's Fauci about the news about the World Economic Forum being defunded in the United States? And where's Fauci talking to Gary Newsom in California to keep it going? Where's Fauci at? You got UNC Chapel Hill all the time, right? Got a house in California, North Carolina, I bet. Where you at? Where that little bitch ass, faggot ass, pussy ass nigga at? Yeah, Jewish. So, they a Jesuit too, Jesuit school. So, they're not the people's favorite when it comes to money. And everyone's going like, why do we have to do these rituals? We're not perverts. We're not pedophiles. Do we have to kill people? Like, that's how we stay in this little secret club and make sure no one else gets in? Like, no one want to do that no more. Ain't no juice in that magic, in that witchcraft no more. That spirit or that demon is not available. We learned that last year. We were taking DMT to talk to the court gestures to get the cool little tech ideas. They ain't doing no more. Just something to go home. Drugs ain't lasting as long. Mushrooms ain't lasting as long. These little crackheads, they're only high for an hour. The potency. That could be mRNA added as well. This time last year, the 6 plagues. Everyone's mask is falling off. My family is weird. Friends and dating. All right, fuck it, mask off. Well, whose masks are off more than Jewish people? You see the scathing narcissism and everything they say and do? Your news media is Jewish. They might put a white boy there, but it's a Jewish prompt he's reading. And don't make sense no more. You're not captivated no more. You don't give a fuck no more. And that's what the Jewish woman was worried about. She was worried before TikTok that she got everybody else's language model figured out. But her biggest obstacle is getting the African American male, which would be a Jew or an Israelite, faggot, bitch. You're never gonna get us. You're an ugly, stupid bitch. And all your friends, and all your dads, and all your pedophiles, rapists, murderers, and satanic blood libel having bitch ass niggas. And if you're not, you let it happen. Because you're all in our fucking business. You got all the data. You know who's doing it. And I never see y'all speak up and say, hey, we're decent people, although we're selling nigga identities, but we're not with the bullshit and the blood libel, so we're going to take care of it because that's our responsibility since we're spending all your tax dollars and living for free off of Social Securities while you niggas work for us. Fair? Fair. They got nothing but time to figure out who the fucking perverts and freaks are, and they haven't. But they on God, though. You got to remember, all of them, as soon as they invoke Jewish, they're on God time. Right? Right. Don't matter what they believe. It don't matter if it's true. It just knows that you signed up for the benefits to be God's kind. All right, you're God kind on God time, and you ain't clean up your own fucking swamp. It's time for you to goddamn die. So that's their power, their influence, their structures, that type of death. I'm not dramatic, but it's death. It's death to them. It's death to their control, death to their power. And then just like how we read in the 1750s rules, they don't have control, they don't have power, they're not reproducing, they're allergic to the sun, all this, they're gonna die off. They are. You ain't about to send your son to a war for no faggots that eat people, are you? I hope you're not. I hope you're not ready to go fight the world from the United States for these faggots that have been bullshitting and lying about their backstory. I hope not, because you know at the end of the day, they're not in that fucking book. God wasn't described as a little stupid-ass, evil-ass, bitch-ass nigga that can't get bitches and rather fuck kids in the ass. So fuck them and fuck everybody with them. On God. And at the end of the day, that's how it has to be, because that is the righteous way. If there were any other group, any other religion, any other sayings, they wouldn't have gotten this far anyway, with all the dummies out here. But because they're borrowing something very sacred, something very real, something very magical, something very powerful, and been manipulating it and gassing and gaming and gaslighting and narking everything, and they got you in this program that, well, if they're the real people of the book, then we don't know. No, we do know, because my grandfather wrote that book. My grandfather didn't write nothing about faggots. They're all faggots. All their dads, all their girls, all the Epstein lists, all their banking practices, all their Molech rituals, on A$AP Rocky and A$AP Yams, who was the sacrifice and he's dead. All of that stuff is them. On Juice WRLD and G Herbo, that was them. Everything. Hollywood was them. The studios, Weinstein was them. R. Kelly, what he was talking about, the Fiesta videos on Epstein Island with Jay-Z in it. That's Epstein Island. That was them. Mariah Abramovich with Jay-Z, Picasso baby. That was them. That's them. That's them. That's them. That's them. Leor Cohen. Leor the Cohen of Jews. Fuck you, faggot. I'll bust your fucking mouth wide fucking open. You dare say you one of us. That. And then you have the guy that runs Apple Music or Jewish music, YouTube, Jimmy Iovine, you know, 50 Cent and Eminem's best friend. Maybe he's just a normal white guy pretending to be Jewish. You know how they go. And you don't have enough time to sort between the two. So fuck all you niggas. The same way you can't tell the difference between a black person, an African American, an Indian, and a Jew, an Israelite, we can't either, bitch. All of you can get the fuck out of our country. I swear to God. You ain't no American Indian, you ain't copper colored. We don't need your fake ass money. We don't need your usury lending practices. We don't need your influence. We don't need to know how to put little dicks in little booty holes. We don't need none of your pamphlets. Because everything you have done has been ass backwards, stolen from some other niggas doper, taller, blacker, and cooler than your ass the whole fucking time. So fuck them, fuck their mothers, and fuck whatever they got going planned. It won't fucking matter. They're not God, they're not God's chosen. And now it's starting to heat up, and they're starting to thaw, and they're starting to realize it. Like, oh shit, we haven't read the Bible yet either. I know that's right. Because how many times does these niggas have to say they're black? Real life. How the fuck y'all let them pretend to be something and God is black? Like, you ask yourself as a viewer, like, they match none of the descriptions of the Bible. They never claim to be Israelite. They never claim to be Judah. They claim to be Jewish, and you think that's in the Bible. The word Jewish is not in the Bible. They got feathers? You ever seen a white little bitch-ass Jewish person with a bow and arrow? Have you seen them with shields, swords, and bow and arrows ever in human history? In their own paintings? Or do you see some little stupid pale faggot who look like he can't get bitches and have a bunch of ugly, defected incest babies? On Jacob Rothschild, my nigga. When have you seen warriors come out of their stock? When have you seen a Samson come? When have you seen an NBA or NFL player that was Jewish? When have you seen a soldier that was Jewish? When have you seen anyone that created anything or helped anyone or made anyone smile and make a better day be Jewish? But what I'm saying is, it's not just Jewish people. I'm saying they claim to be the people of the book. And they claim that moniker Jewish to get their bank accounts, to get their gentrification on, to be in our fucking face and experiment on our children, which is what the Gateway program is. It's Jewish. Which Tuskegee experiment is. It's Jewish. All that's Jewish. It's all World War II Jewish people. But they were the victims of the Holocaust. Yet they did the Holocaust in America on us, the Jews. You feel me? So fuck them. Fuck them. And most of them don't know that. I know that. But look how much time, effort, and social securities and benefits they had where they didn't actually take their own shit serious. Because if they took their own shit serious and this fake-ass bullshit clout they got serious, they would have read that fucking book, figure out which tribe they were, and you would know the whole fucking time since this is their books, right? That America is ancient Egypt, and their holy land is the Americas. So why are we fighting Iran again? These motherfuckers supposed to be from Egypt. We going to Iran and Israel and Ukraine for it. Y'all from Egypt. Y'all put Egypt on that map. Why the fuck y'all ain't trying to go to Egypt? I know land of the evil America is Egypt, but I'm saying, like, for their bullshit story that we've been following and suffering, dying, working for no reason, for they bitch ass. They don't produce fat asses. They don't produce pretty bitches. They don't even have pretty feet for it. Why do we need them? We don't need them. They're a useless substock of human species. We don't need them. And I hate talking like that, but I wouldn't talk like that, then kill all my ancestors, eat all of our people, and pretend to be us, the people of the book. And that's where there is no, because if they can stand on business, pretend to be people of the book, then what am I supposed to do as a person of the book? Counter all their spells. Fuck them. They can go to hell, wherever the fuck they came from. They're not Jews. They're not Judah. They're not Jerusalem. They're not New Jerusalem. They're not New South King. They're none of that. They're in none of the pictures. They don't exist in none of the paintings where Jews are. If they're the Jewish people, they would have said that our fathers were the kings of the Holy Roman Empire, and they were the leaders of the states and the castles in Europe, including Spain and Portugal. Is anything Jewish in those museums? No, because none of that's Jewish. But they're Jewish because of the Bible, because of God, because of chosen people, because of Zionism, because of Zionist plan, because white people are stupid. I know. Slaves tend to be. Give them 100 more years. They'll learn to read and take this shit seriously. But Jewish people, they're not serious people. Because their whole shtick is that they're pretending to be niggas. You gotta start right there. Jew, Judean, Jerusalem, Jew. Yui, IEWES. Blackamoors. Look it up. They wanna tell me the Blackamoors? They over there, nigga. They weren't over here, so they had to be there the whole time. They had to be there the whole time in the kingdoms ran by Blackamoors, right? Where's the black at, nigga? The nose ain't black. We have wide noses. They have long little dongle noses. We got these big ass nostrils. You see them, right? You see it. You see the features. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Copper color, bronze. I'm copper color, bronze. You seen a penny before? That's a copper color bronze penny. Where's penny at? All right, curly hair, long dark hair, braids. Do Jewish boys get braids? Jewish boys don't get braids. Do Jewish boys grow locks on Samson? Jewish boys. The Yiddish people try to do a little curly thing, little faggot, but that's not in the Bible. That's some bullshit you came up with because you don't got good hairstylists. Fuck you. What are you talking about? I saw the mattresses in the wall in that basement. I seen that little nigga come out the street like Ninja Turtles. I know all them babies are missing, and I saw the piss and the blood on the goddamn blankets. Fuck those people. Why the fuck are they in our sacred territory? Why the fuck are they in my promised land? And why the fuck are they dancing around? And why is my life on fucking pause? Because these motherfuckers took advantage of some American Indian bullshit. Fuck them. The fuck are we talking about? Most useless people that have ever fucking existed. If all they can do is rape, kill, and lie, and gaslight, and deflect, and as soon as they hold accountable about anything, it's time to go to war with who's next. Let them go around murdering people. And bitch, you're Jewish. What are your 10 commandments? Because if you are the Jewish and you're not keeping the 10 commandments, then the whole thing is disqualified. And that's kind of the point, black people and Christians. They exist to cause you to forsake your ancestors. Before we get to God, Jesus, church, religion, all those things, you keep skipping something. It's a book written by people. And the people writing the book, writing about the book, and the people in the book that the person was writing about is your family. You gotta get that right first. Whether you agree, disagree, understand degrees and all that shit, that ain't what the issue is. What I'm saying is, wherever you're at in your mission with God and that Bible and your ancestors, they're not part of it at all. So you're not waiting for them to get the message. You're not waiting for Antichrist to come get them. You're not waiting for the synagogue of Satan to form its bullshit. Nigga, that book happened already. That's why there's an end. You name it after it happened. Thus, we're in America now, not Tartaria. So where were they in Tartaria? 10 tribes of Israel captured by Salmanassar. Who is their tribe captains today that got out of Salmanassar's grip? Who did that for them? So you tell me that Genghis Khan freed these faggots. When? There's no pictures of them ever existing. You've never seen a drawing of a light-skinned Jew in that time period. Jews only marry each other, first of all. That's the first dead giveaway. Just like these faggots try to do. Because ain't no one want to marry them anyway. Come on. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I know I'm not wrong because I'm a Jew. So I can't be anti-Semitic. I'm as a Semitic Smith as it can be. I am a Semite. I am a Smith. I'm a Jew. My name is Smith because I'm a Semite because I'm a Jew. My grandfather is a Jew. My grandma a Jew. My great-grandmother a Jew. My great-grandfather a Jew. The king of kings of Jews is my grandfather. The kings of kings of Israel is my grandfather. Before they were Jews and Israelites, Jacob is my grandfather. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still standing. YouTube broke. It always breaks when I'm cooking like that. 5 books as well. After 1 book, he was like, I got more to say. 333, Frozen. We back. Yeah, but this couldn't have happened until we woke up. That's how God lets us know it's based on us.
Well, we are gearing up for another false.
That's all. It couldn't have happened until we showed up. It's finally over. What's over?
The Minnesota State Police now is finally cooperating and working with ICE. This is also another big reason why the 8th Circuit Court has sided with Trump. The panel said that the video showed much of the protest conduct was not wow. Minnesota State Patrol moves in to arrest protesters.
Protests don't have to be peaceful. The Constitution has guns in it. You think the Constitution put guns in it when war is created so that we can have a peaceful protest? These Pablo dog idiots. People are weak. J. Cole Bronx Zoo, hosted by DJ Clue. No, thank you. ICE agents are moving out of Minnesota. Oh, someone took my idea to dox them.
Borders are Tom's home and hit the ground running in Minnesota, meeting with state and local officials after taking control of immigration enforcement efforts from Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino. It's part of a series of changes the president is making as he faces escalating tensions and backlash following 2 shooting deaths. Fox's Kevin Cork with the story.
They're worried they're gonna get haunted. They are. On Blackstone. People see your faces too. They ain't the one with digital. They ain't the only ones with digital IDs. They be forgetting. Like every time you use a weapon against someone else, they can use that same weapon against you, right? And they decided to play violently. Cool. It's a lot of violent witchcraft available. The Epstein to Aqaba Golden Schizo pipeline. None of that's correct because they're none of those things. Don Tolliver, ATM. There's a Mars-Lilith conjunction, as if we needed more contention. Sicily evacuation. Shout out to Mr. Now, be safe. Yeah, they're cooked. How to defend yourself from the real father of your child is crazy. The ice is melted, so they're like, all right, back to the big thing. This massive storm was geoengineered. Duh. That's why it's over. Structure without awareness. Structure first. Yeah,
Well,
Trump ain't talking about that.
Another false flag attack designed to provoke Iran into a.
Trump ain't talking about that, guys. The whole bottom Italy's getting flooded. Yep. So remember, you need insurance and money to build all that back, all those Jewish companies and houses. And they don't know how to build nothing, so they don't have to pay somebody, and they got no money to pay them, so they gotta move. Free trade with India, cool. ICE deployed to Italy for the Olympics. Wait, hold on. Italy has the Winter Olympics, and U.S. federalized Mexicans and Latinos are unable to regulate the borders of an Italian incorporation? Oh, that's good to know. The entire United States, United States Mexico, United States Brazil, United States Italy, EU, yeah, they're all the same company. That's why they're all going bankrupt at the same speed. Shout out to the white people out there. You thought we're stupid, didn't you? Good. Don't forget we're spirits first. Before we get to intellect, we're spirits first. You don't have spirits because you're a demon. I get it. Not all of them, but you know, the ones that are behind the usurpation of the Holy Roman Empire. They usurped some shit. Put in a frozen battery from the refrigerator. And now they're out of juice. And they're using their tactics to get you riled up and scared and feared. They call it loosh. But you're normally afraid and scared of their entities, like you're afraid of what's going to happen if they find out, or their system, or their monster, or their person. Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. You don't even know what they are anymore. Same way, like, they show kids, Gen Z, like, they show them a picture of Ludacris, dog. Is that Tupac? Like, no, not even the same skin color. Damn, y'all colorblind. But yeah, they can't see Ludacris from Tupac. And they can't land none of their tricks. The gaslighting, the Pablo dog. Don't think about that. Don't say that. We're gonna give you an infraction in the community guideline. What are you talking about? You got your community guidelining the society, but not the pedophiles and perverts that you're bankrolling millions of dollars. We know that, YouTube. You still push Donald Trump videos, and you know he's sucking dick and hurting kids. All your families that own this company will go to hell too. On God. Thank you for hosting me though. I appreciate it. But you know what I'm saying? You saw what happened to the woman that was behind YouTube. She got clapped, her son got clapped. They're all gonna get clapped like that. You understand? They're playing with fires. They're not good people. And they think they're immune to it because they get to say, I'm Jewish. No, God is not a man of title. He's not a respecter of persons. Creates spirits, not persons. Persons are entities. God is not a respecter of entities. Right. But we gotta read their dictionary. No. God is not a respecter of your entity. You're an entity. You're soulless. You're not from the kingdom of heaven, so why are you down here? They never answer that. And it's a rhetorical trick spell question. They can't answer it because they don't know the answer to it, which means they have to ask themselves, well, why am I down here? Well, you have no reason to be down here, do you? No. You know anyone down here? No. You relate to anyone down here? No. You have a future the way you're acting? No. So why are you here? I don't know. Good. That means you're dead. Let the dead bury the dead. They're not alive. You're dead if you don't have a spirit. It's kind of weird because we interchange spirit, breath, thought, oath, soul, light, soleil, energy, the whole wheel of trying to figure out the driver. No. Holy Spirit. Spirits from heaven in human bodies. They're Jewish. So you ought to have a spirit from heaven in your body. You're Ish. You're not a Jew. You're Ish. You're not even Judah tribe or Israelite body. You're not copper. So you don't have the vessel. You don't. So you don't have the nervous system. You don't have the heart. You don't have the brain or the pineal gland. You don't have nothing that you require to even be used by something that's more nuclear radioactive than any material you can dig up here. And your weak ass, bitch ass heart don't pump enough blood, energy, radiation, torso, or aura colors to be compatible because your vessel is fake. If your vessel is fake, then the power source, you know how this matrix is, it'll make anything walk and work. But the best thing you can do is put a real parasite, gray, or some stupid other intelligence that I would absolutely destroy in hand-to-hand combat. So, nothing tough. You can't be Judah then. Y'all be forgetting if you read the Bible, Judah's tough. They're not tough people. They're squishy. They're sensitive. Oh, it's anti-Semitic to call out my narcissism. What is it called when you're narcissistic against your own kids that you're raping? Yeah. I can't treat them no better than they treat their own people. That's law. Period. You can't treat nobody better than they treat their own people. That's law. Can't do it. Can't imagine a world in which that makes sense. They're idiots. And we know they're idiots. All their systems are failing. How are you in control of every system in the world and you still lose it? Like, no one's competing with them. There's no bigger systems. It's still their dollar. And they're still losing it. How do you lose something you made up? How do you use a paper game where all the rules go to you. How do you lose a religion game if it's all yours? How do you lose a social game if you're the responsibility for the sociality? You don't lose those things. Precise. Now flip that on Israelites and Judah. We don't lose those things. So as long as we speak, think with clear conscience and clear heart. Time for peace, time for war. Mm-hmm. Time for life, time for death. Hold on, let's read about it. Let's see what the good book said. Ecclesiastical law, can you imagine? 3. There's a time for everything. There's a time for everything. Ecclesiastes 3. And a season, zodiac, for every activity under the heavens. Under the heavens. Psalms 19:1. So under the firmament, year of the fire horse. It's a time to be born and a time to die. There's a time to plant and a time to uproot. Remember, uproot, harvest. There's a time to kill and a time to heal. There's a time to tear down and a time to build. There's a time to weep and a time to laugh. There's a time to mourn and a time to dance. There's a time to scatter stones, Israelites, and a time to gather them together, Jerusalem. There's a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, like these fuckers. It's a time to search, and then there's a time to give up the search. Last year, Discord. There's a time to keep and time to throw away. Pack light. There's a time to tear and a time to mend. There's a time to be silent and a time to speak. There's a time to love and a time to hate. There's a time for war and there's a time for peace. What do workers gain from their toil? Is that what all the United States people are asking? I have seen the burden God has laid on the human race. This person writing is not human. You seen it? He has made everything beautiful in its time, seasons. He has also set eternity in the human heart, which is wonderful. Yet, no one can fathom what God has done from the beginning to the end. Mind you, this whole thing is law of polarity. Meaning you can't even fathom how long this timeline is. I know that there's nothing better for people than to be happy and to do good while they live. So the whole thing, this wisest guy is probably David or Solomon, one of them. He's saying, hey, all you can really do is good, be good, feel good, and do what you love. That each of them may eat and drink, you see it, and find satisfaction in all of their toil. So anything you create, anything you go, the toil is the law of polarity, the gradient going back and forth, in all that you do. This is the gift of God. Chances, options, discovery, exploring it. Time for this, time for that, time for good, time for bad, all of it. Finding your balance. I know that everything God does will endure forever, because it has. Nothing can be added to it. Nothing can be taken away from it. God does it so that people will fear him. What's more scary than the fear of the unknown? Whatever is has already been. And whatever will be has been before. Loop. And God will call the past to account. He'll remind you of what it used to be like. I saw something else under the sun, because there's nothing new under it, but I saw something else under the sun. In the place of judgment, Judah, wickedness was there, Israel, Jerusalem. In the place of justice, Jesus, Yeshua, wickedness was there. I said to myself when I saw these things, it's a prophet, no? It's probably David or something. God will bring into judgment both righteous and the wicked. It's a time for both. For there will be a time for every activity and a time to judge every deed, which is what man does, right? Everything we do, good or bad, God is going to bring into judgment. And judgment isn't always chop your head off, throw you to hell. It's like, what is the result of these prompts? When God brings it to judgment, that's the bamboo tree finally breaking soil and sprouting into something that bears fruit. So if you're doing what you're doing, you're planting your seeds and you're watering your crops and you're doing what you're doing, if you know about us, if you do the right things with God, he'll give you a huge harvest and not a regular one. So same thing with Jesus. Saying, trust me. I know. You think I'm wasting your time? But go ahead and throw your net over to the right-hand side of your brain and watch how much more fish you catch. And he caught a bunch of fish, that type of shit. I also said to myself, so for humans, this ain't a human walk. There's a Jew writing in this, right? For the humans, God tests them so that they may see that they are like the animals. Interesting. So he's saying the test that you go through, your difficulties, he believes is introspection. It's like, hey, we're no different than the donkey, the horse, or the mule on the fields, right? And this is an agriculture book, so this is Ecclesiastes, Old Testament. So they're saying, like, the way you're carrying on is no different than the carrying on of the beast of the field, right? Surely, the fate of the human being is like that of the animal. The same fate awaits both of them, death. As one dies, so dies the other. All have the same breath, spirit. Humans have no advantage over the animals, meaning the same way they have a fixed outcome, you have a fixed outcome. Everything is meaningless. This is David. All go to the same place, the soil, from the ashes, dust to dust. All come from the dust, and all to the dust they return. I read that. I knew that in my head and read it. Who knows if the human spirit, there it is. Who knows? Who knows if the human spirit rises up and if the spirit of the animal goes down to the earth? You're saying, who knows? Like, I look at y'all on the field, y'all doing the same shit, striving, toiling, frolicking, and then I watch you die the same day that the squirrel dies. Who knows if your spirit gets to go up or if its spirit goes into the ground, Hades, the abyss. So I saw that there's nothing better for a person than to enjoy their work, because that is their lot, right? The donkey donkeys, the cow grazes, the deer deers, the squirrel squirrels, humans human. For who can bring them to see what will happen after them? Meaning, once you die, how do you get the report of, how do you get the updates? How do you get the status reports on, your post-game report? So what he's saying is, at some point, you don't have that. You don't have those references. You don't have this polarity. You don't have this body. You don't have the dust. So it's meaningless, because at some point, no matter what you do, you and the animal, you're going to be without your body. And your body is generating all of the beasts of the field symptoms and worries and polarity, left brain, right brain. He started that way. He initiated you and then walked you through his thesis. He's a Jew. Same story, part 5. Go to one more. I barely read the next one. Let's read the next one. 4, Ecclesiastes. Again. So he's in his third eye. I looked and saw all the oppression that was taking place under the sun. Same time period, right? On my grandfather. I saw the tears of the oppressed, and they have no comfort. Power was on the side of their oppressors, Jewish, and they have no comforter, right? Because they hear us, they know we know, they feel us, but they still fucking up. And I declared that the dead, who had already died, are happier than the living, who are still alive. Meaning the people who left us before the pandemic. But better than both is the one who has never been born, right? Being born right now, subjected to autism, diet, suffering, strain, broken families, COVID shots, strange kids and social programs, defunded schools, ghettos, walking outside, learning to ride a bike, and there's a tweaker asking them if they have a cigarette. Be better not to be born right now, right? It's better for them who has not seen the evil that is done under the sun. And I saw that the toil and all the achievement spring from one person's envy of one another. Social, the beef, friction, narcissism. This too is meaningless. A chasing after the wind. Run it back. I also saw that all the toil and all the achievement that spring from one person's envy of another, that springs up from, catalyst, the envy of another person. Meaning all the toil and all the success that came from competing through envy, keeping up with the Joneses. A fool folds their hands and he ruins himself. Better one be handful with tranquility than two handfuls with toil and chasing after the wind. Same. Because he's talking about envy's the catalyst. Don't lose it. It's better for you to have the one thing that you can do, that you're good at, to secure your stability and your happiness, than to have, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to flip this, I'm going to crypto, I'm going to do all that, and let me saw that nigga over there, and oh yeah, I want to be just like them, or I want people to look at me like that, yeah, all right. And your hands is full, hands is full. But you're constantly going. David's like, it's better for you to grab your fair, one in the hand, two in the bush, to grab your fair share and find tranquility. They don't have biology degrees when they're writing this. So what he's saying is, you're chasing the wind because the hormone you're chasing, ceaseless, dopamine. Tranquility is not dopamine. It's a different chemical. It's gratitude, satisfied, taking your time. Either way, you're going to die, right? So he's saying, find what brings you peace and joy. For us, it's music production and things like that. Again, I saw something meaningless under the sun. He said, again, I saw something meaningless under the sun. This is his thoughts coming to him. He's really thinking about it. He's talking, though. Someone else is writing. There was a man all alone. He had neither son nor brother. Oh, here we go, millennials. There was no end to his toil. Yet his eyes were not content with his own wealth. For whom am I toiling, he asks. And is this not TikTok? All the white boys and the black boys sitting in their cars. For whom am I toiling, I ask? And why am I depriving myself of enjoyment? This too is meaningless, a miserable business. On our grandfather, niggas. Our grandfather already got the blueprint. We ain't learning nothing new under the sun, boy. Like, his dad is like, yo. And I thought about something else. Matter of fact, let me talk about these hoes I saw. Look. Anyway, he said, the single man, law of gender, ladies, let's code switch to the baddies. Toiling, two hands full. Degrees, houses, cars, jobs, trips, Dubai, sometimes kids, sometimes somebody else's husband. There's this woman all alone after 30. They love when I tell these stories. There's this woman all alone on TikTok. I'm sorry. There's this woman all alone on her camera in her bedroom. I'm sorry. There's this woman who's a content creator alone in her car. She didn't have no sisters. She didn't have no daughters. There's no end to her toil. She got subscriptions, Amazon cards, Temu cards, things she had to cash out. The new version of the Range Rover just dropped, forest green. You know they love it. And new nails every week, new hair, depending on their forehead, and eyelashes. Yet her eyes, because she's scanning, she's on social media, she's doom scrolling. Yet her eyes were not content with what she had. Like vacations, all the coolest, strongest, gangsterest guys ever, still texting her, and she says to herself, I got 100,000 matches on Tinder. I got 50 DMs. Got all these text messages. Gotta go backwards. Why am I not happy? I started this toil to acquire these things, and I'm not content. I'm not happy. But because I had to do this to get it, I have to do this to keep it. Meaning the same amount of force. This is physics. The same amount of force you kept to get the thing is the same amount of force you need to keep it. And women know this intrinsically, because they say, match my energy. They used to say this a little bit more narcissistic about 10 years ago, before the pandemic humbled them. If you're not going to keep the same energy that you started when we started, then yeah. Meanwhile, they never match your energy. For whom am I toiling, she asks. have no husband, I have no family, I may or may not have kids. And why am I depriving myself of enjoyment? Self-deprived. Because I don't have enough, I can't stop. And if I stop, I won't have enough. How do you enjoy your life like that? This too is meaningless. A miserable business. TikTok is dead. Threads is dead. Two are better than one. Yo, I'm not as smooth as dad for real. David on some other shit, man. He already did the red pill content. They just don't know how to read. Two are better than one because they have a good return for their labor. Multiplication. And also your blessings work with creation. 1 times 1 is 3. Men, you don't know it, but I'll just give you the superstition. You can keep it if you want to. But do you know if you successfully find a woman and you have a child the right way, I'm talking about chemically, emotionally, energetically, if you have a child the right way, that child is your luck. I don't hear everyone's community highlight that, but I want to. I want to believe that one day I'll be lucky too. But if you create your child in the threshold of righteousness, like in the threshold of that's you, that's yours, that's your woman, she's yours, and you want this, and this is the right thing to do. Child, call him love child, right? Love child. That love child is your blessing. Wait, I'm not talking about some goofy, oh, my angel. Are you sure it's an angel? But if we can imagine, you can bring one of those in. That baby right there, it's auto-correcting nature. It's auto-corrective nature. It's spirit. It's guides. It's purpose. It's channel. Picked you, right? Because you had the right ingredients. That causes a lot of men to say things, and I've heard this. I've heard men say this in passing. Like, I was nervous. I wasn't ready, but as soon as the baby got here, I was praying, and God, I got the job. I did this, and I was able to do that. Or like, yeah, it can be hard and everything, but I want to trade it for the world because this and that all lined up. They didn't line up for you, though. They lined up for that little baby. Their luck. Two are better than one. But they have a good return for their labor. If either one falls down, the one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Same story, right? Also, if two lie down together, they'll keep warm. But how can one keep themselves warm alone? I gotta snuggie, no, that's not what he's talking about. He's King David. Though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands, that's a cornrow, right? Cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. Better a poor but wise youthful person under 40 than an old foolish king who no longer knows how to heed a warning. He's sending shots to his uncles. Ahab. The youth may have come from prison to the kingship, Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, but spared by Reuben. Or he may have been born into poverty within his kingdom. I don't know if that's himself or his son Solomon. I saw all who lived and walked under the sun follow the youth, the king's successor. Oh, so it's David talking about Solomon. There was no end to all the people who were before them, but those who came later were not pleased with the successor. This too is meaningless in a chasing the wind. Meaning, whenever you get your shot with your crew, that's only significant for the moment. So don't do it thinking your moment's forever. One more. Because David is cooking. David's cooking. Fulfill the vow to God. Guard your steps. when you go to the house of God. Where's the house of God? Guard your steps. Watch your walk when you bring yourself to the house of God. Where does God live? Inside of you. Where's the seat of the throne? Your pineal gland. Watch your steps when you go in. Okay. Go near to listen rather than to offer the sacrifice of fools who do not know what they do wrong. Do not be quick with your mouth. Do not be hasty in your heart to utter anything before God. Okay. So take your time before you present what you want to the source. God is in heaven and you are on earth. All right. So let your words be few. I wonder why words with heaven and what he's getting at. Like, why is there fewer words between the dimensions? A dream comes when there are many cares. Here we go. And many words mark the speech of a fool. Oh, shit, I do 9-hour videos. Don't listen to me. When you make a vow to God, do not delay to fulfill it. He has no pleasure in fools. Jewish people. Fulfill your vow. Jewish people. It is better to not make a vow, Jewish people, than to make one and not fulfill it, Jewish people. Do not let your mouth lead you into sin, Jewish people. And do not protest the temple messenger, Jewish people. My vow has a mistake. Oh, my bad, we didn't really mean to be Jewish people. Why should God be angry at what you say and destroy the work of your hands? He's asking you rhetorically like Jesus. You know, we talking parables. He's saying, you do all of this. You put a 360 God, you put your 360 contract deal on, if God does this, you will be that, and it's all business. God gonna destroy everything you build. So what's the point of doing that? Much dreaming and many words are meaningless. Shout out to the sisters out there doing tarot cards, vision boards, and all the extra shit that we see on social media. Therefore, fear God instead. Or just therefore fear God, but therefore fear God instead of wasting your time playing in God's face. If you see the poor oppressed in the district, all right, Jewish people, let's talk about Palestine real quick. If you see the poor oppressed in the district, and justice and rights are denied, all right, Jewish people, do not be surprised at such things. For one official is eyed by a higher one. Accountability chain, right? And over them both are others even higher still. Right, Jewish people? Does it begin with you or end with you? Begin with Trump, end with Trump. Begin with Rothschild, end with Rothschild. How high does this bullshit pyramid y'all got going, Sauron? That they talking about angels. The increase from one land is taken by all, and the king himself profits from the field. The king himself profits from the fields. Oh, to my imperial majestic city Muhammad. Whoever loves money never has enough. Narcissists, women. Whoever loves wealth is never satisfied with their income. It's never enough for you. This too is meaningless. So he's saying however much money and all that stuff, he said as a king, he's seen people with all degrees of that and they're never happy. As goods increase, stocks, trades, value, market systems, crypto, so do those who consume them. Crypto goes to the moon, everybody into Bitcoin. And what benefit are they to the owners except to feast their eyes on them? So as you have more and you get more, and you check your accounts, oh shit, I made a flip. Oh shit, I got this much. Oh shit, there's my car, there's my house, there's this girl, there's these things. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What benefit is it besides to feast your eyes on it? He's saying, what can you build with it once you've built everything you could? Why do you want more? The sleep of a laborer is sweet. Long day at work, good night's sleep. Whether they eat little or much, but as for the rich, their abundance permits them no sleep. Their mind. Drugs, depressants, rituals, weird shit, traveling. You know, they always go. I've seen a grievous evil under the sun. He said, I especially don't like this shit. Wealth hoarded to the harm of its owners. Hoarded. Hoarding meaning you're making money, but you're not helping no one else out. But he's saying, I really hate when a nigga hoards all this shit to his own detriment. Or wealth lost through some misfortune. I'm like, here we go. So that, here it is, here's the key though. So that when they have children, there's nothing left for them to inherit. That's like all the Jew stories in America. Thank you, Jewish people. Except everyone comes naked from their mother's womb. And as everyone comes, so they depart. You know, you don't take nothing with you to the spirit realm. They take nothing from their toil. They cannot even carry it in their hands. So the whole thing about the Egyptian pharaohs thought, no, they don't, because David, a descendant of Egyptian pharaohs, don't think that. Stop fucking lying on us. This too is a grievous evil. As everyone comes, they also depart. You know, there's a time where I didn't know you, and there's a time where I won't know you again. And what do they gain since they toil for the wind? Everyone comes, everyone departs. So what do you gain wasting your fucking time doing nothing that's important? All their days they eat in darkness. Oh shit, there goes I. With great frustration, affliction, and anger. Oh, I don't have those problems. But I do have affliction, I don't have anger. I'm good. I'm gonna be alright. This is what I have observed to be good. So he said, so instead of all this fucketry, and he's talking about, so he's addressing people who have questions in the Bible about getting money. This is what I think. King David. This is what I have observed to be good. That is appropriate for a person to eat, for a person to drink, and for a person to find satisfaction in their toilsome labor under the sun during the few days of life that God has given them. For this is their lot. You're no different animal, right? It's like, this is what it is. Like, stop thinking it's a million, a billion, this, that, portfolios. He says, don't get caught up in hoarding and double handing and triple time jobbing and doing all this shit just because you're trying to keep up with some stupid bitch. And more importantly, because you know how it is. You saw it as with drum kits. How many 808s do we need? How many PC variants do we need? How many flight jackets do I really need? How many do-rags? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many coffees can I get today? How many donations? You know what I'm saying? At some point, and he's not answering the whole meaning of life. He's saying, when it comes to these things, he's dealing with labor in Ecclesiastes. So he's saying, moreover, so more so than just taking it one day at a time, making sure all your needs and wants are met. Moreover, when God gives someone wealth in possession, so when God blesses someone like that, and the ability to enjoy them, so together, to accept their lot, and to be happy in their toil, this is a gift of God. So what do Jewish people do? Pretend like they're God, bitch ass niggas. They offer you a contract, you get X amount of millions and billions of dollars, oh, you're blessed by God, keeping up with the Joneses, fame, blah, 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 and then you find out the Jewish people got a 2 or 360 deal. That's all the money you're ever gonna fucking get. But when you get it from God, you have your possessions, you have everything you've worked for, the increase that God gives, but the increase that God gives you is that you actually enjoy what you got out of the journey. They seldom reflect on the days of their life, so they seldom go back with regrets, worries, concerns, like I could have did, should have did, him, her, them days, because God keeps them occupied with the gladness of their heart. So, when you get into alignment with yourself, what you do, and how that feedback loop, when God increases that and awards you with gladness, like I finally found my thing. It may not give me a Bugatti, it may not give me 10 Kelly Rollins, but I got my thing. Like, it's not a thing that it's not like my grandfather was like, Dad, Granddad, I want NBA Live 96. Well, we'll give you this NBA fast-paced action by Konami. Like, no, Dad, it's NBA Live, Sega Genesis, 2-story cartridge with a yellow little indentation for extra memory, and it's $60 new. I'll take it used. I'll take it $20 in a paperback. But NBA action's $25. You should really try it. And then you play the game. The sound effects, the graphics are horrible. But about 2 weeks, 3 weeks into it, I was making creative characters like Jordan 99s on that game, and I was running it the fuck up. And I learned to enjoy what it was. They're not talking about that though. They're talking about when you want NBA action or NBA Live, and you got NBA Live, and when you finally get it, you actually enjoy NBA Live. You're not getting NBA Live because he got it. You're not getting the Nintendo 64 because they got it. You're not. It's anti-social media. It's anti-Twitter culture. It's anti-envy. And we don't know what envy is, but that is envy, really. Oh, I gotta have that. Or someone posts something new, or, you know, I get a new NPC or something, like, man, I gotta get me one of those. Do you? You gotta get something that generates sounds from scratch to play bass lines, and you don't play bass, and you don't sound design. You have to get one of those? You have to get one of those fast cars. Your speed limit is 45 in your city, up to 80, and you'll probably flip off the road if you got the car that does that. You sure? We want so many things that are impractical because someone else, envy, suggested that it means a thing. We don't really want the thing. We want the meaning of the thing attached to our esteem. Chase and win. I got one more. Hold on. Ecclesiastes 6, because this nigga's cooking. David's cooking. Granddad's cooking the books on this shit. I didn't know Ecclesiastes was him answering all of our questions about red pill and being men. 6. I seen something else evil under this goddamn sun. Matter of fact, because what he's saying is, since I've been alive. And it weighs heavily on mankind. God gives some people wealth, possessions, and honor, so that they lack nothing that their heart desires. So, you know, he's David. He's one of them. But God does not grant them the ability to enjoy them. And that sounds like my nigga right there. It sounds like he has a confession to make. And strangers enjoy them instead. Oh, Lord have mercy. Jewish people. This is meaningless and a grievous evil. He really doesn't like it. A man may have 100 children. Yo, Jewish people, y'all can't have 10. Cut it up. A man might have 100 children. Like, he just threw that out there like, a man might have 100 children. You didn't hear anything I said. This is a man that got 1,000 wives. A man might have 100 children. I think with 300 wives, 700, you know. Those numbers are just bullshit, but at least 100 kids, right? A man may have 100 children. Yet, no matter how long he lives, if he cannot enjoy his prosperity and does not receive a proper burial, I say that a stillborn child is better off than he is. You have all these kids, put in all this work and effort, because, you know, you have your own land, you're probably a micro king or a lord or something, and then you don't have enough for a proper funeral because out of 100 kids, they didn't have enough to honor you, right? He says, you tell he's a nigger boy. His extremes, his polarities. This whole thing is polarity. And look at his polarities. He goes one way, then he goes, I say that a stillborn child is better off than you. You mean a nigga that came into the matrix with a vessel that didn't get his first breath outside of it, like that life is better than you getting all these resources, getting all these women, having all these kids. Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, Future. You know how the story's going, Elon Musk. And Elon Musk's kids don't like him. You see it? It's better for a stillborn than for you to be one of these niggas. It comes without meaning. Meaning, having all these kids is meaningless if you can't raise them to do the right thing. It comes without meaning. It departs in darkness. And in darkness, its name is shrouded. Though it never saw the sun, he's talking about stillborn. Though, or an idea even. He's not even talking about just kids. Like, this could be a people with 100 ideas, busy works, and things like that. Though it never saw the sun or knew anything, it has more rest than that man does. Even if he lived 1,000 years twice over, but fails to enjoy his prosperity, does it not all go to the same place? But he's giving you conditions. If it's this way, and then these things happen, useless. If this goes this way and go this way, useless. So he's almost giving you the workflow and how to everyone's toil is for their mouth. Yet their appetite is never satisfied. So everything you toil for is for the stuff you consume. But you can never stop consuming. What advantage has the wise over fools? So he's saying, like we're doing, like you get so much knowledge, then you compare it to yourself to everyone who doesn't do that. What advantage do you have over them? When no one cares. And that's what keeps me balanced. Like, no one cares. Like, and I mean that. Like, no one really cares until they do. What do the poor gain by knowing how to conduct themselves before the others? This is the whole shit that people be on social media. Like, you're supposed to be like this. You ain't supposed to say that. Don't curse. Like, but you're poor. What advantage do you have by acting like that over me? Someone doesn't act like that. That's what he's asking. Better what the eye sees than the roving of the appetite. That's cool that they use roving eye as a reference. We don't use that colloquialism anymore, but it's ours because that's a Jew. So roving eye, meaning when you're accounted for, you have a woman and another woman with a big booty walk by, and all of a sudden you're like, like, who is that? You know what I'm saying? And then you try to pull it back, and then your eye goes right back to her. That's a roving eye. So he's saying, better what the eye sees than the roving of an appetite. So it's better to deal with what's in front of you than the roving appetite, meaning anytime something else, another item, another opportunity, another person, another bitch. It's better to deal with what the eye sees than to track, swipe, scroll, search, find, look for something to replace what's in front of you. This is too meaningless. Chasing women. Whatever exists has already been named on Adam. And what humanity is currently has been known. Prophets, they already said this would happen. Is it not written? No one can contend with someone who is stronger. All right, David. All right, let's relax. The more the words, the less the meaning. How does that profit anybody? I need 5 paragraphs, MLA format, 5,000 words. Geez, can we get 1,000? Nah, we want it 3,000 words on your favorite blah 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 blah. Midterm grade, what? How much more words going to get my point across? How is minimum requirements to be a thing? How is all the add-ons, bells and whistles of this course? How is more words, more information? Loops. How's more complexity? How is more of the same shit? If the little bit of shit don't get you there, how's more of the same shit gonna get you there closer? It's like chasing the fucking wind, bitch. For who knows what is good for a person in life? During the few and meaningless days they pass through like a shadow. Oh, David's having one of my moments, ain't he? Who can tell them what will happen under the sun after they're gone? Who's gonna call you when you're dead? We'll do one more, just to end it on 7. And it's called Wisdom. Sophia. A good name is better than fine perfume. All right, Mary Magdalene. She ain't there yet. Jesus ain't there. Just before. And the day of death is better than the day of birth. Whoa, that's a heavy one. It's better to go to a house of mourning than to go a house of feasting. So he's doing inverse law. For death is the destiny of everyone. That's the context. The context is, if you consider death in all these equations, right? The living should take this to heart. This part. That death is destiny is for everyone. The living should take this to heart. You're gonna die. Frustration is better than laughter because a sad face is good for the heart. Humbleness, reminder. Remember the whole thing about his son. That's why his son is like that. That's why Solomon is like that. Solomon is a story attributed to him. You know how his Jews are. Solomon's having a feast, celebration with Israelites. Can you imagine? And his friends and Indian associates. And he has a magi with him. One of his dudes, Merlin type. He's like, hey, yo, Merlin, I need you to find me the perfect ring, bro. I want to present it to everybody. But, clause, if then, I want you to find me a ring. And however it's decorated, however it's designed, I want it to do this. Because you know, these are magicians. I want a ring that can do two things. Polarity, just like his dad, David. When I look at it, if I'm happy, it makes me sad. And if I look at it when I'm sad, it makes me happy. Go ahead and find me a ring like that, Playboy. That's solid. He's a prophet. Merlin like, yo, OG gave me the black card. We can get anything we want. So let me make sure I really think about this. You know, this is David's son, so, you know, these niggas always got a little... He ain't just gonna hit him with the carrots, the canaries, you know what I'm saying? He ain't hitting him, he ain't about to do the bust down on the rollie. He's not about to do the AP, he ain't about to do none of that. He's like, I'll find something else. So he goes outside the city. You know how we are, live in walled cities, Attack on Titan. And he starts with the people, because these are Israelites. These ain't regular people. Let me see what kind of rings y'all making. What y'all got? What y'all fucking with? On Levite, I know you're selling crystals. I know y'all got Motivite. Y'all took that shit from Tartaria after we told you to leave a piece back. Let me get a piece real quick. Anyway, Solomon's looking for a ring. Show me what you got. Yo, you know that rapper? He had some shit like this. I got some. Yo, you saw on fucking internet this shit on fucking. Oh, these are nice, but we talking about Solomon, bro. Easy. Comes back closer to home. Shit's more expensive. He's like, let me look around this bitch. What y'all got? That's why all the bitches, everyone got this shit, nigga. What is these? Fucking Jordans? We talking about a ring for Solomon, bitch. What are these? Alright, y'all still hustling this Oak Grove. Nah, I can't do that for Solomon. So he's getting closer. And time is ending too, right? You know, they're partying, drinking, bullshitting already. Solomon's already getting the festivities started. And so on his way back, he checks in one more place. So, you know how it is. Probably some granddad, granduncle who has some Persian Xerxes wares. He's like, let me go to the classics section. You know, some Michael Jackson shit. Like, all right. Goes into this old little enchanted place. Found a ring. This nigga said, easy, perfect. I don't even think he had to pull out the black card on that shit because he probably told the story, yo, Solomon's, you know, inauguration. He's like, yeah, I'm about to close. What do you want? I need the perfect ring, faggot. Oh, chill ass nigga. And Solomon, you know, Merlin was like, all right, this the one. Thank you. And he probably hit him with something, you know, save him a chair or a plate or something too, right? These are real niggas, by the way. They're my family. And so festivities going on. Merlin come back. He walk in. Everybody's laughing and jamming. You know, there's a lot of niggas there. He like, you're. Everybody try to get in his face because he that nigga. He's Solomon's hand. You know, like everyone. No, I got something. Well, hold on, get off me, nigga. You smell this incense? Back up, shit. And Solomon make eye contact with him. Like, all right, we about to, you know, see what this nigga came up with. So they do that little thing that niggas do when they're cute and glamorous, and it's time for all the gifts. And mind you, that he's competing too. This is an emperor. So he brings him the Solomon sees him, you know, he's taking in the moment, he's having a good time, he's laughing. And Merlin, I'm just calling him Merlin, takes out the ring, gives it to him like, hold that, Playboy. He nervous too. He's nervous too, because you know there's better gifts in that room. And Solomon looks at it, and a tear just flows down his eye. You're a real nigga. I fuck with you. Thank you. This is the perfect gift. You found the perfect ring. What was his parameters? A ring that when he's happy, it makes him cry. And when he's sad, it makes him happy. This is Father talking in Ecclesiastes. Same principles. And this is why I think this story is using divine law, so it may have really happened because it's following the same suit as Ecclesiastes. Guess what the ring said? It's a ring. It's an old ring. It's not a new ring, not a black card ring, not an AP, not a bust down, not a pinky ring, none of that. It's a very simple classic ring from old Israelites. And it said one thing on it. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. The frustration is better than laughter because a sad face is good for the heart. The heart of the wise was in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of pleasure. It is better to heed the rebuke of a wise person than to listen to a song of fools. Like the crackling of thorns under the pot, so is the laughter of fools. This too is meaningless. You've been to a barbershop before too long. Extortion, Jewish. Extortion turns a wise person into a fool, and a bribe corrupts the heart. All right, Trump. All right, Epstein. The end of a matter is better than its beginning. The patience is better than pride. Meaning, pride versus patience. Meaning, like, stepping up, going out there, going too hard, all that, just to keep your reputation, how you feel, and how people feel about you, is better than take your time and really think about it and not be, rushing into it. Do not be quickly provoked in your spirit. Same story. For anger resides in the lap of fools, meaning it's readily available to them. Like niggas with switches and YNs driving in their cars, right? Same story, right? He's a prophet. Do not say, question, why were the old days better than these? 2016, 2004. For it's not wise to ask such a question. Chasing the wind, you're not going to get an answer. And you're not going to like the answer. And when you get an answer, you'll find another answer. Back to the rest of this code. Wisdom is like an inheritance. It's a good thing, and it benefits those who see the sun. Wisdom's a good thing. It benefits those who see the sun. Meaning, the dead don't have wisdom. Wisdom is a shelter, as money is a shelter. But the advantage of knowledge is this over money. Wisdom preserves those who have it, whereas money causes you to get into corruption, bullshit, extortion schemes, and Donald Trump best friend groups. Or did he? Consider what God has done previously on X-Men. Who can straighten what has been crooked? When times are good, be happy. But when times are sad, I want you to think about this. God has made one as well as the other. Therefore, no one can discover anything about their future. So if you're trying to figure out what's next and blah, 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 too far out of your hand or hands, the law of variables of polarity and you think is going to go away, it's going to change anyway from where you stand. Like, I'll make a sound plan in 5 years. I'm on a 5-year plan. You sound Jewish. 5-year plan, despite what God wants from me. I'm going to be there. I mean, you're not there, you're going to be sad, you're going to be mad at God, right? Cut it up. In this meaningless life of mine, I have seen both of these things. It's King David. His life is meaningless. I can't tell. Not to me. He was wrong, but he doesn't know his future, does he? Who's going to call David and say his greatest grandsons love what he contributed to the game? The righteous perishing in their righteousness. He said, I've seen both of these. He said, I've seen the righteous perish in their righteousness. The wicked live a long time in their wickedness. Do not be over righteous. Y'all better like, comment, and subscribe, man. Man, these videos sound too much like the Bible, don't they? The righteous, he says, I hate seeing the righteous perish in their righteousness. And I hate seeing these wicked ass niggas live a long time. Don't be over righteous, y'all. like think about it. Neither be overwise. Like, you know, you don't have to prompt everything. Why destroy yourself? The wicked live longer than the righteous. What you doing? What you stressing out about? What you trying to get perfect for? And don't be over wicked. Come on, thugs. Come on, gangsters. You know, polarity. Don't do too much. And do not be a fool. Why die before your time, nigga? Stay home. It's good to grasp one and not let go of the other. Whoever fears God will avoid all extremes. So he's talking about the law of polarity, universal law. Whoever fears God avoids all extremes. Over righteousness, over wickedness, over stupid, over smart. Fear God, and they're Jews, is implied. Keep his commandments and follow where that current or that move takes you. Wisdom makes one wise person more powerful than 10 rulers in one city. Wisdom makes you more powerful than 10 rulers, always grasping, always extorting, always bargaining, always positioning. 10 of them working together, board member, Jewish people. One wise man, more efficient. All of it's meaningless, but your wisdom for yourself exceeds any 10 rulers who get everyone else to do everything right. Indeed, there is no one on earth who is righteous. So he's saying chasing one. You're righteous. You're over righteous. You're worrying about dotting your I's, counting your T's, not cursing, and not making mistakes, and not forgetting shit. Yet, there's no such thing. Just remember this. Fear God in whatever you're doing, and keep his commandments in whatever you're doing. You can be wicked without breaking commandments. Trust me, I know these niggas. They're usually women. Indeed, no one on earth is who is righteous, and no one who does what is right and never sins. Meaning, there's no one who has ever gotten through this playthrough without sinning. Do not pay attention to every word people say. You know how it is. Flying monkeys. Or you may hear your servant cursing you. Eavesdropping, Jewish, CIA. You may hear a motherfucking Jew telling you go kill yourself. For you know in your heart that many times you yourself have cursed others, right? Your mom under your breath, your dad, your leaders, your job, Trump. So if you on that type of time, what happens if you prod and pry to see what everyone feels at all times? Chances are you're gonna run into it, right? All of this I tested by wisdom, and I said this, quote, he's talking, I am determined to be wise. Remember, his son Solomon is considered the wise. So he's implanting the seed that he couldn't achieve for his son to achieve it. Don't miss that now. This isn't a book. He ain't in the book. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what he said. Then you see with Solomon, and then we get Genghis, we get Jesus. You know, like, David was bugging. But he was correct. I was determined to be wise. That's beyond my ability. Whatever exists is far off and most profound. Who can discover it? The other side of the ice wall. So I turned my mind to understand instead, to investigate and to search out wisdom in the scheme of things, and to understand, check this out, and to understand the stupidity of wickedness and the madness of folly. Hashtag 3am. I find more bitter than death itself that a woman who is a snare on 3am hashtag red pill interlude. he said David got 100 kids, dog. He said ain't nothing worse than dying than being with a stupid bitch. King David, their grandfather. Look, says the teacher. This is what I have discovered. Adding one thing to another to discover the scheme of things while I was still searching, but not finding anything. I found one upright man amongst 1,000. Noble Drug. I can count good Moors on one hand and still have fingers left. I found one upright man amongst 1,000 of them, but not one upright woman amongst all of them. Yo, Israelites and Jewish girls, what's up with y'all? Why your grandfather cursing you when he dead? You can't curse him back out either. You can't reach him. But he left a message for you in the Bible if you dare read it on your ancestors, right? He said, I only found one out of 1,000 good guys. I found no bitches. But he's not talking about their values. He's saying upright. You understand? You read all this shit together. He's saying he hasn't seen one woman who's possessed the qualities of upright, because all the narcissism he's dismissing is stock in those women. Look at their dads, though. Adding one thing to another to discover the scheme of things while I was still searching, but not finding it, I found one upright man amongst 1,000. He said, when he was asking these questions, doing these inquiries and doing his shit, he talked to everybody. He found one good dude that was like, there with it. He said, ain't nothing worse than a dumb bitch. And he said, out of all the women he talked about some shit, they all know some bullshit, plotting, scheming, envying, never happy with what they got. Don't be ensnared. So let me define snare real quick. Etymon of snare, because it's like a trap, but he's a king on on Samson. Snare. We got black people in Judah got snare drums. Can you imagine? The oldest reference to a snare is a noose for catching animals. Get over here, nigga. Also from Scandinavian, Old Norse, noose. Noose. It's a noose. It's a hold High German. It's a snare. It's a noose. Anything by which one, check this out, Jada Pinkett, anything by which one is entangled or entrapped. So all those entanglements and situationships. Stupid bitch shit. You saying most of us are stupid too. Don't feel isolated or attacked. I find more bitter than death, worse than death, the woman whose is a snare, whose heart is a trap, and whose hands are chains. The man who pleases God will escape her. March 2021. But the sinner, she will ensnare. Old girl was pregnant 6 months later. Look, says the teacher, this is what I have discovered. Adding one thing to another to discover the scheme of things. So doing math, got math, while I was still searching and not finding one upright man amongst 1,000, none amongst the women. This is the only thing I have found. God created mankind upright, but they have gone in search of many schemes. It is what it is, man. On King David. I dare a faggot to tell us that he was wrong. And they using his shit now. And I thought about something else. That nigga funny. That nigga funny. Yeah, don't forget he's a nigga. He's being funny too. He's being candid. Yo, that shit feels so familiar to me for some reason. Yo, he funny. Yeah, quality time over quantity of time. Quality of acts of service over severe. You know what I'm saying? He's saying that no matter what, everyone's going to get the same dirt. No matter what, everyone's going to get the same dirt when it's all said and done. No matter what, if you're too good, too this, you done. No matter what he's saying, what he's really addressing, because you understand what science is, what he's really saying is there's a time and place for all these degrees. So thus, if you feel like you're committed to a path to do the right thing, to get the right rewards, to have the life to say that you did it right, you might lose. And then also at the same time, if you go, oh, it ain't worth being all that, so you go left, you go further left, ain't nothing else but to go left once you go left, and then you cook too. So he's like, fear God and keep his commandments. God made you whole already. It's man influence others, schemes, societies, systems, Jewish people that create all these carrots and treadmills and brands and lights and oh, look at this, look at her, like in the mix of that. It's not one or the other. It's not a good or a bad. It's all of it. All of it causes man to go, oh, the eyes, the roving eyes never satisfy. Oh, like that's why I love this place. It's the same thing he's saying. Like, oh, look over there. There's none. Hey, look over there. There's some lights. Hey, there's some pussy. How much is it? All right, I'm just checking for inflation. Oh, this guy weed. I don't know. I'll go over there. I'll go to the thing tomorrow. Oh, It's endless. It's endless. Every day. Every fucking day I can find something. Every day I can go that way and do another video. Every day is endless. Until we die. It ends. It's endless. It's repeat until you die. C++. It's a repeat until you die. And what is he telling us to repeat no matter what until we die? Repeat, fear God, keep his commandments until you die. You can't worry about being too righteous. You can't worry about your wickedness. But save your breath. Save your thoughts. Save all your posturing and pleading with God that next time you'll do this and do that. And if you do this for me, I'll do it. He's saying, don't even waste your time with that. God gave you everything you needed already. So don't start creating contracts. Don't start creating constructs that require, all the things you need to deliver on, knowing you ain't gonna have the time or energy or body to do it. It's folly. And he's saying that as a king amongst a royal high priesthood of people, I'm sure. We know this because when Jesus shows up, his grandson, what happens? The Kohen of the Jews. Oh, you can't heal on Saturday. What happens? Oh, this, what I'm saying? People are suffering. People are fucked up. People, women with issue of blood, no one's put hands on her. No one's even tried to help her. Motherfuckers, money changes, but niggas ain't got food. You understand everything? Like, now I gotta feed all these niggas, and I gotta turn the water into wine, meaning there's not access. They're in a food desert, so they're not having a good time. Yet this Kohen of the Jews is clocking me on what's on my mind. Faggot, do you read? Is it not written? Don't make me cut your fucking throat on Peter. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the world is evil.
Yeah, she right there.
The world of people is evil. And not all people are people. Hebrews 13. And not all neighbors are your neighbors. So, diversity. And then whenever you get too caught up in one moment or another, like I have, and like I've sold this parable before now, I lived through it again and again and again, is
She's not answering me.
this too shall pass. Don't get too attached. Peak. The emptier your hands, the further the future you can dip into. In the valley of tears, the morning is like a spring. Come on now. I said on my pre-birthday 30 days ago, I need everything. I got everything I need on God. 10 Kelly Rollins. Y'all so silly. DJ K. Slay and Cameron had a hilarious skit about that. They cry like a baby when they get arrested. And then they weren't crying a second prior. George Ezra, rest in peace of Susan. It changed from the Kingdom of Italy to only Roman Empire in the United States of Italy in 1861, right before the Civil War, as it tends to do. Yeah, we know their story. We know what they are. We know what they're up to. We know they don't know how to read, and we know they're not King David's kids, so this too shall pass. They can be whoever kids they want to be, whoever son, whoever daughters. I just wish going forward, whoever survives this pressure of theirs chooses honesty.
Let me see what he says.
Same story. Same story. Perfect way to end the story. But yeah, I'm mgthefuture or something. Just some crazy guy out here in Vegas talking about nothing. Everything's chismes, allegedly. This too shall pass for 15 and 13 and 5. And yeah, Lord willing, I'll be back tomorrow. Support the support. Like, comment, subscribe. To God be the glory. I ain't bigger than the program. What program? Till next time. Peace.